What is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Sunday. What's everyone up to? Yeah, I know. I'm early. But, you know, had a few people in different time zones ask if I could go a little bit earlier, so I'm gonna try on the weekends. I can't always guarantee that, but I can promise that I will try. Hold on, let me get drunk first. I'm gonna beat you to it. What's up, vampire? But yeah, it's Sunday, so yeah, I had a few of my followers and my audience ask if I could somehow stream a little bit earlier, just because they wanted to be part of the streams, and unfortunately, because work and everything like that makes me have to stream usually later in the evenings, it, of course, makes it a little bit harder for people in other time zones. So I can't promise that I will do this on the weekdays, but I can promise on the weekends I will at least try. Emphasis, try. I was just re-listening to your video on the UK Safety Act. How many of these elders understand how the internet works? A lot of them don't. The reality is that the only people I've seen in Gen X and the boomer generation that actually understand the internet are those that actually worked in the tech field. And the tech field was tremendously smaller than it is today. Like, no joke. I remember there was a talk I listened to somebody saying that there was literally a phone book for all the email addresses on the internet in the early 90s. You couldn't do that today. And I know looking at a phone book, you're like, that's a lot. It wasn't really that many when you think about how many people are actually on the internet today and how big a phone book is. And your average phone book only covers per city, not even per state. So the reality is a lot of people don't understand how the internet works as a whole. And that's not just from the older generation. It's even many people in the younger generation. I frequently have to correct people, especially Gen Z. Millennials at least, what's up, Alchemist? The millennials at least understand, for the most part, like the differentiation between Wi-Fi and internet. That's for the most part. I do run into that as well. And I constantly have to correct people at work when they're like, well, the Wi-Fi is not working. I'm like, the Wi-Fi is working. What you're talking about is your internet connection. And, you know, like, you'd have to get into explaining Wi-Fi is just the wireless connectivity in your local network, whereas the internet is what gives you, you know, access to the internet connection is what your ISP is bringing to you. So I don't understand when people are like calling up their ISP like, my Wi-Fi is not working. Well, most of the time, unless it's a ISP provided router, that's not their problem. Your Wi-Fi can be crap and not working, and your internet still work. But yeah, there's a lot of different things. I know that there's plenty of gaps in my knowledge of how the internet works. Yeah, and I've been doing, my background was originally networking, and it's a very complicated thing to understand the internet. And even what I know is more than the average person, but it's still not to the full extent of understanding everything in the internet. Like, I'm still a little bit caught in the miasma when we get into like BGP, and I think it's like OSPF, I think it is. Like, I understand Border Gateway Protocol at a high level. What it is a handoff between, you know, different edges on the network, but understanding the specifics about that is, you know, a little bit different. Whereas I can at least, you know, explain, like, this is a, you know, your ISP. This is, you know, where it's going to hop over, hand over to another ISP over here. If you do a trace route, you're going to see all the different hops that your internet connection goes about, what a switch and a router is versus a hub. Hubs are not really used anymore. But yeah. So there's a lot of different pieces that goes into the internet. And even then, That's still not even getting into the nitty gritty of it, because if we talk about the internet as the whole, then we're talking about TCP/IP, both V4 and V6, and then we're talking about DNS, and then we're talking about the stacks that run underneath these different web servers. Like a lot of them are using LEMP or LAMP, Linux, Apache, MariaDB, or MySQL and PHP, or Linux Nginx, MariaDB, or MySQL and PHP. And then you also like have all these other frameworks that you can use for it. There's a lot that goes into understanding the internet as a whole that you could literally spend your entire life and still not scratch the entire surface there. Younger generation just know what their phone gives them access. The button thingy makes things go. That's pretty much all they know. They don't even understand the phone underneath it. And I remember when, what was it, about a year or two ago, was it AT&T or was it T-Mobile? They've both had outages differently, where they pushed a bad config and it was down nationwide. They couldn't understand what had happened there and how reliant they are on technology that's not always working. Whereas that was when I was still into Meshtastic. I got in touch with a few Meshtastic people while I was in the airport. It happened to go out the morning that I was flying out to Chicago. And, yeah, that was an interesting time there. That was actually the final push to get me into radio and understanding radio comms, because I'm like, if my phone is out and or my internet is out, in this case, my phone was both my internet and my phone, that's an issue. And then when you understand how like 5G works underneath it, and it's a little bit more data driven than say like a 2G network, which is still, analog, phone calls. Yeah. Which is part of the reason why when you do, Stingray attacks, they're doing downgrade attacks to actually get into, intercept your calls. Is they need to downgrade it to be able to intercept that, because they still haven't had anything. Cybersecurity safe from AGI. Well, you're going to have to think about this in the way of AGI more or less is going to be created by humans, artificial general intelligence, and, we're going to have to create securities and safeties around that, and you're not always going to want a machine to be able to read all your information, to basically aggregate it into different data sources. So will it be safe? I mean, the honest truth is we're not even anywhere near AGI, so we don't know what the complete impacts will be. But we can at least understand that there's going to be some protections around it for cybersecurity, just because we're the ones that generally run into the policy, the tech, the frameworks around it. Like even at work right now, I am part of a team that is actually doing more guardrails with the help of our Zero Trust Network Access, specifically Zscaler, so that we can prevent people from leaking information into a lot of these LLMs. So, yeah, there's been a lot of things going into that. Dr. Matan, אחי שלי, איפה אתה? איפה אתה? בארצות הברית. I'm in the US. כן, אני מדבר קצת עברית. I speak a little bit of Hebrew. That was what I said. There was someone over on the TikTok side that was asking a question in Hebrew. My 5G work, but in Europe is 5G NSA. Remember the T-Mobile BlackBerry glitch, which deleted people's contacts? Well, yeah, phones are fallible. I mean, they're all designed by humans. I mean, you show me a software tool, and a thing designed by a human, and I will show you that it eventually can be fallible. We're seeing that all over the place. Like LLMs right now, the bubble is popping with that. We're going to be talking about that in a little bit. I have some content to react to. I don't know if I put aside some content specifically on that, but I do know YouTube is apparently going after VPNs. Before we get too into it, I have a couple things to show off. So apparently, if y'all have been seeing, this is apparently the ramen that has allegedly been sending people to the hospital. There's a lawsuit apparently in Canada over someone getting ulcers from this stuff. There's apparently an even spicier version. So we're going to try this out with my habanero loving ass to see, does this live up to the hype? Now, one of my friends did manage to eat this and said it was pretty spicy. A meal you gotta pray after you eat. Yeah, yeah. Who knows? Maybe this will be hotter coming out than it is going in. I don't know. Some of you all are probably into that. Yeah, freaky mothers. She ate 5 of the shame on her. Wait, what? Here is 21:45, so maybe stream started early. Yeah, I did start early. I started a few hours early. Like I said a little bit earlier, I know a few of my community were saying that they're in other time zones and they wanted to, you know, get in on the, you know, times I'm live. And I know because I work, I most of the time end up streaming late. So many people across the pond aren't able to enjoy the stream. So I'm going to try, emphasis try, no promises, to stream earlier on weekends. Because weekends is usually the times I catch up on a lot of housework, things that need to be done. Do I have a kick? Yeah, I have a kick as well. I'm experimenting with it. I don't know if I'm going to stick with it, but I'm not opposed to experimenting. I know there's some issues with moderation on that platform. Needing to be better refined. Overall, it's not really been a negative experience, but I don't have enough data to collect really at this time to determine whether it's a good or bad thing to continue. So I'm going to continue until I have enough data to really be able to work off of and then compare the experience to Twitch. Now remember, Twitch I've been on for roughly 2 years, so yeah. But Twitch has also been having a lot of weirdness with their platform. There's been a lot of drama that I've been paying attention to, and a few things that do concern me in terms of its longevity if they don't make a course correction. But we shall see how that goes. Hooked up all my speakers and it sounds great. It's not a high-end system and a little on the Frankenstein side, but it's working. Hey, if it works, it works. Can you summarize which Meshtastic devices are good to start off with? Seems like a lot are... there are a lot more to choose from now. Yeah, there definitely is. So, I generally, as a good all-arounder device for everyday people, the LilyGo T Echo here is a great device. It has an e-ink display. It lasts for about 2 days on power. The only, thing I would tell you to do, of course, is get a better antenna. This is not the stock antenna. It comes with a stubby antenna. I don't know where it is. This is just a little whip 915 megahertz antenna. But yeah, that's a pretty good one. For my dogs, what I do is I plan to get another one of these as well. This is the SenseCap T1000. This is a pretty easy to use system. It's IP65 rated. You will have to use their little proprietary magnetic connector here for data as well as charging, but it's really well contained. The range may not be as good as this. This can get a few miles. This can still do a few miles, don't get me wrong. But, you know, an antenna always is going to expand your signal propagation as well as your ability to receive signals. But this is a pretty rugged device. I actually slipped this into my dog's vest when I was doing some testing where we were going hiking, and it has GPS capability. So I turned the GPS on in this device, and then I slipped it into my dog's vest, and then I could track him from my other Meshtastic device on my map. Now, all of these devices, you can also just, you know, they're designed to work over Bluetooth with your phone. You can also use web serial with a web browser. The other device I have, I don't have it in front of me right now. It's in my backpack because it's my daily driver device, is the LilyGo T-Deck. Let me see if I can pull up an image of that. That is my personal go-to device. I like it because it can be a standalone device, and it comes in several different formats here. So you, of course, can go, do I go hiking? Yeah, I go hiking. We got some nice areas around here. I like to find places that don't have cell signal, which is why Meshtastic and ham radio, as well as GMRS, are perfect, because your cell phone won't work in those areas, but radio will. So this is one of the devices. You can get it without a case. You can also... Yeah, it's about like $50 without the case. Let me see if I can find the one that has a case. There's like a LilyGo, I think here it is. LilyGo T-Deck Plus. You can find these on Amazon, by the way. I do have links in my bio if anyone wants to buy those in particular. That way, I make a couple bucks off of it to support the channel. You don't have to, but I will be thankful if you do. Now, you do need to know that, so this is the one without an external antenna. I recommend getting an external antenna, so it has this little SMA connector there, and then all you can do is attach an antenna to it. You'll get better reception that way. To each their own. If you're in Europe, you're going to want to get the 868 megahertz version. If you're in the US, you're going to want to get the 915 megahertz version, just because that's which bands we use for signal in those respective areas. So I know if when I go to Europe, I'm probably going to have to get another version for 868 megahertz to see what mesh-tastic I can hit. But my ham radio, I have reciprocity if I go to EU, Canada, many other countries with a general class license, so I'm good there. But yeah, they're like a BlackBerry the way they're built. Now, the one in particular I have, Rockland made a really nice kit. I was thinking about putting it together myself, but the honest truth was it was cheaper to go buy this when I pieced out all the parts to make my own, even if I were to 3D print my own case. So let me pull this up. Mesh-tastic. Yeah, Rockland has the LilyGo T-Deck over here. So it's very often out of stock because people want to get this version. It's highly sought after. This is the Rockland's LilyGo T-Deck complete with their own case. The battery they put in is a little bit larger than the Plus, and it has a white keyboard. You can also swap those out. Mine has a white keyboard, so I like the look of it. And it comes with this hard case over here. I think it's PLA, if I remember. Plus, it has a 3,000 milliamp battery, so it's a little bit more beefy than the Pro that does, I think, 2,000 milliamp. Mesh-tastic pager? Well, it's basically this. This is the ability to be a pager, because this can actually do a little bit of... It has a buzzer in there that if a message goes through, it'll actually buzz. In fact, it was kind of funny. I set up Kernel Dump. His brother-in-law came with him, and I walked him through getting Mesh-tastic DEF CON firmware on one of these, and then Kernel had a LilyGo T-Echo, and the T-Echo doesn't have a buzzer on it, but this does. And the Mesh-tastic DEF CON 33 firmware, the ringtone by default was a Rick Roll. And it was funny, like, the first few times it goes off, but then everyone's beeping, and then you're just like, okay, that's annoying. And then I had to go in and help them go find the settings to change the beeper noise over there. So, yeah. Why do people like Kit? I've had a Kick. I've had a few people try to get me over there in the past. Twitch's gamer crowd. The problem is, so Kick is a competitor to Twitch. The problem is Twitch has been really weird in terms of their moderation for quite some time. They have not been fair in a lot of the things that they've actually been moderating on. There's been a few creators that have said some things that are actually in violation of Twitch terms of service and have not been held accountable. So they're not applying the punishment equally. There's even been some straight up anti-Semitic things that apparently gone on, and they haven't really punished appropriately. There was a creator that literally went on an anti-Semitic tirade, and I think they only got banned for a week, and that should have been a heavier punishment. And, you know, I have no issue with, you know, platforms punishing people. It's when the punishments are not applied equally. And, you know, like, when I complain about TikTok's moderation, a lot of it comes out of the, reality of it's a little bit heavy-handed, and it's falsely banned a lot of tech creators for just showing code and command line interface stuff. But Twitch just seems to be playing favorites with a few creators. Kick used to be a little bit more Wild West, but they seem to have actually been adjusting quite a few of their stances on things. The future will tell us how this all plays out. No one can really see. Yeah, Los Santos, I got live even earlier today. I did that in part because you had asked for it, along with a couple other people. So, like I said earlier, I'm going to try my best on weekends at least to stream a little bit earlier. I can't always promise that. because weekends are the times I usually keep up on housework and a few other projects that I want to take care of, make content, edit videos, as well as grocery shopping. I do that about every 2 weeks. So I'm going to try to, do that a little bit earlier, but there are no promises. That's why the Twitch schedule still shows the times that it has. But yeah, back to what I was saying, Kick is being favored because Twitch moderation has been unfair, and they've just been heavy-handed on things like VTubers and other content, and it's just weird how they're applying things. Like, certain content is being favored, and I mean, like, what was it? Dan got caught basically gooning to a bunch of, bikini streamers and stuff like that, but then suddenly VTubers were banned for having bikinis in their videos and stuff like that. It's just the way that leadership is running, and they're being unfair to a lot of the creators. But I do also have to say that I'm in favor of Kick merely existing in the streaming space, because it's giving heat to Twitch, that you're now actually seeing Twitch make changes that the community has been asking for a while. Like, I don't know if you all have heard about this, but Twitch has been going heavy against bots finally. And it's been kind of interesting how a lot of streamers have gotten outed. Like, there was one streamer that had a 24/7 stream that hasn't, streamed in forever. And she went from like 2,000 active viewers to like 100. It's crazy seeing all of those things. But you know what is even more amazing? Since the botting has, been taken down, my viewership is up. That's kind of cool. Am I a pen tester? No. If I do pen testing, it's more on the physical penetration side of things, though I haven't done that in a while. I used to do that for medical facilities, doctors, dentists, a few smaller hospitals. I do want to get more into that side of things. I tend to be more blue team these days, setting up a lot of defenses, but I am working on shifting towards purple teaming. Physical penetration phrasing. Yeah, I know. I am so glad I added that sound. Is it encrypted? Because I think Meshtastic broadcasts it in the open. So let me put it this way. Meshtastic has the ability to be encrypted. If you put this in amateur radio mode, like you put your ham call sign on it, you cannot have it encrypted. But I don't operate mine in amateur radio mode. I run it in, simple open Meshtastic mode. You can encrypt the channels. In fact, the Meshtastic DEFCON 33 channel had the 3 channels pre-programmed with AES encryption. I believe it was 256 with the keys pre-programmed. So you can use, you can make encrypted chats. You can pre-share the, you can pre-share the key to other people out there, and then have your own private chat room. So as long as you're on the same channel and you have the proper key, you can then chat over those channels as long as you're within range of each other, or within a few hops of each other, as long as you can basically see each other. So yeah, you can totally use Meshtastic in an open format. By default, out the box, the long fast channel on the default setting is open, but you can add encrypted channels, and you can have a couple dozen channels programmed into your device. As well as you can do direct messaging. So there is that. Now, it should be known it is radio, so it is still technically broadcasting out there, so it doesn't stop anyone, if they're doing active listening, from collecting that data and then decrypting later. But AES is a reasonably secure encryption. It's running our Wi-Fi and a lot of other things there. So, I mean, I'm not saying it won't ever be broken, because, as we know, cryptography is a cat and mouse game. It will eventually be broken, but by the time I think it will be broken, it's not going to be of a concern for most people. You do your own grocery shopping? Yeah. Because I'm a big boy! Where are your dogs? I haven't seen them in a while. They're here. Ari, Barack. Might be taking a nap, because I was just chilling with them watching some anime. What was the anime I actually just started watching today? Gachia Kuta. It was this really great anime I just stumbled across in, Hey, there's my boy. There's my boy. There's my boy. What's up, pupper? Hey, there. You are the best content I view. One love from Spain. I appreciate you, Aster. Happy hacking, buddy. You're going to purple? Yeah. And I don't mean in the way that I'm getting choked. Although I know some of you would be into that. But yeah, I started watching this afternoon when I was getting all my laundry and waiting for all my laundry. I did like 4 or 5 loads of laundry. I have another load in. I forgot to wash a couple of my DEF CON shirts, so that's going to be the next load. I'll probably do that when I take a break in an hour or two, because I have my towels in there right now. Barack! Barack! Ari! I want chicken, I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver.
For me to fix the game, so opened up my toolbox.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Lee8. I think that's your name. Little late, or not? Hurrah! Ari! Do you want a treat? Come on, you schmucks. I know you can hear me, even if you're upstairs. Fine. I'll eat your treat. Not really, although the peanut butter ones do smell good. Cheeky fellow, sure you used the torrent to get it. No, I didn't use a torrent. I used Crunchyroll. Okay, so the honest truth is, I do try to, whenever possible, and it makes sense, use legal streaming methods to acquire content. The issue that I have is when you can't find a lot of that content, or it's broken up on several different platforms. Then it's a problem. My dogs are outside. Looks like the same antenna connector for my alpha IFI adapter, so I might be able to interchange antennas. Got a few 9 decibel antennas that might work. Yeah, Zero Crash. So that is an SMA connector. I think it's specifically... I think it might be an RP SMA connector. Reverse polarity. Yeah, I think this is an RP SMA connector. So, that's one thing you're going to learn as you get into radio and everything. Is the different kind of connectors. SMA versus SMA. Now, you're going to also see these kind of connectors, by the way, in your Wi-Fi antennas. The only difference, really, between this antenna and, say, a Wi-Fi antenna, I have one around there, is the frequency it's designed for. So the easy way to figure that out and the length that you need is Meshtastic work on a phone with Android? Yeah, you just install the Meshtastic app and then you attach it to your device over Bluetooth, or you can use a standalone device like the LilyGo T-Deck, but you can still use that with Bluetooth on your phone. And honestly, using the Meshtastic app opens up more capabilities than just running it locally on your device. Yeah, this is RP SMA. Wait, is it? No, this is just SMA. The threading's different. Yeah, so this is just SMA on here. Yeah, so this is just SMA. RP SMA I've seen on a few of my devices. So, for example, my vector network analyzer. I think this is RP SMA if I'm not mistaken. No, this is just straight SMA as well. So this right here is my SO239 to SMA adapter over here that I'm using for my vector network analyzer to test my antennas. So you'll be able to plug that in, and then I'll be able to see what frequencies it's resonant at. So the way, in case anyone's curious, what the length of an antenna should be, if I remember the formula... it's very simple. If you ever need to figure out and you're making your own antennas, so you take for a half wavelength antenna, I believe is 468 divided by the frequency in megahertz. So 468, let's say, divided by 915. That can't be right. Hold on. Full wavelength antenna calculation. So I'm trying to remember. I know I think 234 was quarter, and then 468 was half. Antenna length calculation. Yeah, it's in meters. That's a dipole antenna. Calculator, vertical antennas. Yeah, so I was right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was right. Okay. So if you're looking at a half wavelength, this is about how many feet you're looking at you would need your antenna to be. If you're talking, what's 468 times 2? That'd be 936. So if you wanted a full wavelength, your antenna would be about a foot. If you wanted a quarter wavelength, you'd be 234 divided by 915. So let's say you wanted to make your own Wi-Fi antenna. If you wanted a full wavelength antenna, you would be looking at a little more than a third of a foot. So, yeah, the calculations are pretty simple, and you learn a lot of these things along the way as you're doing ham radio. That's why I recommend a lot of people, if you're getting into networking, study amateur radio, because a lot of those principles actually do apply into networking, especially wireless networking, and it can only help you altogether understand and plan out a wireless network even better. I'm collecting your data and cookies. At least have some cream with those cookies. Doing pen testing after any convention. Half of the ballpoint pens are not working. I'm planning to buy a Raspberry Pi. What, the 6? Are they already on the 6? Yeah, I mean, they're alright. I haven't bought a new Wi-Fi, a Raspberry Pi in a minute, because I still have a bunch of 3s and 4s. I may eventually get them, but I've been running into a few more things where I need SFF, small form factor computers, like full-on computers, because I'm running into, like, sim dashboards, things like I want to do, that I'm going to need at least like 16 gigabytes of RAM or 32 gigabytes of RAM, and they're hitting the I/O so hard that I'm probably going to want to make some RAM disks for temporary storage. But yeah. The 5 because it has 16 gigs of RAM. I made my own Wi-Fi antennas years back, like Cantenna's other Yagi style, but it's been years. Appreciate the info, Chief. Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, Cantennas are really fun to play with. Yagis are interesting. You can make an antenna out of tape measure. I've seen people do it. There's tons of tutorials and stuff around there for it. Anyway, let's get into, oh yeah, before we continue on, I also had a piece of hardware I bought. Not something I'm planning to use with this setup here. I needed a new headset for when I'm working from home, because for some reason I have the Kingston HyperX Cloud, and it's the wireless one, and it keeps dropping out, so I got tired of it. So I ended up just buying a wired version of it, and these are on sale on Amazon for like 80 bucks right now. I'm going to take a look at this because it just came in a little while ago. Using scissors because TikTok does not like knives of any sort. It looks okay. I mean, it's a basic headset with a wired connection, although I feel like I'm missing... Yeah, I knew that was what I was missing. Every time I've tried wireless headsets historically, I have just not been a fan of them. So, you do get... Is this a DAC? Interesting. You get a detachable headphone connector over there. Seems like the packaging could just be a little bit more efficient. It's like such a waste. It's like, ooh, pretty presentation. Now throw me away. And this is your reminder that you should not be keeping those boxes as nice as they look. So the mic just goes in like that. This is a wired headset, so it's got the tripole connector over here. Mic built in. So if you need to split that out, you're going to need to use something else. But it does... Oh, this is nice. I was like, why is it using a USB-A connector? No, it comes with an A to C adapter, so at least you have that built in. No, I need all my boxes just in case. Abby, you can clear out your closet space and probably the guest room that you've not been able to walk into for years. I'm just guessing, you know, knowing how ADHD people are, just by getting rid of the boxes. You know that roommate that I kicked out that, like, let the dog crap all over the floor and ruin my floors and owed me room for like 3-4 months before I kicked him out, and that was during COVID when it was so hard to kick people out. He was one of those people that kept all of his boxes, and I'm like, dude, I know it's a nice box, but you're never gonna need it again. Throw it out. Like, you have one small room and 1/4 of your room is small boxes. It's not the guest room, it's the half bath. See? Same thing! I called it! I called it! I have to admit, I struggle with throwing away those nice boxes. Well, you should get rid of them. They're not going to really be useful. And the honest truth is, you're like, well, I can store things in them. No, you can't. If you need to store things, go to Staples or an office supply store, get yourself some proper boxes, like from UPS, FedEx, U-Haul, whatever the equivalent is overseas, and, you know, get some packing tape. Do that. Get yourself some proper plastic storage bins, get some label tape, do that. My take on Roblox was weak. What, that Roblox should do better? And Roblox did fail their, to protect, you know, individuals? And that Roblox is getting sued by many different people, including attorneys generals, for, you know, being a playground for predators? I don't know how that's weak. Sorry, zoned out and just tuned out. What about a cardboard boxes from UPS? Oh, I was just hazing some of chat that kept their nice boxes from other things like Xboxes and stuff like that. Parents should do better, not Roblox. You know, two things can be true at the same time. If you are running a platform, you have an obligation to make sure your platform is as safe as possible. And when people are reporting issues and you've actively protected people and not had them banned, even when they were actually confirmed to be predators that have been arrested and convicted, that's a failure of the platform. You don't get it because you're not a parent. You don't have to be a parent to realize when you run a platform, if somebody's reporting legal issues and you're dragging your feet on legal issues, that's a problem with the platform. Two things can be straight at the same time. I still think it's funny. Someone looked up in Roblox shutdown in a browser, and the AI said Roblox was shut down on September 1st, 2025. Making sure that platforms I am using are working properly. Yeah. And the problem is, Roblox did get caught by attorneys generals as basically reneging on their obligations, especially when they banned a creator who was a predator, not a predator, but was a victim of a predator, who then made it his mission to find these people, work with law enforcement to get them taken down. And they banned him and then went after him with legal action instead of admitting, oh yeah, we have a problem here. Oh, Roblox has had issues for many years. And the problem that they don't like is the PR that got around because people were actually calling them out for years saying, hey, we reported that this person is a predator and you're still letting them run around. And it's not like, you know, in the case of like you're accusing someone falsely of it. No, like they had evidence for this. Roblox was run by kids and some of their parents knew it was predatory. Well, yeah. You do all you can to really help kids be as safe as possible, but there's responsibility on both parties here. Parents and platforms. But when the platform markets itself as, you know, something where children can come and be safe on and everything like that, then the platform has an extra obligation to be able to protect children. It's not the same thing as you have a 13-year-old getting into a COD lobby, because we all know COD is really not supposed to be an area where kids go to. Do the squeakers go there? Absolutely. But that's a failure of the parents, not the platform. It's just a game. Forget parenting and the law. The problem is everyone's looking to the government to be the parent these days. I mean, look at what's happening with the UK Online Safety Act, the Kids Online Safety Act in the USA, the chat control legislation they're proposing over in the EU, the Screen Act they're proposing in the USA. The problem is people don't want to do the proper policing they need to do both as parents and as platform. And then they look to government to do this, and you got a bunch of, you know, ignorant mofos that don't know how this works, imposing all these ideas that they think are great, but don't consult with any technical experts to say, oh, yeah, it don't work like that. That's been the problem with a lot of tech legislation for many years. In regards to tech legislation for years, I mean, people don't remember that in the 1990s, was it Phil Zimmerman, I think was his name? I could be wrong on that. I think the last name was Zimmerman. The guy that made PGP, Pretty Good Privacy, which was a cryptographic way for you to secure messages and other things and verify software integrity, all that. They actually tried to get him tried for exporting, I think it was like weapons or munitions or something like that in the 1990s, because his encryption was too strong for the average person to have. And then the government went crazy and was like, well, you know, we should create escrowed key encryption so that they can have their encryption, but we can have a key escrowed and then we can, you know, get access to it whenever needed. And this was an actual standard. I've talked about this in prior content. I've talked about this in many different streams and videos, called FIPS 185. And NIST finally yanked the approval for that standard about a decade ago, realizing the flaws in it. But you know who was a proponent of that? And I'm not trying to be political by any means. Hillary Clinton, when she was a senator. She was a proponent of the Clipper chip, aka FIPS 185. And then it reared its ugly head again when she ran for president in 2015-16, where she was actually proposing a cryptographic Manhattan project to backdoor encryption. And that was, by the way, a huge reason why a lot of the cybersecurity community did not like Hillary Clinton. I didn't say they like Trump, but there's these little things that happen where the cybersecurity community tends to be one of those ones where we may be, leaning one way or another, but we will chew up any politician, regardless of what party you ascribe to, when you do not understand the technology you are speaking about. Cyberrock, what's up, buddy? It's all about the parents. When I grew up, I played COD and Halo 3 online and used mic and crap and made some friends I still have to today and met in person, but I was taught there's crap you don't do. My dad was present and I gamed in the living room. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, there was an incident I had when I was a little kid. I want to say I was like 9, maybe 10 years old. The years of AOL Instant Messenger. Some random person messaged me. I didn't know who they were, and I told them to stop talking to me. And I immediately went to my dad, and I told him what was going on. He jumped on and took over. I think he actually ended up calling the police on that one. I don't remember. It's kind of vague and fuzzy, but I had involved parents, and they had educated me better on that. And I do have a lot of friends that I made online, but it was one of those situations of I knew this person did not have good intent. I at least was smart enough there because my parents taught me to be like, something ain't right here. Remember we went after Tipper Gore over the Clipper chip? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Tipper Gore, Hillary Clinton, a lot of different people. Trump understands a lot. No, he doesn't. Trump doesn't understand half the crap that he deals with. If you ever actually listen to him on his diatribe, you can tell he doesn't know a lot of the things that he speaks about. And remember, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm politically a nihilist. He understands bigly. And you're questioning the $3,000 your father needed. Well, there's a difference because there was a 30-year age gap between those incidents that happened. Well, 20 years. My dad actually fell into a cryptocurrency scam. There's a difference there when I was questioning his need for demanding for money because he was a victim of a pig butchering scam, and he eventually admitted as much. Things were simpler when the internet was a series of tubes. That, I think it was an Alaskan senator, if I'm not mistaken, maybe representative. I could be also wrong on the state. That quote will live in infamy. I still reference it quite a lot myself. I ran into quite a few creeps on AOL and Prodigy for sure back in the day. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The internet was a wild place back then. Well, when I say I made friends online, I didn't meet them until after I was an adult and we decided to do a get-together. Yeah, I had a very similar experience as well with some of my online friends. Didn't meet them until I was old enough. The only friends that I had made that were online were like locally in the city and stuff like that, but I happen to know, friends of friends, and then we only got to meet each other when we went to different birthday parties or high school parties, stuff like that. But it was a totally different world, and I'm like, we're not allowing like anyone that was, of course, not in high school or of high school age in a high school party. Yeah, stuff like that. But I feel like the world is a little bit different today than it once was. You're a new friend in Egypt? Oh, nice. Salam alaikum, habibi. I've been to Egypt one time. I crossed over. This was many years ago. You cross through, it was when I was in Israel. You cross through Gaza into Egypt. And I will tell you, seeing the pyramids in Giza was one of the most overhyped things. And I say that because you can get a great view of the pyramids from KFC, and I think it was Pizza Hut, if I'm not mistaken, or was it Domino's? It was like one of the most disappointing things. But don't get me wrong, Egypt, the people there, lovely. The food, amazing. No, let me put it this way. I am for the people wherever they are. I am pretty much anti-government in that whole situation, if that's what you're talking about. I have family that's Palestinian as well as Israeli, family that's Muslim as well as Jewish. Netanyahu can go eat a bag of dicks for all I care. But Hamas is bad for the Palestinians too. I think the Palestinians get a shaft 6 ways to Sunday, no matter what way you look at it. I mean, you look at what was it? Yasser Arafat died with $1 billion estate while his people are starving, and his family is apparently living off in hotels and stuff. So, yeah, I think everyone's getting screwed in this entire thing. I don't think there's really any side that's really all that much better with the current things, how they're going. It's a good thing I hung out with my kids and learned the games. Well, yeah, I think that's an important thing for every parent to do. The left and right rings in our politics are more like left and right lanes en route on the same destination, in my opinion. Yet, and that destination is to hell. Hell is paved with good. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. That is my honest perspective here. And the reason why I am so disillusioned with politics is I actually used to study politics when I was back when I was in college a little bit as my electives and everything. And I know too much about politics, which is why I don't play favorites in politics. And I feel like anyone who is hardcore, you know, one way or another is incapable of seeing the shades of gray and gets the fog covering their eyes to forget there are humans that are getting impacted by all of this. And most of the world's problems come down to you have leaders that are in a dick measuring contest. And yes, I do believe Netanyahu is a war criminal. He's been in power way too long. As we talked about, he was in the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. Yeah. Yep. Do the cups on those DT cans swivel, or are they pretty fixed position? No, they are pretty fixed. I did swap out the pads. As you can see, these are not stock. I just added some ones from Wicked Cushion because they help a little bit more with the sweat. And even with my open backs, they seal it a little bit better. What is my daily driver Linux? So I use Pop! OS Linux. I use Pop! OS is my main one that I use for daily for gaming and all that, as we'll be playing in a little bit when we get into Halo Reach. And then I had a few of my audience also ask me to play Watch Dogs, which will be interesting, as they said, because apparently it's a game that involves hacking, and I'm curious as a cybersecurity professional myself what my take will be on that, because I've never played that game before. But I also use Cubes OS for when I need something that's reasonably secure. I use Parrot OS for when I want something prepackaged with all of my ethical hacking tools, as I'm learning more and more red teaming stuff. And then I also dabble in the, I generally roll out Debian or Ubuntu for servers. That's where I go with it. Yeah, my pleasure, Dawn. So yeah, I got this headset over here. This is not what I'm going to be using on stream. I don't like closed back headsets generally, but this is what I'm going to be using when I'm working from home because I needed something for Teams and Zoom, but my wireless headset kept cutting out, so I got a wired version, and apparently this was a little bit better. But yeah. Watchdog game series is fun, but the technical stuff feels real far-fetched and a bit watered down. Well, that's partially why my community wanted me to take a look at it. So, yeah. Now let's get into some of the videos and stuff that my mods and I had planned to look at. So, for those of you that haven't caught up, we started doing some format changes, and there's a Discord channel over here, Review on Stream, where I and the moderators will try to stage different content, and other people are welcome to put in there that you want me to check out on stream. So we've been going through this, like we went through this side over here, and there's a little bit more. So we've got a few videos over here. We've got Discord. AT&T long lines, the wireless network before the internet. Thought that was an interesting video. Password managers vulnerable to zero-day clickjacking attack. We did cover this one where a dude was actually arrested in the Dublin airport for anime images, which is a little bit concerning. And then this guy had a coil antenna review, which I thought would be interesting because it does 8+ bands. There was also this Meshtastic watch. Valve is Linux anti-cheats only hope. There are a few other things, the Steam and Nexus mod situation, but we'll go through some of these videos before we start shifting into our gaming on Linux stuff. I'm curious how long the AT&T video is. Any thoughts on Graphene OS? Yeah, I use it as my DEF CON phone. I like Graphene OS. It's a reasonably secure operating system for a phone that I think is a good balance of being an everyday device, as well as reasonably secure. The only issue that you run into it is if you use your phone for Google Pay, you can't use it because it requires a signed firmware image, and Graphene is not, because you're packaging it yourself and stuff like that. So the way to get around that, if you do intend to use Google Pay, get a Google Pixel watch, preferably with a cell signal. Get that set up with Google Pay. Use your watch for Google Pay, and then use your phone for phone things. Because of you, I got my ham license. Hey! Nice to always see another hammer in the field. 7-3, buddy. On a scale of 1 to 10, how badly could you hack me? Let me just say the people that ask that question don't really understand what they're asking. I don't think you're asking the right questions if you're like, could you hack me? Because anyone that's going to jump on that and be like, oh yeah, I totally could, probably doesn't know what they're talking about. It depends on a lot of different things. There would have to be a recon going on to see what you're actually using and then go from there. But most attacks actually end up being done through phishing, so it's kind of surprising how effective phishing is, even bad phishing. We've caught a lot of people with phishing testing at work for like things that shouldn't have mattered. Like, we sent out a DraftKings phish one time to a work email. I think we caught like 30 people. What's phishing? So phishing, P-H-I-S-H-I-N-G, is basically the ability to have people do an action that they shouldn't be doing. So in this case, it's mostly clicking a link, like say in an email. You ever get that email that's like pretending to be something else, and it's like pretending to be like a cryptocurrency wallet, or you know, like, okay, here's one that everyone gets, probably has experienced. The fake UPS, USPS, FedEx, or whatever shipping company texts. Like, you have a package waiting for you, click this link, and it looks absolutely not real. That. Because what they're trying to do is have you go to a website, potentially grab some credentials that you put in there to grab your information, or the website itself is designed that as soon as you get in, it's gathering information and harvesting it about you. So you have phishing through emails, phishing through SMS, you know, text messaging, that they call that smishing. You have phishing through voice, so people calling you, oftentimes now with AI. Vishing, yep, the fake traffic cam tickets too. Like, you have an unpaid toll on this turnpike and all that. Yeah, I get all those. You've got now the new issue is crishing, which is QR phishing. There's actually sending QR codes, and people don't pause to think about what they're scanning with the QR code. That's why I hate QR codes being used everywhere. There's no security around a QR code. And people's implicit trust around QR codes leads to some bad behaviors. That's why, if you ever looked in my videos with me at DEF CON, I normally have to hide it with an emoji because TikTok doesn't like QR codes in there. I rickroll people with a morale patch I have on my bag. And it would be funny if you realized how many people at DEF CON scanned my bag without thinking and got rickrolled. Now imagine if I had intended to do something more malicious. And it wouldn't be too hard for a lot of these restaurants that are requiring you to scan a QR code to get a menu to go over, design a sticker, place that over it on top, and none be the wiser as you do a man-in-the-middle interception. So, yeah, you will almost never catch me scanning a random QR code. The only exception to the rule is when I'm meeting someone and I'm like, hey, what's your signal? And we'll bring up our Signal app and generate the QR code on the spot. But that's because I see them with the app, generate the QR code, and it's opening up to Signal on my phone. And even then, I'm kind of weary about it because I have to know somebody before I actually am like, yeah, let's communicate on Signal. My email and password from forever ago were leaked somewhere. I always attempted to get login notifications. So the way that you can actually, so of course you should be monitoring your stuff. There is like Proton Pass can actually do an analysis as well as Bitwarden. Shameless plug. I am affiliated with Proton. Just transparency there. Not affiliated with Bitwarden, but I will still recommend them. Both of them actually do searches to see if your passwords have actually been compromised. They're both great password managers. If you do want to get Proton, which is the one I use, links in bio to use that. But you can actually also set yourself up for alerts. So if you go to this website, a lot of people are not aware of this, but everyone in cybersecurity is aware of this, or if you're not, should be aware of this. It's called Have I Been Pwned? So this is created, I think his name is Troy Hunt. He was a VP of Microsoft. And this is basically an aggregate of all the different sites that have been breached. So you can see there's different things here. Like Pi-hole themselves even got breached. Had email addresses and names leaked. So you can find out all of this stuff, and you can punch in your email address. And then see if your email has ever been in a data breach. You can also, if you just feel like you want to check how weak your password is, put that in and see how many times it's been leaked. So I will put in password 123. And I can see right here, it's been pwned 612,567 times before. Which means if someone were to spray your accounts, they probably already have that in some kind of a rainbow table. And of course, you can set up the notification over here so that it can notify you whenever your email happens to be in a breach. We also have an API. And I think Proton as well as Bitwarden are using this API. But yeah, totally worth knowing this site. It's not the only repo of this, but it's the most popular one. What are some of your favorite free online resources? You know what's annoying is a lot of the things that I used to use no longer exist. It's a really annoying part of growing up because a lot of the ways that I would actually recommend people to have learned things that I did don't exist anymore. But I will give you some other alternatives here. So y'all have seen how DEF CON has all these different talks and things like that. Well, they actually have the InfoCon drive, which, damn it, my drive is upstairs and I meant to bring it down here. We're supposed to go through that one day. Anyway, this is all the stuff on the InfoCon server, and you can see all the talks from prior cons out here. This is all free. Just go to infocon.org. If you go to DEF CON, bring an 8 terabyte hard drive, they will clone this entire database for you. And it has all the talks, by the way, for DEF CON from 1 through 32. So, hold on. DEF CON. Where is it? There we go. DEF CON. So you can see DEF CON 1. All the way, you have DEF CON China. They even got the music. And see, they have DEF CON 32. So everything from there. You've got DerbyCon, which used to be a great thing. A lot of the different, cons from around the world, so you can learn from a lot of these different talks out there with their papers, presentations, and whatever information had out there. They have the entire torrents as well, if that makes it easier for you. And this is where I go to tell you as well that BitTorrent is not all illegal. These are 100% legal torrents. There is no legal issue with these. BitTorrent in and of itself is not an illegal technology. It is the way that you use BitTorrent that can make it illegal. And they even have, hacker movies, little over here. Not anything that, is too copyrighted or copywritten. You have documentaries over here, so if you want to learn different things, these are great. But yeah, there's a lot in here. Even have podcasts. So you can even have... Darknet Diaries. A lot of their episodes are here, so if you're curious in diving into that. Is the CCC club from Germany? Let me see. I didn't know. I don't know if they're here. They should be. Cons. Let's see. Chaos Computer Club? That the one you're talking about? Yeah, they're here. If that's the one you're talking about. The Triple C. Yeah, so you have their stuff there. So you can see Camp 2023. Some of it's in English. Some of it's in German, of course. But yeah, so they have a little bit of everything. Is this for learning exploits? It's a little bit of everything. These are all the talks that people actually give at the conventions. The only thing it doesn't really have, if I recall, is the most recent Black Hat stuff. No, wait. I take that back. They have the Black Hat talks in here, too. Because I thought because they bought a, the media company bought Black Hat and basically turned it into one big marketing exploit, they wouldn't have theirs, and they were segmenting off the data. But okay, that's good to know. They archive all the cons. Pretty much, to my knowledge, everything's there. They even... This is what blew me away. Let me see if I can find it. Documentaries... Other... I think... Yeah. So, they even had the TV show that got me started into a lot down the rabbit hole of how I think about different exploits and stuff. The Broken, which was with Kevin Rose. This was pre-YouTube. A friend of the family introduced me to this. So they actually have all 3 episodes of The Broken that I remember were there. This was on Rev TV, I think it was, before YouTube even existed. There is a 4th episode. I don't think it's really... I think it was a bunch of bloopers and everything. But yeah. Oh, they did another one. Okay, so I haven't seen that. That came out a few years after, I guess. But yeah, like the first episode jumped right into war driving and WAP hacking. The free pizza for life hack. That's where I learned that. Where I was social engineering for pizza. That trick worked all the way up to college. Just doesn't work anymore because nobody really, orders pizza in person anymore. You have, they had an episode where they actually taught you how to make a battering ram with some pieces at the hardware store. Yeah, $20 on parts from your local Home Depot. With inflation, it's probably more like 40 or 50. They also had Windows password, hash extraction and cracking, and modding Xbox, PS2, and GameCube. And they also, I remember this, they made a self-destructing laptop with thermite. And that was the episode they also sat down with Kevin Mitnick and it introduced me to that. Oh, this is infocon.org. So this is an official part of DEF CON. And if you go to the data duplication village... I'm going to pull this up. The DEF CON data duplication village. So I always make a beeline. So the first day of DEF CON, day 0, is always get merch, get badge, drop drive off to data duplication village. That's pretty much most of what you can do unless you get some workshops. So the what they basically offer, let me see if I can find they change the site a little bit every year. Here we go. They offer you 5 drives that you can grab a copy of. Drive A is that entire Infocon drive. It ends up being quicker than downloading all of the stuff. You need a 6 terabyte drive. It used to be 4 terabytes, but it's grown. I get 8 terabyte drives, obviously. And then they have 3 hard drives of rainbow tables. I keep this NAS, 1 second. This is my NAS. Is Mitnick still alive? No. He passed away a few years ago. Stream was stuttering a bit. Not sure if it was just me. It did stutter for a bit. I dropped a few packets, it looked like. Dropped a few frames. So, I have 3 drives here with, rainbow tables. I have 24 terabytes of drives with 6, 12, 20 terabytes of rainbow table data. I thought about getting the VX Underground archive, which is what some people will probably want to look at. For those of you not familiar with VX Underground, that is papers, samples, and malicious code that you can use for analysis and experimentation. Bear in mind, have a sacrificial device for that. Make sure you isolate whatever you're tinkering with that. Why do they overcomplicate it? It's all marketing. What's all marketing? But yeah, I have my 3 drives here. And then, as you can see, I have my screws here for my Infocon drive. I have space for a 5th drive, because I always had planned to get the VX Underground drive. But, I just haven't seen the point in it, because I don't really have a lot of time to sit around and tinker with that stuff. Maybe one day if I do well enough and can retire from my job and just actually work on my content. Although it's kind of funny seeing the free Kevin stickers around DEF CON, because the free Kevin stickers started floating back after he had passed away, because the free Kevin stickers originally started floating around when he was in prison. Now the joke is free Kevin from heaven. Anyway. Is VX Heaven still available on torrents? I believe so. I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on that. But yeah. I still gotta dig through a lot of my DEF CON stuff and, all that stuff out there. We'll eventually do a drive on the Infocon drive and stuff there. I might grab my Infocon drive from upstairs when I hit the bathroom and when I go for a break in about an hour or so. So are we all going to start posting terrible codes on GitHub on purpose so the MSAI learns? Yeah, Microsoft is doing some shady stuff with GitHub. I've learned about that. The CEO left and they have no intentions of, doing the right thing. They're just pulling it into Microsoft's AI thing. And the problem is AI is a bubble that is bursting. I don't know if you saw, but there's a lot of AI companies that are starting to fail. All right. So, let's get into some videos. So I set some aside for me to look at. I have not seen these yet. Wanted to enjoy them with you. So the first video that we're going to go through is the Forgotten Wireless Network. This is AT&T. Hold on. This is the Forgotten Wireless Network from AT&T, the long lines, the wireless network before the internet. Apparently this was around from 1945 to 1999. So I find it really interesting that this, technology exists. And I honestly like to learn a lot of the older technology to kind of see where we came from, and so we can better understand possibly where we're going. So, not familiar with this creator out here. Some of the best creators for tech do not have a lot of followers, present company included. So let's check out this video and see what they're going to be talking about here, and maybe we can learn a few things. You know what helps? I just remembered I rebooted this computer, so I have to reset my pipe wire. You don't have to do that. I do, because I'm blasting the audio to multiple places. I have it go into my mixer, and then I have it go to my capture card. And then restart Firefox to pick up the audio.
Today, when you make a call on a cell phone, that call typically goes wirelessly to a cell tower through a wired fiber optic network,
Yep.
and then wirelessly again to your recipient.
Mm-hmm.
We don't think much about this. It just happens. But what if I told you that only 60 years ago, this connection mechanism was almost reversed?
Really?
60 years ago, you would have most likely made your call on a landline phone connected via a copper network. This call, if long distance...
I remember how messy copper networks were when I was starting out. This is an over-embellishment of it, but yeah.
...would then go over a wireless radio network, tower to tower, across the country. Each tower-to-tower link would be carrying up to thousands of phone calls and several TV broadcasts as well.
Interesting.
But these broadcasts weren't meant for you and me to watch. They were being sent to numerous ABC, NBC, and CBS affiliates in cities across the nation. These transmissions were at radio frequencies so high at the time that no consumer equipment could tune in. And the beams were so tightly aimed that they would have been hard to pick up anyways. Today we're talking about AT&T long lines, the forgotten network that connected the country before the internet. So
that's really interesting. I wonder what frequency they worked at, but yeah, that's really interesting. It would probably had a decent amount of bandwidth, even if you're just producing black and white TV and stuff between network stations and everything. That's interesting.
The question is, why would you use wireless radio links instead of wires to get communications across the country? And the answer is, of course, complicated. In the early days of telegraphy and telephony, experimentation occurred with both wires and radio. Wires obviously presented a challenge, as you needed extremely long cables to span distances. How else would one get a call from New York to California, or even...
Not only that, you had to have regeneration centers, because the signal would eventually attenuate at a certain point. So you need to have like, if you've ever wondered why there's those telco centers at different blocks, it's because basically it's there to amplify the signal again. Not to mention the purification of copper to the point that telecommunications needed it was really hard to do early on, from my understanding. So there was a lot of different things that went into it.
Challenging New York to London. Early pioneers of radio discovered that radio waves would bounce off the atmosphere and allow for communicating over these long distances without the wire.
HF does. But back in the time, HF, high frequency, was like very high for them. I think technically back then what HF is now considered was VHF or UHF for them. I would have to double check on that.
Service between New York and London began in 1928. The problem, though, is that these radio waves were hard to control.
So I was right. Okay. No. I was actually wrong here. They were using HF, 3 to 30 megahertz. It is necessary to change frequencies from day to night, and at times during magnetic storms, some circuits simply disappear. This is true, because it has to do with the geomagnetic there's the A index and the K index that have to do with the geomagnetic activity of the atmosphere. And there's a way to understand the minimum usable frequency as well as the maximum usable frequencies to hit wherever you're looking at. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into radio, and it's really fascinating the more you actually research it, which is why I got into amateur radio as well, to understand a lot of this stuff. Just curious what they're saying here. For fellows, HF radio has played a big role in overseas communications until the advent of repeatered submarine cables, 1956, and satellite communication. The Telstar equipment experiment in 1962. HF radio carried the whole load of overseas voice communication and much of overseas telegraph communication. It still seems to have considerable future in supplying small circuit groups to odd corners of the world, but the development of HF radio was a detour. It was clear from the start that this frequency band offered a limited number of circuits. The very characteristics that... Hold on. That permitted HF to span oceans made it hard to reuse frequencies around the world. Thus, it was desirable not to use such frequencies within areas where wire facilities were feasible. Research had to move to higher frequencies. And by the way, for those of you curious, 3 to 30 megahertz, that's the same spectrum. I mean, admittedly, it's using a small part of it, of CB radio. CB radio is, I think, somewhere like 26.7 to 27.4 megahertz, or I'm probably off on that by a few hundred kilohertz, maybe a whole megahertz or two. But yeah, it's really interesting to learn all that.
Better during the day, others better at night, and sometimes atmospheric conditions would prevent them from working at all. Furthermore, the range of radio frequencies that will bounce off the atmosphere is very small compared to the range of frequencies used today. And since the radio waves went everywhere, frequencies were hard to reuse. So this left room for very few calls. And naturally, telephone companies charge top dollar.
I'm going to show you what he's talking about here. So there's another thing that comes into play. Now remember, a lot of this came about, knowledge, after we had actually, been playing with radio for a while. So you actually have a solar cycle that, is where it's optimal to use, radio. So here we go. So as you can see, there is we are right around, where are we? We're here. We're coming down off the peak where HF radio is still really fun to use, and you can have a large amount of propagation. So if you want to really experience a lot of fun with radio, get your license now! But about every 5 years or so, we go through a cycle of upwards and downwards. And you can see some years are better than others. It's really interesting that they actually have the cycle going that far back. But basically, that was one of the things that also caused it to be not optimal always for radio frequencies to be using for, really reliable things. And then you also have, different indexes over here that go into it. There's the A index and the K index for, your daily and weekly health of the geomagnetic storms and stuff. But yeah, so this is kind of what he's talking about over there, and why wire is generally more optimal than radio frequencies, because if you have solar storms or geomagnetic activity in the atmosphere, not to mention the solar cycle sunspot capability, these can all either be a benefit or a hindrance to your radio capabilities.
Thus, due to the limitation of radio, wires were still widely used. AT&T strung and buried hundreds of thousands of miles of wire and cable. But initially, each pair of wires could only carry one call.
Yep.
Technology came out to use frequency division multiplexing to place 16 calls on the same wire pair. But it was clear that this couldn't be increased forever. And over long distances, a pair of electrical conductors has less bandwidth than even the radio frequencies that will bounce off the atmosphere. So you'd still need a lot of wire. Furthermore, TV was getting big in the 40s. Network television required broadcasts to be delivered from a hub city, like New York, across the country. And video signals require a lot more bandwidth than a phone call.
Oh, what's going on? We're learning about AT&T long lines, the wireless network technology they had before the internet from 1945 to 1999. Really interesting stuff, because I like radio.
Video signals had so much bandwidth that they required coaxial cables to go any reason.
Okay, that's interesting. Look at how the cable construction is over here. So you have one fat cable over here, and then you have, what is it, 1, 2, wait, are these individuals? Yeah, so there's like all these different pairs of wires in here and different conductors. You have these thick cores over here, then you have these smaller ones that look like, wow, there's a lot packed into that.
Distance. In fact, each coaxial tube inside this larger cable could only carry one TV program.
Mm.
And a cable that weighs over 5 pounds per foot costs a lot of money.
5 pounds per foot. So, to give you an idea of that, what is it, roughly 3 feet in a meter, if I recall correctly? I know, uncivilized units, hard to convert, we get it. That's roughly, about a little more than 2 kilos per every third of a meter, if my math is right there, for my international audience there. That's a thick cable.
Furthermore, this 4,000-mile cable required 950 electrically powered amplification stations, about one every 4 miles.
Yep. Like I talked
So
about, you had to have
it
those
clear that something badly
regeneration
needed.
reamplification stations.
Scientists and engineers had discovered that higher radio frequencies behaved more predictably and could be directed into narrow beams with shaped metallic antenna elements. These frequency bands could carry multiple TV channels and thousands of phone calls, all without the wires. You only needed a repeater station about once every 30 miles, as the signals would not go over the horizon. The challenge was
That's interesting. They're not going over the horizon because HF would be able to bounce off the atmosphere. So they're doing a direct point-to-point, more or less line of sight, if I'm not mistaken.
making the electronics that could produce and handle these frequencies. Vacuum tubes were the device of choice at the time, as semiconductor devices were only in their infancy.
Vacuum tubes are still used in a lot of different applications because there's some things they're still better at than transistor radio. Just keep that in mind. There's a lot of reasons why audiophiles, for example, still rely on vacuum tubes. And I know some hammers that actually still use vacuum tube equipment. I forgot the specifics of why they do it, but I know there are some that are still out there. You can actually go to Hamvention and still buy vacuum tubes for different equipment.
Bell Labs hacked at this problem and in 1945 managed to set up a successful experimental link between New York City and Boston. The link showed so much promise that only 2 years later, the FCC gave AT&T a license to deploy this network across the nation. For
Interesting.
logistical reasons, the band was shifted down a bit from the experimental band used. At the time, many frequencies were being tested, and the FCC understood how
Oh, so I misunderstood. They were in the gigahertz range over here. That's why they did it line up. Okay, that makes more sense. I was misunderstanding something.
important spectrum planning was about to become. So in 1947, 3.7 to 4.2 gigahertz was given to AT&T to build out their network. Cutting-edge technology was required for these frequencies at the time. These frequencies are technically known as microwave and operate at an even higher frequency than your microwave oven.
Yeah.
The first commercially
Microwaves operate at 2.4 gigahertz, so if you ever wonder why early on Wi-Fi had issues when your microwave turned on, that was why. Funny story with that, I used to date a girl that was friends with, not friends, she was the sister of a friend of mine, and I would regularly say, like, hey, I'm gonna come over, can you, like, maybe microwave some of the leftovers you had when we were in the middle of a match? And you would just hear this blood-curdling scream from her brother as we were in a match, and, you know, he's stuttering, and then I just own him. It'd be one of the funniest things I'd do. And then I'd, of course, show up, you know, but all that. But it was like, yeah, I'll be over as soon as I finish this match with your brother. Hey, can you warm this up for me? And then that was an easy way to end the match because I would basically own him. And then he would get so pissed off, he figured out what I was doing after like the third or fourth time that happened. Doesn't work as much now because of microwave shielding as well as routers kind of get around that. And there's 5 gigahertz, 6 gigahertz networks. But I am curious to see if AT&T is still utilizing the license for this 500 megahertz spread of spectrum.
deployed version of this network was known as TD2 and used 6 10 megahertz wide channels spaced across the allocation. Note all the space between the channels and the amount of unused space. This is because
So the sister will warm up your food. So basically, it was like her mom made these like amazing dishes and all that, and their mom liked me. So like I'd come over, they'd have that, and we'd just I would be like, hey, does your mom have any of those leftovers? You mind warming them up, and I'll be over in like 10-15 minutes after I finish this with your brother.
Filtering technology was much more primitive back then. The system required wide channel spacing to work well. A channel could carry either one television broadcast or 480 phone calls. AT&T built these communication sites to be hardened since this was all being built out during the Cold War.
Oh, you can still buy these bunkers, by the way. They are for sale. They're a hot commodity amongst preppers. I would love to get one of these telco bunkers. What kind of food was it? Any kind of thing. It could be like steak or whatever. Just typical mom food they would make for the kids. Steak, chicken. Either way, it was good.
Generators for backup power. Many sites had incinerator toilets if you were late on the job or shitting a brick during the apocalypse. One site I was at had this nice outhouse too, where you could sit next to a friend. And many
Friends who poop together stay together.
reportedly had bunkers, 30-day food supplies, radiation detection equipment, and HVAC equipment designed to mitigate radiation and shockwave exposure in the case of an attack. Now, getting back to the technology, AT&T and Bell Labs rapidly improved the system in the early 50s. Consumable components, such as vacuum tubes, were replaced with better designs to increase longevity. By 1951, the development of slot filters using ferrite cores allowed the number of channels to be nearly doubled. A few
Interesting.
years later, Bell Labs began working on a newer technology called TH, which would operate in the 6 GHz band. This new technology
Now, what's interesting is where they plot that. If this is an accurate chart here, that is right underneath 6 gigahertz, where the new Wi-Fi standard is. So I would presume this is no longer a thing if the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi standard is now a thing. But we can look up that later.
had twice the
Battleship Starco.
number of channels as TD2 and could carry 1,200 calls per channel. Advancements in antenna encoding technology allowed them to cram more than 4 times the amount of data into the same 500 MHz bandwidth as TD2. The challenge was creating an antenna that could support both TD2 and TH at the same time. This issue was solved in 1955, and the new antennas started to roll out. However, with the new antennas, AT&T realized that
What's interesting with these antennas, though, is they kind of look similar to phase shift array antenna radar that you're using now in airports. For those of you that are not familiar, have you ever noticed that the mechanical rotating dish for radar is no longer in a lot of airports? Because they've gone to basically solid state phase shift arrays where they have it tuned at different points and it can now track multiple targets as to opposed conventional radar.
upgrade the TD2 system first. They managed to add more channels to TD2 and get up to 600 calls per channel with new multiplexer technology. TH was thus put on the back burner until 1961 when AT&T began to roll it out. In 1962, AT&T and Bell Labs decided it was time to overhaul the TD2 system. They would replace the klystron tube in the transmitter with a lower noise traveling wave tube. Furthermore, all other vacuum tubes in the system would be replaced with solid-state electronics, and the receiver would be improved with newer diode technology. The new revision would be TD3. Improvements to the antennas and physical plant would also be made, allowing the number of calls per channel to be increased once again to 1,200. AT&T found that just the antenna and plant improvements allowed the number of calls to be increased to 900, and termed this
Interesting.
revision TD2A. They quickly began to roll out this capacity increase before TD3 arrived. By 1968, it was estimated that 40% of long-distance calls and 95% of intercity television programs were being carried over the AT&T Long Lines microwave network. In the 1970s, the gallium arsenide field effect transistor, or GaAsP, was developed at Bell Labs and became the first semiconductor device to be economically viable for the final amplification stage at 4 GHz. Consequently, in the early 80s, AT&T replaced every remaining vacuum tube amplifier with the more reliable semiconductor-based devices. So, what happened? Well, other technologies caught up.
Yup.
Satellites allowed TV broadcasts to be delivered across the continent without a complex microwave repeater network.
And I can only imagine having those complex repeaters was very expensive in terms of power, in terms of upkeep, and, just logistically getting out to some of these areas. Because if you're talking about a repeater roughly every 30 miles, you got to think, like, along these pathways, there's some pretty remote areas that it's going to take some time to actually get to.
Fiber optic technology eventually improved to the point where it had much more capacity for calling and data than the microwave network. Even AT&T stopped expanding their microwave network in the 1970s as they began to focus on fiber. And in the 1990s, the long lines microwave network went dark. AT&T sold off all the towers in 1999. Some were purchased by cell tower companies like American Tower and have been repurposed. Some went unpurchased and now stand derelict. Some were torn down. And some even still have the old microwave equipment inside. And a select few, between New York City and Chicago, are still being used as microwave relays.
Interesting.
Albeit with new equipment. Microwave transmission provides slightly lower latency over the same distance compared to fiber optics, making it a potentially useful technology for real-time applications like high-frequency trading.
Oh, of course, it comes back to traders.
AT&T long lines towers and bunkers built during the Cold War era are a fascinating piece of urban lore. While this technology stands derelict, if it's even still standing.
Does he keep saying derelict? It's derelict. I'm sorry, that is bothering me.
The technologies developed by Bell Labs live on in everything we use today. In fact, the frequencies used by the TD2 system can now be produced by your 5G cell phone.
Okay, that explains my question about the frequency uses and if the latency is still being existing and everything like that. I would like to come across some of these stations and then do a little bit of an exploration, especially if I can come across some of the ones that have some of the original microwave equipment. That'd be a really cool find. But yeah. Targets, is that what you call civilian airlines? I mean, to some people they're targets. But yeah. So, that was a little interesting video out there, about the AT&T long lines. I didn't even know that really existed as well. Huh. Kind of food for thought on how our networks actually used to be back in the day. Moving on, let's see what else we had in the queue over here. So, we have... derelict. I've heard it both ways. I have not. Okay, so we have another video over here. Haven't seen this guy before, not familiar with him, but this came across my feed and some people were talking about it in my groups about password manager vulnerabilities. So the title is Most Major Password Managers Vulnerable to Zero-Day Clickjacking Attack. So we'll see what he's talking about and if it's that big of a deal. We'll probably comment along. So, yeah, maximize the screen here.
Saw a headline today that absolutely stopped me in my tracks. Let's get right into it. Researchers expose zero-day clickjacking vulnerabilities in major password manager. All right, this combines a lot of my interests: clickjacking, long history with that, and AppSec. Password managers and browser extensions is what I'm guessing they're attacking here. As I keep saying, I can't stop talking about extension security. So they're saying hacker demonstrates how
yeah,
easy it is to
he's
steal
right that
data
extensions
from
are a
popular
problem.
password managers. Pretty carefully worded headline, steal data, not steal passwords. So this was on Socket's blog, but they're linking out to a DEF CON talk. This just happened in Vegas like a week and a half ago, put out by Merrick Toth. Sorry if I mispronounced that. So let's get into...
That was one of the talks I happened to miss because there was another talk going on that I wanted to see. I don't remember what talk I saw. Maybe it was some of CTF I was working on. Either way, I didn't get to see this, but I will probably catch up on that talk as the talks are released.
His highlights the key information that he talks about here. He selected 11 password managers to test this that are used for specifically as browser extensions, and all of them were vulnerable to this new DOM-based extension clickjacking thing that this researcher found. This isn't just your traditional clickjacking. If you don't know what clickjacking is, I'll get to it in 1 second. Oh, the other interesting part of this entire video is a lot of these password managers are choosing to not fix this vulnerability, which makes this a very interesting conversation. So these are all like the major password managers. They're saying a single click anywhere on the attacker's site could leak credit card details. This is pretty standard clickjacking, but I didn't know what this whole DOM-based extension clickjacking thing is that he's saying is kind of new. He said all password managers filled the credentials not only to the main domain, but also to subdomains. This is an interesting part. So if an attacker could find cross-site scripting even on subdomains, which if you're familiar with bug bounty hunting or AppSec at all, cross-site scripting is way more common on random subdomains that the security team might not even be aware of. This is why attack surface management and recon is like a big part of identifying these vulnerabilities. But sometimes those subdomains don't have access to the same like level of information as the main domain. They're saying in this attack, if you even found cross-site scripting on a subdomain, if you had autofill turned on for your password manager for just that main domain, you could steal the credentials out of the password manager here. And even in most of them, pass keys could be stolen out because people are storing their pass keys.
So that is actually part of the reason why I shy away from using a, what do you call it? Passkey in the password manager, a software passkey, and I prefer using a hardware-based passkey if and when I ever use passkeys. I like to shift as much possible to what do you call it? I basically segment my stuff off to hardware, physical security stuff. Why is my brain not working for that? Also, I realized I was covering up his face, so I'm just gonna minimize this.
In their password managers. All the vulnerabilities were reported back in April. The DEF CON talk was obviously in August, and a bunch of the vendors have decided to not fix the vulnerability.
That's concerning. Bitwarden, shame on you. 1Password. Bitwarden and 1Password, I would have expected better from y'all. iCloud, it's Apple. NPass, not familiar with them. LastPass, I expect that. They are just... if you haven't seen my content before, I am not a fan of LastPass. They have had so many issues over the years that were boneheaded decisions, which is why I generally steer people away from LastPass. I wonder who the other vendors, like, did they actually go after Proton Pass? I'm curious about that one.
Spotted this back on the Socket blog when I first saw the headline. Said, hey, here are the password managers that are impacted. Bitwarden, 1Password, LastPass, LogMeIn, NPass, and Apple's iCloud password. And this little
Okay, so this is the interesting little note there. Bitwarden has shipped a fix in its 2025 8.0 release, which should be available in browser stores following their normal review process. So that was as of August 20th. And as you can see, I have Bitwarden and Proton Pass. I have different password managers isolating different things. LastPass has some issues. Some is putting it lightly. They literally got compromised because their developer didn't update their Plex box, got backdoored into their network, and then had the entire compromise happen through that way. Because literally, not joking, they were over 70 versions behind on Plex. And their vulnerability was known for years. And LastPass did not zero trust their work-from-home devs. There is no way in hell that someone's home network being vulnerable should result in a large enterprise being compromised. That's why I still can't recommend LastPass. There's been too many boneheaded moves for a company that large to be acceptable. And as I've said before, I will not penalize a company for them getting breached, per se, depending on the breach. I will judge them based on how they respond to the breach and if there are repeated issues that come about from their issues. Your thoughts on the Arch Linux being hacked? I would need more context to know what you're talking about with that, but we can go to that in a second. Let's focus on the password manager thing going on.
Parenthetical on the end of each of them is what caught my attention. Latest, you can't even update your way out of this vulnerability. The update just a few hours ago, literally in between the time that I was choosing to make this video and now that I'm recording it, Bitwarden announced that they do have a mitigation that's shipped, but 1Password is claiming that a lot of the mitigations outlined in this research at DEF CON are easily bypassable. We're going to get to that. This is important to the whole thing. So really quick, what the hell is clickjacking? The gist of it is this opacity feature. So you could make an iframe. This is like traditional.
I like the fact that it's explaining this for y'all.
You can make the opacity 0.
I don't have to.
Basically see through completely hidden iframe, and then you could put it over a visible element on the screen. The user thinks they're clicking the visible element. They're actually clicking the invisible thing in the iframe. And the mechanism in password managers that's under attack here is this autofill feature, right? So when you go to a page that's a known domain that the password manager recognizes, they will autofill the credentials or the credit card or whatever it is into the forms. So you can see in his POC, he makes like a fake Cloudflare CAPTCHA type thing to get you to click. You click it. Maybe some of these attacks take more than one click, so there could even be like a more complicated CAPTCHA that could pop up. To steal a whole bunch of information out of the vault, I think it took 4 clicks. To steal just one thing, it took 1 click. So he's demonstrating, hey, pretty easy to get someone to click on my fake thing for a bunch. And in this video, what you can't see, I don't know why the video is broken for the opacity of 0.5. What you can't see is for each of those clicks, there's an invisible floating box above it that I think was probably in this demo that for some reason has stopped working. He got a $10,000 bounty for this vulnerability. So his new attack is this DOM-based extension clickjacking. So I think this iframe stuff has been around a gazillion years. Not new to anyone, right? But this DOM-based stuff is where the extensions come in. So browser extensions inject elements into the DOM themselves, and the attacker can then make those invisible using JavaScript. So if you use a password manager, you're probably familiar with what this looks like. You go to a login form, the password manager injects this overlay.
That's interesting. They're actually showing, it looks like Proton Pass right there. But yeah, we're familiar with this. This is also why I'm kind of skittish with your autofill being opened, and I automatically lock all of my password managers. As you can see, both of them are locked right now because I don't want it automatically just pulling data in. There's always been an issue with autofill being a risk because people save a little bit too much information in their autofill fields.
To say, hey, do you want to like fill in your password here? And this is the thing he's proving. So here's what it normally looks like. Here's at like half opacity and then 0 opacity. So this is completely hidden here. So in his POC, he shows like the accept reject cookie type thing. He had a fake login form. Now he's got the fake password filler over here. And when you click reject cookies, you're actually giving him the data, right?
You had a customer with like 50 extensions installed on their browser and curious why they had issues. Yeah. I think people get a little bit too extension happy. How do I pick a router for my home? We can get to that in a second. Let's get through this video first.
Okay, reject. Here's the login form. Make it invisible. Here's the password manager thing. Make it invisible. And then when the user clicks, you can steal those clicks. That's the gist of it. He obviously goes into way more depth about the research than we really need to get for the purposes of this video. But needless to say, this graph is pretty scary. Basically, all the password managers that you've heard of are...
Okay, so he had 1Pass, Bitwarden, Dashlane, NPass, iCloud, Keeper, LastPass, LogMeOnce, NordPass, also on my crap list because of how Nord responded to a security issue a few years ago, Proton Pass, and RoboForm. Okay, so it's pretty much affecting all of them. Wonderful. Making me think that I should just move my password managers into their own VM, like I do on my Cubes laptop. probably going to end up doing that.
Vulnerable to this type of attack. But why are some of them choosing to not fix it? So for that, we're going to go back to the Socket blog. They talked to 1Password a bit. And this is a long known issue. 1Password actually has a carve out in their bug bounty program that says, please do not report clickjacking for the autofill action. We know about it. 1Password comes out and
Really?
says, this is a known and commonly reported issue. Nobody is denying that there is potential for clickjacking. We understand that the presence of XSS vulnerabilities can potentially increase the impact of clickjacking attempts to go from just like that credit card autofill to the actual username and password stealing. This is a general security principle that applies universally. It's not unique to our application. Our stance is that if a user visits a vulnerable website that is outside of our control, just like if a user visits a malicious website or has a compromised device. This is a great point. Cross-site scripting kind of trumps mitigations for a lot of security vulnerabilities. I've run bug bounty programs for major websites before. I've participated in finding bugs. If you find a CSRF bug and you're going to report that bug is actually only vulnerable if there's also cross-site scripting on the website, it's like, yeah, of course. Right. If the attacker can execute their JavaScript on my website, they can grab CSRF tokens. Got it. 1Password goes on.
This goes back to my point where everyone's like, how can I be completely secure online? And I always say, get off the internet. Web browser are essentially operating systems these days. Yeah, they're definitely bloated, humongous pieces of software. It blows my mind that we need multiple gigabytes of RAM just to run a web browser now, when growing up we would just fire Firefox and be fine on 256 512 megabytes of RAM. They essentially are their own operating system, more or less.
On their support page to say techniques like clickjacking or deceptive overlays can be used to trick users into interacting with interface elements, including autofill prompts, in a way that may expose sensitive information. For maximum safety, consider keeping the 1Password browser extension locked while browsing unfamiliar websites.
What did I say that I do? What did I say that I do? I keep my browser extension, the password manager extensions locked, because I don't like them being open. And if I ever need them, I unlock them with either a PIN or a password. Most likely a password most of the time. And that's not hard to set up, but the issue is most of these extensions are built out for convenience, so you aren't actually... Most people are just setting up the extension, logging in, and then just moving on with their day. They're not going through the extra step to set up the PIN or auto logout, lock, functionality. Whereas I do that. I know quite a few people that do that. So if that's, I guess, a simple fix, there you go. Of course, you can go the extra mile and then build yourself a small little virtual machine in like Debian or something, and then just plug those password managers in there, and then only turn on that VM when you need a password manager, similar to what I do with Cubes OS.
Yeah, if you're highly paranoid, don't use the browser with your vault in it when you're doing whatever the heck you're doing. Okay, fair. So they're saying here, protecting against clickjacking in the presence of XSS or subdomain takeover is a valuable defense in-depth strategy that Password Manager extensions should implement. We're calling on 1Password, LastPass, NPass, iCloud passwords, and LogMeIn to better protect users because Dashlane, NordPass, ProtonPass, and Keeper, and I think Bitwarden in progress, have implemented these mitigations. But Socket, in discussing this with 1Password, has some relevant information to that decision. On the call between 1Password and Socket, 1Password explained that the mitigations proposed could be trivially bypassed. I don't have a lot more information about how, but I tend to trust the security team here that are experts in this particular mitigation. The only way to mitigate the vulnerabilities fully would be to implement a dialog pop-up to prompt the user before autofilling. It's in the opinion of Socket security team that if this is the case, the mitigations currently implemented by all the other password managers may be bypassable. And then here's the crux of the conversation I thought worthy of making a video about. Security and usability, this is from 1Password. Security and usability are a balance, one that we are always making trade-offs back and forth to find the right solution.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's no perfect solution, only the solution that works best for the most users. As I mentioned previously, it is only with user feedback that we chose to remove the prompt for PII items that would prevent clickjacking from occurring. Basically, they had a prompt that fixed this, and enough users complained about it, they got rid of it. A change that we've documented in the support article under identity alerts.
I think what they should probably do instead is similar to how they don't enable locking the password manager out the box and you have to go through the settings to enable it. You should also optionally have the ability to enable that prompt menu. I would have no issue with that prompt menu popping up, but I can completely understand why your average Joe would get upset and frustrated by it and complain about it, because cybersecurity is a tightrope. I've talked about this a lot in my prior content, especially on TikToks and everything, where you have a fine line between convenience and security, and very, very seldomly do you get both convenience and security. Usually there's compromises on one side or the other. So I totally understand where they're coming at, because they have to support users, and users at the end of the day are going to say, this is annoying enough that I'll take my data and then go to another company that annoys me less, even though it's more secure. But I think that should be an optional feature if it's annoying enough that you can enable it and then give the warning of what goes on, and then we can have informed consent on that.
I think that's a well-reasoned, well-thought-out, well-articulated position to take. There isn't a vulnerability in 1Password or any of these other password managers and their implementation. The vulnerability would be in some website that the user was tricked into going to and clicking on a fake CAPTCHA, or an exploitation of another cross-site scripting vulnerability. Again, not in these password managers themselves.
Agreed. And that's a big point to make that he called out there, is that cybersecurity is a layered approach. You're not going to have a silver bullet to security and or privacy. That's why I tell people all the time, VPNs are not a magic silver bullet. I'm using them as an example because it's one of those technologies that everyone is overhyped and oversold to and thinks it's going to fix, all their problems magically, as if it's unicorn fairy dust that's being sprinkled on your computer, and then poof, you're secure, you're private. There's a lot more that goes into it, because, okay, that is one aspect of things. You're routing your information out to a different server to, not give away your IP. But if you're ultimately logging into the same accounts and using the same behaviors, whether you're on VPN or Tor or something like that, you're not actually giving yourself any more security nor privacy in most aspects of things. And just like, you're going to have to layer on additional defenses. Like with my firewall, I have pfSense using Quad 9 as my DNS. So that way it's actually using a lot of threat intel to block malicious domains for clickjacking and things like that ahead of time. So if I do happen to stumble across, in many cases, these sites that are trying to phish me, then I can actually, not be able to connect to them. But that's also why I have IDS, IPS, I have PF Blocker NG pulling in different lists for threat intel and looking at the patterns of how it's connecting and things like that. Cybersecurity is not a one and done approach. The password managers can only protect you so much, provided you're doing other things correctly as well. So I totally understand where they're coming from. Like, yeah, these can be trivially bypassed and everything like that. I do think that would be nice to have the features there where we could optionally enable these to have a little bit more defenses, but at the end of the day, your password manager is only one layer and aspect of the overall security to a holistic approach of being safe, private, and secure.
That it's well thought out. So if you're actually really paranoid about this, one thing that you could do yourself instead of waiting on them to do anything, because it seems like their decision's probably made that this is a trade-off of usability versus actual risk reduction, is you could just disable this autofill feature yourself. You could just copy and paste only in your thing. Me personally, not losing enough sleep over this one. I don't think the risk is high enough for me falling for one of those fake captchas. Not that I'm
I agree.
spotting those things better than the average bear or anything like that. I just think the risk is low enough. And I actually value my password manager autofilling on the site that I expect it to as a protection from phishing things. I've actually had that happen where I've landed on a phishing site before. I noticed that my password manager did not autofill or didn't even suggest to autofill on that domain. And I went, oh crap, this is a fake domain. So that has absolutely happened before. Not that I would have logged in, but it was a signal to me to investigate what domain I was on further. So they're saying set only the exact URL match for autofill credentials. I do have this turned on. They're saying
Yeah, I do the same thing where I only use the exact URL match for autofilling credentials when I ever use them. Some password managers I have are completely manual.
This is only protection against the credential part. This is not protection.
What qualifies as a password manager? A password manager is a application that reasonably secures and helps generate your passwords and manages them. It's literally what the title is. It's a password manager. It's managing all of your passwords and credentials. Now, different password managers have different feature sets and capabilities. Like, for example, Proton Pass has the ability to create email aliases on top of, password generation, because then you can create random email aliases. So you can have different accounts use different emails that all route back to the same one. So if they've got leaked, you have a different email and password, so it's not as easy to spray. You have ones that allow for PII, securing, like you can have private notes, you can have your credit cards added into it, you can do timed one-time passcode generation, you can do passkey, things like that. But a password manager is not Excel and Notepad, and a password-protected Excel is not secure. So if you're doing that, stop it. Stop it. Is iCloud password keys and password managers the same thing? I think so, but I haven't used iCloud password manager in years. I think it is. Proton not glowing in the dark. Yeah.
It's the credit card or other PII, like if you do your address autofill or credit card autofill. I don't think I have autofill turned on for credit card or address or anything like that. But yeah, what do you think about this one? Do you agree with 1Password's stance? I tend to, especially if they have some information that they haven't put out of that this is actually all the mitigations that are supposedly in place by the other password managers are bypassable. I'd love to see some more information about that. Do you have any more information?
So yeah, I do agree with the stance that 1Password has on those things, because ultimately it relies on users actually being mindful of the sites that they're accessing, as well as, like I've said, it's part of a multi-layered approach to security. So security is not an end-all, be-all, silver bullet, click one thing, I'm secured, magic bullet thing. But I do think that it would be nice for password managers to include these features, even if it's optional, so there can be some additional layers, even if it's an inconvenience to the user, because users like me would rather be prompted to be secure than to not be prompted and possibly have things leak. But I also separate my passwords into different things. I use my YubiKeys for my timed one-time passcodes and passkeys. I don't use my password manager for passkeys and MFA. I have separate password managers based on their different purposes, personal, business, other business. So, yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense what their approach is. Do I think it's anything for anyone to lose sleep over, like he was saying? No, I don't think it's something to, worthy to lose sleep over. But it is something I think definitely to be mindful of, that the internet is a very dangerous place, and you should always, trust it with caution. But at the end of the day, the only way to be completely secure on the internet is to get off the internet. That's the unfortunate, honest reality when it comes to those kind of things. So, yeah. Now, I saw someone had asked in the middle of that, how do I pick a router for my home? So really it comes down to a couple of factors. First of all, how big is your home? That is the first question I would ask anyone. The reason why is after a certain size and construction of the house, like if you have like brick or concrete, you're going to probably want to go more for a mesh network, because Wi-Fi signals are not going to be able to penetrate that or work with it as well as, like, say, sheetrock and, timber in many houses. So that's one consideration when it comes to things. And but when you come to picking the routers out, I mean, there are certain brands that a lot of people pick out. Of course, Linksys is one that people have used for years. I'm not a particular fan of theirs. I tend to lean more towards, personally, Unify. They have a consumer line. I can't remember what it is. It's Amplify is what their consumer line is. There's also Netgear, works pretty well. There's a few other ones out there. But I generally am recommending people more to do of a mesh network. Now, mesh networking can be done one of two ways. One, you can install a wired backhaul where you have, your modem plugging into a router, and then that router may be attached to another switch, and then there's cables going throughout the house or business to these different access points, and then from there it gives out wireless. That's how I have mine done. It's a little bit more reliable, but of course, there's a bit more cost and time and material involvement with that, which is why the average person probably isn't going to opt for that, and they're going to go for a wireless backhaul system. So I think it's what is it, Netgear Orbi, if I'm not mistaken. They have those things. The Ubiquiti Amplify, Amplifi, I think is how they spell it. They have the ability for you to plug in different nodes across the house. You just stick them into a power outlet. I kind of like their setup because when I did it in a few mansions a few years ago, it was pretty easy. You plug the little router at one end, you plug the nodes in where you see signals dropping off, you can get pretty good coverage. Generally speaking, in my experience, when you get larger than 1,500 square feet and you can't centrally place the router on top of it, you're going to want to look at a mesh network. I do not recommend wireless repeaters. Always avoid them whenever possible. Same with power line extenders. The reason why is power line extenders run over AC lines, and that can be a very noisy signal, and I've seen a lot of problems there, and it also depends on the path that it's going through, because if it's going from one circuit to the other, it still has to go all the way down to your panel, then back up to your device, while it's also transferring electricity. So they're kind of noisy in that regard. Wireless repeaters, for the most part, are literally just a wireless access point that is receiving a wireless connection and then rebroadcasting it often as another wireless network. So you have this, double NAT situation. And it can cause a lot of issues because, you'll be on the extended network and then you can't print to the printer on the primary network because of how it works. Whereas a mesh network, it's all essentially the same network, just figuring out a route to get back to it. So that would be my advice when picking a router for your house. There's a little bit more involved to it as well. Antenna placement, antenna design, technologies, 802.11ax. You've got, AC, all these different things going on. But that's more or less the high-level important parts to think about. Having the latest and greatest wireless technology only matters if your devices you're connecting also have the latest and greatest wireless technologies. But the honest truth is, if you're using IoT devices, often they're not using the latest and greatest wireless technologies, so you're still going to have to consider the fact that you're going to be using 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. And that's another thing you should be aware of. A lot of people, if you are near often military bases or airports, there's radar. And if you're using a 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi system, I think it's DFS. If your wireless router detects radar, it will shut off those channels, and often people will see weird behavior in 5 gigahertz near radar because, I think it's DFS. Let me make sure. Yeah, DFS. So basically what you have to do in those cases is, it's called dynamic frequency selection, is hard configure your device to be using non-DFS channels. You'll have to look that up. And then, of course, do a wireless survey analysis to see what wireless channels are congested over there. That's one of the big reasons why 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi has actually been a little bit more popular lately and being pushed, because the 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi was having a lot of weird issues with radar, and a lot of the average people didn't know that was an actual problem. You'd be surprised how many times I would educate people on that, and they'd be like, wait, is that why I'm having issues? And then they turn off 5 gigahertz and be like, oh my god, it fixed my issues. But yeah. Do I utilize Starlink? I don't personally use it. It's expensive, and it's a lot of latency compared to even a copper connection. So If I were to ever use Starlink, it would be as an absolute last resort. And that is also the perspective where I work takes as well, because we do have certain sites that are very remote that we try to deploy at least a 5G hotspot, and if 5G is not a viable solution there, after, of course, we look at getting a hardwire connection, we look at possibly dropping Starlink. Didn't catch the bit about 5 gigahertz. Basically, that radar can interfere with it, and a lot of people don't realize that their weird 5 gigahertz behavior is because they're near a military base or airport or weather station or whatever is using radar, because consumer grade routers as well as enterprise, if they detect radar, will automatically shut down so as to not interfere with radar, because radar operates at the same frequencies. So that's why 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi is being pushed a little bit more so that people can avoid that, and the average person is not aware that 5 gigahertz overlaps with radar, and that causes a lot of their problems that they see on the 5 gigahertz spectrum. Funny enough, I have a few Comcast neighbors, and I have AT&T. When I change my 5 gigahertz channel, Comcast match. Interesting. Alright, so Arch Linux getting DDoS'd. What's going on here? Is this a reason that, well, I mean, if Arch Linux gets DDoS'd, then I think that's an excuse for Arch users to actually go out and touch some grass. I'm joking. Anyway, let's look at what's going on here. We want to provide an update on the recent service outages affecting our infrastructure. The Arch Linux project is currently experiencing an ongoing denial of service attack that primarily impacts our main web page, the Arch user repository, and the forums. We are aware of the problems that this creates on our end users and will continue to actively work with our hosting provider to mitigate the attack. We are also evaluating DDoS protection providers while carefully considering factors including cost, security, and ethical standards. To improve the communication around the issue, we will provide regular updates on our service status page going forward. As a volunteer-driven project, we appreciate the community's patience as our DevOps team works to resolve these issues. Please bear with us, and thank you for all the support you have shown so far. Workarounds. Maintain a mirror of R packages on GitHub. You can retrieve... Okay, so they do have a... mitigation there, which isn't too much of an issue. Okay, so you can see this looks like an Atlassian status page. So some systems are down. You can see they're being hit right now. Okay, yeah, so they've been getting hit for a while. On one hand, I totally understand why they don't have, like, say, Cloudflare, CloudFront, whatever, in front of their systems, because it is a cost that you have to accept, as well as the fact that their project that operates on donations. However, I would say this. They do have some heavy hitters backing their projects now, like Valve or something like that. I'm wondering if they could partner up with their sponsors to say, look, thank you for, you know, the contributions you've done here. We currently have some ongoing attacks. Could you help us, you know, get sponsored for DDoS mitigations and stuff like that? So, on one hand, I understand why they're having these issues and how they probably didn't have the proper infrastructure up in the first place. But I also, on the other hand, I'm like, this is a common thread. Why didn't they have these things in place? It's, you know, a damned if you do, damned if you don't approach, because they need to figure out where all their money is best spent most effectively. And this is not really an expense that many projects want to have to really deal with, because it's a lot of money when you're talking about the amount of traffic they're probably dealing. They're probably dealing in, I'd say, probably hundreds of terabytes a month, if not petabytes, And that can be a very expensive proposition. So I understand why they weren't prepared for this, but I also at the same time have to say, why didn't they plan better around this to be able to react to it? Do you understand what I'm saying with that? How does Cloudflare mitigate DOS attacks? So Cloudflare, basically, you have to think about them as they are a large-ass pipe coming into your systems there. So they have a web application firewall in front of them. And they can also do bot analysis. So I remember when I was actually managing Cloudflare for another company, we were pushing, I want to say, close to 100 terabytes a month. Data coming in and out. So we were on their enterprise plan, and we had to do a bot analysis because people were scraping the site and such so aggressively that we then used their to follow their Ignite, I would say it is. But basically, they would have some of their stuff is, voodoo, black box, proprietary magic stuff. But they would have the ability for you to analyze if it's a bot doing this, and you could give it a score, and then if it hits a threshold, not allow them or allow it to do certain behaviors. And then you have web application firewalls as well that can look at different rules and then allow and deny things based on certain criteria. I use Cloudflare on 2 domains, always locking India and WAF. I mean, that is one thing. I have worked with companies where we straight up have to block Russia, North Korea, things like that. And the other way that it works, basically, is everything should be coming down the pipe, and as long as you're not exposing the actual servers themselves to the world, Cloudflare can act as a load balancer, a web application firewall, IDS, IPS, intrusion detection and intrusion prevention system. It can act as so many different things. But if you are actually having the servers themselves exposed, they could get around that and directly attack that server, which is why, you need to have proper design and everything. They have tunnels too. Yeah, you can also, use their Argo tunnels. So there's a lot of things that Cloudflare does to help. Is it a proxy of sorts? Yeah, pretty much. That's the easy way to look at it. It is a proxy of sorts. In fact, when I was running Nginx servers, I would actually have to have it forward the headers and what was it I had to do? One second, let me think about this. I had to attach a plugin to pull from Cloudflare what their server addresses were, and there was a way that I had to have it handle the headers so that it would allow traffic through. Otherwise, if something tripped that IDS IPS, it would block Cloudflare itself because it wouldn't be able to differentiate the traffic coming through. I think it was the X forwarded header. I could be a little bit wrong. It's been a while. Shouldn't Cloudflare actually provide this for free for Arch Linux because they are an internet infra company and likely uses Linux heavy? Arch Linux is a big part of the Linux infra, though. Well, companies are under no obligation to give services for free. Now, there are many companies out there that do give their services for free. So, do they have to? No. Should they? Maybe. That is another approach Arch could actually take is, hey, if you can donate some services to us in kind, it could potentially be something that you can do as a tax write-off in the back end. I'm not a tax attorney. Don't quote me on this, but I could see that as a possible solution over there, too. But, yeah, so that's more or less my thoughts when it comes to the current DDoS attacks going on with Arch Linux and everything. And if y'all are having issues, using Arch Linux, well, now's that time for y'all Arch users to actually go out, touch some grass, maybe take a shower. You nasty. Kidding.
Emotional, damn it.
Okay, so let's check out another video over here. So there's a mesh watch over here. I'm gonna check this coil antenna review in a little bit too, but I wanted to see this mesh watch. Hold on, I think there was a question that actually came up. What's a Raspberry Pi used for? A Raspberry Pi is... Raspberry Pi is really just a small computer. You can use these for tons of little inexpensive tinkering projects. These are 3B pluses over here with PoE hats. So these can actually get power over Ethernet. Actually, I don't think this one has a PoE hat. I think this one does. But yeah, you basically just can use these as inexpensive computers. They're a full-fledged computer. Like, you could put Linux on this, browse the internet, do a lot of basic things with it. It's an ARM-based computer. They're like $35 to pick these up. This one used to be a Microfona one, as you can see. So if you're looking to home lab very inexpensively, these are great to pick up. They're not the only one out there. You've also got like things like this is the Le Potato from Libre Computing. I looked at a few alternatives during the shortages that were going on during COVID. This is the Rock Pro 64 made by Pine 64. Nice little 6-core system over here that also has a PCI Express X4 slot, so you could easily, you know, slot in like an NVMe, or you could even put a SATA card in there, attach some hard drives. It's also got the ability for eMMC over here. Yeah, I like the Pines a little bit more than I do the Raspberry Pis. The Raspberry Pis are okay, but I think the industry's, foundations kind of lost a little bit of their way. That's just my opinion. You can also get, like... Hold on. It's deep in my drawer. Get over here. You can also use, like, this is the Odroid HC2. I don't think they make these anymore, but this is literally SBC 8-core Samsung Exynos CPU. I think 2 gigabytes of RAM with a hard drive directly attached to it with a SATA port. I used to use these as Bitcoin and Monero nodes, like many years ago, but I keep these around because they're still nice to have. You can also get like a Raspberry Pi Zero over here. That's a full-fledged computer as well. You'd probably need some breakout boards if you want to, you know, do some I/O, but you can easily drop these and do some fun things with it. This one doesn't have the header soldered in, but you can easily attach that and solder that in. So there's a lot you can do with the Raspberry Pi. This is a Raspberry Pi 4, 2 gigabyte version with a PoE hat. So I can power this with power over Ethernet for my switches, so I don't have to run power cables. So yeah, you can do a lot with the Raspberry Pi. I generally recommend a lot of people when they're starting out tinkering to go get those, because you can pick up a bunch of these really inexpensively, like for a little less than often than secondhand computers. And you'll probably use a mix of secondhand computers and Raspberry Pis and other single board computers out there to build the home lab that you actually want to have for a very, very cost-effective, you know, setup. I mean, like, a lot of people think you need to spend a lot of money on, you know, home labs, but it's just like anything. It's more so about what you get out of it than how much you put into it. You can be really creative and very cost effective with your home lab, depending on what your end goals are. What are some good places to buy crypto? I'm presuming cryptocurrency by the context there. On this channel, just to make it clear, when we say crypto, we mean cryptography. What are some good places to buy cryptocurrency? Tried Coinbase, but they asked for my passport. You're going to find that everywhere. Most countries are now requiring KYC, know your customer, regulations, so they are going to require identification to prove who you are when you're purchasing things. The only way you can get around that is if you actually... They don't do it as much anymore with local Bitcoins, but the same concept can exist. You'd have to meet someone in person, exchange them cash for cryptocurrency, the way I used to do it. Back when I was, you know, much bigger into cryptocurrency. But a lot of people really stopped doing that after the pandemic, unfortunately. So the reality is, any of these platforms you're using online, they're going to require KYC. The exception to that may be some of these, like, what do you call it? Swaps or something like that, where basically you can send crypto in, get another cryptocurrency back. But ultimately, buying cryptocurrency in with fiat currency, most countries are going to require you to provide PII, personally identifiable information. But which ones have good security so there are less chances of data breach and my passport leaking? Coinbase has been one of the better ones, in my honest opinion. And Coinbase also has FIDO WebAuthn support, so I can use my YubiKeys to actually secure my account for login. A lot of other exchanges still haven't adopted that, which is interesting because Mt. Gox, one of the oldest exchanges, well, actually probably the oldest Bitcoin exchange, was actually where I started learning about YubiKeys themselves, and they actually had a requirement towards their end of the days that they had a YubiKey. Coinbase is centralized. Well, pretty much you're going to need a centralized exchange in most cases to on-ramp from fiat to cryptocurrency. I have not really seen a DeFi platform that gets around that, because the reality is the point to get from fiat to cryptocurrency is always going to require a centralized component, because it's going to need to interface with either a payment system or a bank. Do I think Monero is the better option? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. This was one of my early versions of my enhanced Monero node. I run a Monero node over Tor. Eventually I'll probably beef that up to I2P. I use Pinode XMR for that. So, yeah. I think Monero is the better cryptocurrency out there, but it scares a lot of governments, which is why they go against it. What about Rcoin? Not familiar with that one, and honestly, I've kind of stopped paying attention to all the new cryptocurrency projects and everything, because most of the stuff that's come out in the past, I would say 3-4 years, has been absolute BS. They're all pump and dump, scams. Or various other kind of scams. That enclosure looks great. Yeah, it's one of the ones I 3D printed myself. Now I have another one inside my rack right now. I think I have the picture there. Let me check my Mastodon server. Give me 1 second. I should have an image there. Because I think I have the post pinned. Yeah. So you can actually see the latest version of my Monero node right here. That is a PIVX node. I need a decom because I've gotten out of PIVX, which was an interesting project, but unfortunately never really took off. But right here, as you can see, that's my Monero node as it currently runs. That's running over power over Ethernet. And that's a ROC 64, which is the step down from the ROC 64 Pro I showed you. And there's a SATA SSD, SSD connected over SATA to a USB 3 connection. For the blockchain to be hosted on it, and it's booting off of the eMMC for the operating system itself. So that's been working. It works reliably. That's been what I've been running a Monero node for currently, I want to say 2 years on, since I moved from the ROC Pro 64. And the only reason I moved to this was I wanted power over Ethernet to reclaim one power outlet over there. As you can see, most of my Raspberry Pis are running power over Ethernet. Like right over here, there is a, that's my Raspberry Pi 3B Plus that runs my my Mastodon Twitch bot to post when I'm live on Twitch to Mastodon. And I need to extend it out to Blue Sky, but I've been waiting for Blue Sky to have OAuth capabilities. I may, emphasis may, possibly expand it to Twitter, because I'm hemming and hawing on semi-returning to Twitter. Like, I don't plan to really be on there. Like, I won't have the app on my phone, but I may unprivate the account and cross-post everything over, similar to what I do with Threads, where I'm not really on Threads. I maybe log in at most once a week because that's a not great platform, but I want to expand my reach for different things. I'm primarily on Blue Sky and Mastodon when I am actually on microblogging services. But yeah, that's the nodes that I've been running for a little while. But now let's check one more video out here before I take a nature break, a bio break. So this is it's a mesh watch. So they're using Mesh Core, it looks like in the video here. It should be able to work with Meshtastic. Mesh Core is another thing out there that people have been using. I haven't looked too much into it, but my understanding is it's a competitor to Meshtastic. But it's a watch made by LilyGo. I think Colonel Dump actually bought this watch for his kid because he doesn't want to give her a phone, but she goes to the park and stuff and is a few miles away, and he's setting up a node, my node's on back order that is going to be outside to extend it a few miles, so he can still reach her on this device. Pen testing watch? No, it's not a pen testing watch. This won't be able to do DAuth and other things. This is straight LoRa communication, although it looks like there's some kind of satellite connection there, probably GPS. So, but instead of us, theorizing what it's about, let's see what they're showing here.
Welcome to the world of mesh wearables. Private off-grid mesh communications on your wrist.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the LilyGo T-Watch Ultra. Essentially,
Okay.
This is a watch device with a built-in LoRa radio. And you can see here, it's running our Mesh Core firmware. So with this device, we can use it to communicate.
Okay, so you can see that's the LilyGo T-Deck, what I just talked about earlier. I love this little device that I have. But honestly, this is sleek. I might look at getting one myself. We'll check the price out in a sec.
On the Mesh Core network, you can see here, there's the public channel. And we can see here, it even has maps built in.
Oh, that is sweet. That's a lot better than I thought. Cool.
As well, so you can see a full picture of the mesh. Now, as you probably know, I'm a big fan of having standalone mesh devices. So something like this that I can put on my wrist and not actually have to carry another device around is game changing. Now, obviously with Mesh Core, you can also...
Now, I'd be curious to see what the battery life is on the watch, because with my LilyGo T-Deck, when I was at DEF CON running the Meshtastic DEF CON 33 firmware, I was hitting, I think it was, I said 1,682 nodes, give or take. I could be wrong on my own number there. That battery would still last a little more than a day, but I was still charging it nightly because there was a lot of activity going on. Whereas where I'm at currently, because there's not as much activity, but probably will be when I get my outdoor node to amplify and repeat things, probably gonna, the battery lasts about like 2 days, give or take.
the smartphone app written by...
Is what solar power? The node I'm planning to put up? Yes. The outdoor node is totally solar powered. We'll go into that once it arrives. Don't expect it to come up. Oh, the watch? I don't know. But we'll talk about my solar node as well. I'll probably have some YouTube content dedicated to that, and I'll break it out into some TikToks as well in the future. Once I get it. That probably won't be up until end of September. I'm going to be using some spare fence line from the fence that I installed to put it up in the air. I might use a Sawzall to cut it off and at least stick it 10, 15 feet in the air, maybe 20 feet, so I don't have to go on my house, because the issue that I had was I want to be able to have it serviceable, and I think I found a way that's a good, easy medium for me to take it down to service it whenever I need without having to use a scissor lift like I'm going to have to do for my ham antennas.
Cottle, it's absolutely excellent, and you have to use an external radio like this one here to connect to the mesh, because obviously the phone doesn't have LoRa built in. So let's take a closer look at the hardware then. So the first thing you notice, it is actually quite chunky, and when you turn it around on the side,
that is chunky. Like, look at that. Look how thick that is. She is thick, boy. She got that badonkadonk. What is the distance you're aiming for with the outdoor node? I'd like to ideally hit 6 to 7 kilometers. So I think, what is that? 3-4 miles, if I'm not mistaken. I'm in city. So if I was in a rural area, I could probably get further with that.
You can really see that it has got a bit of depth to it.
That ain't depth. That is badonkadonk.
Because there's a massive battery in there. But for sort of size difference, you can see here, this is a
I wonder what he means by a
daily driver
sizable
watch.
battery.
And, you know, I'm getting used to wearing this thing now. And to be honest, for the benefits that it gives you, you don't have to carry around an extra mesh device. And I can still, you know, talk to everyone that I'm talking to without actually carrying around another device. Is pretty cool. So if we look on the side of the watch here, we've got 2 buttons. The bottom one is like the sleep wake button, so it turns the screen on and off effectively. And then you've got another button up here which is not mapped in the mesh core firmware at the moment. Turn it around on the other side, you've got this kind of like cover which reminiscent of a like a sort of 2-way radio.
USB-C
kind of cover there.
Okay, micro SD slot. That's probably how he's getting his maps, similar to my LilyGo T-Deck. I had to drop the maps in. Getting the maps in the grid format that you need to do is kind of annoying. I will be honest. It's a little bit time consuming to figure it out.
And basically that reveals the
Maybe I'll
USB-C
cover that for y'all.
charging point. So that's just for charging and firmware flashing. And then we've got like a little reset button, which has actually lost its little pin that was in there that was sticking out. So you don't actually have to stick a pin in there. And then there's the micro SD card slot there for maps, your ID and all the other.
So what's that slot over there?
Settings that are stored on USD card for MeshCore. That thing there is basically like an opening for a speaker, I believe. So there's like a speaker behind there.
Oh.
So I think that's kind of like a water resistant kind of speaker. I don't
Interesting.
know. It just pops back in there. The bottom, nothing really to see. 4 screws. You just take them off and the back comes off.
Looks like they're Phillips screws, so you could easily take that apart, replace the battery as needed. I'd be curious to see what battery it has inside.
Easy to sort of service. Now, interestingly enough, the antennas are here, so they're kind of underneath this this LilyGo logo here. That one there is the.
That's interesting. I wonder if I could mod that to make it even longer, because that is kind of a small antenna. It'd probably still get a few mile range like my Sense Cap over there. I'm also curious about the chipset they use in there, because currently I'm trying to standardize in the SX1262, I think it is, which is very, very power efficient. I would be shocked if this doesn't use that. But yeah.
PS antenna, and then that one at the bottom is your lower one. So you can see here what it is. I'll take this off in a minute, but what you can see here, see that little bit of metal trace there. They've kind of like done something clever. They've like printed on a metallic antenna onto the plastic.
Oh, that is cool.
I'll come onto that in a bit. So star of the show on this watch really is this AMOLED display. It really is nice, and it looks so good with the MeshCore firmware.
I'd still slap a screen protector on that.
Actually added on here a brightness feature as well, so you can kind of
that's nice.
Down to night mode or turn it back up. It's very bright and it's easily readable outside. It's a really nice display. So this watch has GPS as well. You might have noticed these soft keys as well. You can just basically tap that.
Okay, so that answers my question, because if we look over here. See right there, it said radio SX1262. So it is using the kind of radio that I'm currently looking to have in all of my devices. It's a very power efficient chipset. It's a little bit better than like these, Heltec V3s, even though these are cheap and inexpensive and great to use. The SX1262 is a little bit better.
This watch has GPS as well. You might have noticed these soft keys as well. You can just basically tap that as an enter. I've actually turned GPS off at the moment because I was testing battery life, which, believe it or not, this is an ESP32.
Stop wandering, Pickle.
Running at about 18 hours at the moment with the GPS.
Hold up. Let me make sure I heard that right.
This is an ESP32, and
so it is an ESP32 board with an SX1262 radio. That's a good combo. Very power efficient there.
It's running at about 18 hours at the moment with the GPS off. With it on, it's around 14. So anyone that's
a full day. Like literally, like that's good for DEF CON. You know, just okay. If you want to have your GPS off, no problem. You know, just turn it off, charge it before you go to bed. I'm wondering how long it takes to charge there. I mean, yeah, that's a good combo.
ESP32s can't have good power optimization, you're wrong. So yeah, you can toggle the GPS on and off by just tapping.
That's pretty simple.
There.
To be fair, that's the Mesh Core UI, so I'm curious what it's like with Meshtastic.
And then exit. And the acquisition is really quick as well. It really doesn't take any time at all to acquire the satellites. It's very, very good. And your time, which is at the top, which is initially received on the GPS, is stored on a real-time clock. So it has
that is nice.
Inside for that real-time clock.
Really nice.
To alert me. I've got messages. There's 18 messages on the public channel at the moment that I haven't read, which is crazy. It's getting so busy around here. So yeah, you've got a vibrate feature, which obviously alerts you to new messages. There's no sound supported at the moment on this. But to be honest, with the vibrate feature, it's not too much of a problem. So how usable is this device then as like an everyday carry mesh device? Well, the software is great. Obviously, Scott's done a lot of work on this to get this working as well as possible. So you have got canned what's going on here? You have got canned messages which you can bring up, which makes entering messages pretty easy. You can edit these as well on the device.
Standard in Meshtastic too.
A keyboard as well, which
that is interesting.
Now, this is a little fiddly, but you can do it with a bit of practice, and you might hit different.
I don't think I would use it for that.
It can be a bit frustrating, but it's probably going to improve, as time goes on. It's a small screen. Hey, I can deal with it. It's not a problem. Battery life, as I mentioned, I'm getting about 14 to 18 hours on this. It lasts the same, pretty much the same as the T-Deck Plus here, which again just lasts the same as my phone, really. I just put it on charge every night.
Yeah.
And that's it. Just use it all day. I can see the comments now. Oh, shame it's ESP32 because it's not power efficient, blah, blah, blah. The reality is you're not going to be able to run an OS on anything other than, an ESP32 or something with a bit of horsepower. That's just facts.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know why everybody says...
ESP32 is plenty fine because you're going to go for a full-on, like, Raspberry Pi, little guy or whatever that's going to be even more power hungry than that? Yeah. How would I know if the device works if I have no one with another device to use it with? What are you talking about? For Meshtastic? If you build it, they will come.
ESP32 is terrible. Basically, with ESP32, if you turn the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth off and you do clever stuff with like clock speeds, you can get these things to last ages. So yeah, that's my little rant. I see all these comments all the time. The battery inside here is an 1100 milliamp hour battery.
1100 milliamps in that boy. Did that really just censor your comment? I think I'd rather slam my fingers in a car door than try to type a conversation on that screen, but it's a watch. Pretty cool device, though. Well, yeah, it's the same thing as, like, I have an Apple Watch. I will never type on it. I will speak into it to type out the question. But, yeah. Oh, ads are happening at the moment.
And yes, it takes up pretty much the whole depth of this rear panel. So that is why you've got quite a fat back on it. But even so, 1100 is still, quite a conservative.
That's a good amount of battery.
2000, I think, over a 2000 milliamp hour battery.
Yeah, the T-Deck Pro is a 2000 milliamp battery. My LilyGo T-Deck that I have from Rockland has a 3000 milliamp battery.
There. Anyway, who wants to see a teardown? So I don't usually
a teardown. I like a good teardown.
I like to test them a little
strip for me, baby.
First, just to make sure everything's working as expected out of the box.
Okay, so that is a chunky battery there. Let me see if I can actually get some details on that battery.
Everything's working as expected.
Okay, so it's a 1030-35. Okay, so that looks like it's a regular standard type battery, so if anything happens, I could potentially replace that.
Box.
The ends look like they are soldered in. It looks like there's a 3-wire connection, so you got your positive, your negative, and I want to say there's some kind of sensor control here.
But yeah, I wanted to take this apart to bring me on.
See you later, Los Santos. Have a great day.
To the next.
Oh! Even better, it's got a connector, so I don't have to solder anything in. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, cool.
thing that I'm going to talk about, and that is the kind of RF performance of this thing. So I mentioned they've got antennas inside, and they are kind of like,
we're looking at a Mesh-tastic watch
onto the actual case, so you can see those kind of white bits are the.
So it looks like they're, I want to see what that was that he was pulling aside there. Okay, so yeah, that's the battery for the real-time clock. Cool. There's a little speaker over there. It looks like those are the wires for the antenna.
Case, so you can see those kind of white bits either side and the corners, they're antennas. So you've got an antenna for LoRa, you've got an antenna for GPS, and you've got an antenna for like an NFC device there as well.
What?
So this is my scroll of like where the antenna.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. Okay, so that's interesting. So I've seen this on like cell phones, so they have that there. Okay, so that's the GPS antenna. That's the LoRa antenna. And then they have a Wi-Fi antenna here. So I would presume that this is also your Bluetooth side of things. That's really cleverly done. This is why I like LilyGo. Is it just a node? Yeah. A node so that you can, you know, relay comms as well as communicate off of it.
Placed in this device, so you've got Wi-Fi, LoRa, and GPS, and the PCB basically just has little pins that touch those traces. That's a close-up.
Okay, so that is one thing that is interesting. I like that he gave these really good close-ups. I'm definitely have to give this guy props. I've never seen his content before. One thing I would like to see LilyGo. So these are just plastic threads here. You can easily strip that. It would have been nice if they heat set some brass inserts so you could definitely unscrew and screw more often there. Just, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue because not many people are going to, you know, open these up, but it would just be better for it to be more durable in the case of we need to replace a battery quite often.
The LoRa antenna, so you can see it's like a sort of closed loop design with a radial that kind of goes out, and it goes outside into the strap kind of bracket.
He didn't focus on this well, but yeah, I can see what he's talking about. So the antenna is right there. I'd be curious how they calculated for the antenna design there. That's some real ingenuity there.
Loops back round, but I just found this wasn't working very well at all. So this is a signal of the watch reported by my repeater, and the repeater's only like 15 meters away.
Ooh. That ain't good.
So you can see it's like minus 115 and the SNR's minus 4.5. Now I'd expect this to be in the 80s, the 70s, the 80s, and the SNR should be plus 6, something like that. But yeah. So I ended up doing some modifications. So on the board, because they use these little pins that just kind of touch onto those traces, it's pretty easy to add like a pigtail or another antenna. So I just literally carefully removed those little pins and just soldered on a little rack antenna, the one that comes with the whiz block. And then that meant I could actually tuck that inside the casing with the hope that...
Oh, that's clever. It has just enough space there. So if I got one of these watches, I'd probably do the same thing, to be honest.
Would work better, and lo and behold, it did. The first test I did with it was much more.
Look, that's a lot better. I think from negative 115 to negative 69, giggity, and then signal to noise ratio of 6.2, whereas before it was negative 4.5.
I would have expected at that sort of close range near a repeater. So far so good with the modification. I'm not going to get too excited just yet because I need to do some sort of definitive tests to make sure it is making as big of a difference that I've seen in that first test there. But I will say this, it is very difficult to design antennas on wearable devices because you've got all sorts of factors in play. You've got, you know, your skin. As soon as it touches your skin's got moisture in, so it, you know, affects the impedance. That's another thing. The antenna used in this is like that kind of closed loop design, and you know that's going to be very, very, very sensitive to impedance issues. So if it's close by it, I would have thought it's going to.
Well, if he has it on its side, I forgot which side he has it on, but it's basically going to be focused out this way for signal propagation. That'll be curious.
the resonance, of that off quite a bit. The previous version of this watch, because there was another version of this watch made prior to this one, which I think had Meshtastic running on it, they had like a paper antenna in the strap. I'm wondering whether that may still be the better way to go with the strap.
Hold on.
But
What did he say?
which I think had Meshtastic. Another version of this watch made prior to this one, which I think had Meshtastic running on it. They had like a paper antenna in the strap. I'm wondering whether
That would actually be, in some ways, a little bit better if you could do a flexible antenna in the strap, for sure.
may still be the better way to go with the strap. But yeah, the problem is, how good can it get with an internal antenna? Unless you had like a little SMA on the side and a big antenna sticking up, it's not exactly what you want. On
Yeah.
a watch, is it? In my town here, I've actually worked on the repeater infrastructure so that it can deal with devices, with bad antennas like this. So it is possible for me to walk around the town, my local town, with a T-deck with an internal antenna in my pocket and still receive most of the messages on the mesh. So a bit like how a mobile phone kind of network.
Those 90s tape bracelets were made out of tape measure. Oh, the slap bracelets? Oh, yeah. Okay, Abby, you got me thinking now. Should we just, get them tuned directly to be Meshtastic devices for DEF CON? You got my thoughts going, girl.
Works. You don't see big antennas on smartphones. They're usually kind of around the outside of the device or part of the sort of body of the phone. So that's part of the hobby that I actually really like, and that is getting, really good coverage in an area. And that's what I'm kind of continuously working to do here. So overall, I really like this device. I'm going to show you a couple of features on here that kind of made their debut. So these are like mesh core features on this watch that are now being rolled out to the T-deck. So on the public mesh.
Any fix for external SSD turn draw when I try to format it or delete it, discontinue? Your SSD might be cooked. I would do some checks on the health of the SSD, but chances are your SSD is probably at the end of its life.
You can now sort of go into a public message, tap on it, and see the repeaters that public message has come in via. So you can see here that particular message was via Nismo 3.0 repeater, hit PR3, and then it's hit Hartford Omni, which is my repeater. And then this watch has obviously heard that directly. So cool to be able to do this. How many times did we do long fast on Meshtastic, and you don't know where these messages are coming from. You don't know the path. You don't know.
See you later, Dust. Have a good night. Happy hacking. Thanks for hanging out.
Message come from. I mean, yeah, mad. Who'd have thought? Eh? And you can also do this with repeaters as well. So if you go into a repeater here, this is like a 7 hopper by the looks of things. Is it 7? Might be more. And yeah, you can see here all the repeaters that have basically been hit on its route to me. This is a long old way as well. Did we say it's 57 kilometers away? That is. I mean, it's long for here in this terrain. But so yeah,
that's a good ways away.
New repeater. This particular repeater that's just been set up is DDRC. So if you're in the Hemel Hempstead, North Hants, kind of Bedfordshire area, get on Meshcore because it's absolutely rocking and rolling. You'll be able to get to Hartford now from there, and beyond. Into London as well. It's really starting to change. So these new features on this watch here are actually already in the T-deck. If you go to the website now, you'll be able to download the new firmware. So you can see here that there it is, and you can see that. We've also got canned messages.
I'm not too familiar with Meshcore. I've been doing Meshtastic. I might have to play with it.
There's a couple of other bits as well, which are more advanced. So that's about it, guys. Love the watch. It's going to be coming very, very soon, I believe. I think it's not even pre-order yet. But yeah, I'm going to be testing this more and more. So join the Discord. We've got a new official Meshcore Discord now, and we started to migrate away from my own one. It's getting too big. It's bigger than me now. So let's move over there, carry on the discussions there. So I'll be posting more stuff about this device on there as well. And yeah, enjoy. Have a good weekend. Catch you next time.
I'll have to definitely check that out a little bit more. See you later, Zero Crash. Thanks for hanging out. All right. The new HP portable P500 happened when I tried to format it, and the SSD only supported exFAT format. Shouldn't only support that. SSDs are kind of agnostic to something. I think there's something else going on with your SSD. It's kind of hard to say without actually having it in my hands. Apparently, I've been following this guy for a little while, but yeah, that is an interesting watch. I want to go check this out. LilyGo watch. They got several watches. Let's see if they have it in the Meshtastic section. They do. So they have a watch there. That looks a little bit different than the watch that he was showing. I don't know if the one he's showing... What's the transparent strap? Ooh. But I don't think that's the watch he was talking about. LilyGo Touch Ultra. Okay, so I'm gonna have to look at that. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, you're staying Zero Crash. Okay, sorry, a little confused. Looking for something that's idiot-proof, like the iPhone of radios. What kind of radio are you talking about? Meshtastic? You talking about ham radio, GMRS? There's quite a few options. It really depends on what you're trying to go for. LilyGo. What was it? Oh, Meshtastic. A lot of the LilyGo stuff is pretty great for that. The T-Echo, the T-Deck that you also saw in the video. I use a T-Deck. Those are great ones. You'll just have to flash them with Meshtastic. You go to meshtastic.org, do the flashing over there. Okay, so they have the T-Watch Ultra. Okay, so that's it. So it's not available yet. Interesting. 16 megs of flash, 8 megabytes of RAM, SX1262, like we talked about. Self-learning AI? What? It's also got a microphone built in? Interesting, but we don't have a use for that on Meshtastic and stuff yet. Wi-Fi 802.11 BGN, so it's got, Wi-Fi built in. Bluetooth Low Energy, version 5.0. Yeah, I'm interested in picking this up. I am definitely interested in picking that up. That looks so much better than this guy over here. And I will totally, wear two watches, one on each arm. Do one on the left arm, one on the right arm. Yeah. Yeah, what I would totally recommend, if you're looking for Meshtastic devices, LilyGo is one of the better companies for a lot of these devices. The T-Echo right here with Meshtastic is a great device. You can either get this version here, or you can get with the BME 280. The BME 280 is GPS, so you don't need to have GPS in there. But if you want it to gather GPS, say you're going hiking and stuff like that, that's a great little one over there. If you are planning to go hiking, I would go to SenseCap T1000. And then while we're at it, let me show you the node that I have coming in. Solar P1. This is the node that I have coming in. I have it coming from the US warehouse, so it's going to take some time. They include the import duties that way. Otherwise, if I get it from China, you don't know what's going to happen. Now, I got the P1. There is the P1 Pro over here, which includes the GPS and battery. I didn't want mine to display GPS. but I can buy my own batteries. And then what I did was I got some Molly cells. The reason why I got Molly cell was when talking around to a few of my friends, they seem to be some of the better rated batteries. So I got these 26As over here, although I probably should have gone with the 30As just because they were about $1 lower. Slower discharge rate, but it's not using that much, but a higher capacity. Slap 4 of these boys in. So we're talking 5200, 10.4 amps of power, or 10,400 milliamps. And the reason why I went with the Molly cell was they apparently worked a little bit better to discharge at negative 40 Celsius to 60 Celsius, but charge at 0C to 60C. And I have winters I need to consider, so I'm going to be curious to see how these work over winter with that solar panel and everything. I may end up building my own solar node at some point with a rack board or something like that, because I have an idea that I want to create a circuit to go into from the solar node to a thermoelectric switch that will flip on when less than 0 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So that way it kicks on a heater for the battery, like a 1-watt little heater underneath the batteries, so that it warms them just enough to be in a sustainable temperature. But I need to figure out the mechanics around that. What about 2 on 1 arm? Well, that gets confusing. I mean, like, because I use the Apple Watch is usually on the right arm, and the Mesh Task could be over here, but I usually use my right arm to type and things like that. Is there something for, like, a solar-powered option, or, like, one of those crank chargers for... what? Multiple ways to power... Well, you can totally do that. But when it comes to these nodes, you generally want it fixed with a solar panel. This one I'm just going to be strapping outside close to my fence and put that like 15 feet in the air. Yeah, you can totally power it. Like you see with this has a solar-powered solar panel that goes right into the device underneath it in the back, and then you attach the antenna to it. Now, I'm not going to be using their antenna. I am going to be using another antenna probably that's a little bit bigger. I found like a 40-inch antenna with a 9 decibel gain, because their antenna is a 2 decibel gain, and that's not too bad, but I think that I could do better than that. And as you can see, the only difference between the Pro and that is the GPS module and batteries being built in. That's about it. What about the handheld radios? Just plug in a solar charger over USB-C. Not a big deal. You can find plenty of solar chargers that can power things over USB-C. So, I wouldn't worry so much about a solar-powered hardwired device being put in. I mean, solar-powered charger being built into the device, as you can just plug it into USB-C with a solar charger there. Gives you more flexibility. All right. But yeah, we're going to be having some interesting content and stuff coming about. So, too many shiny tech projects. That's my life. That's where all my money goes into. We're going to take a quick break for a second. I have to hit the head. And then I will be right back. So, I'm going to see if I can grab my hard drive upstairs from InfoCon. Dump that into my, keep that by my desk at least, so that in the future we can definitely go through InfoCon. Then we're going to see me, if this actually sets my mouth on fire. This, Bulldog 2X Spicy Ramen. This apparently was like a TikTok trend or something like that, that people were like, oh my god, the ramen is like lava. So we'll be checking that when I get back from my bio break as well. Maybe you get to see me run out screaming with flames coming out my ears. Maybe I just tell you this was a horrible experience overall and it tasted bad. Or maybe this ends up being a nothing burger. You don't have to do this for the views. No, I don't have to do it for the views. But I do have to do it for the lulz. So, all right. Give me about 3-4 minutes. Bathroom break. There will be some ads that run. That way we don't have to have ads for a little while. You're not going to miss anything. So, yeah, give me like 3, 4, 5 minutes. Bio break. And we shall be back. All right. I am back. Okay. So I did find my Infocon hard drive. This case was actually really great. It's made by Orico, the same maker as the hard drive little case that you saw. It squeezes the hard drive down pretty hard, so I actually flew in with this on my carry-on, and it seemed to do pretty well for my Iron Wolf drive, which this is now its second con it's gone through. I don't know if they replaced the sticker on here, because it just had the, like, Infocon sticker on there. But let's get that quickly installed before we burn my mouth. Okay. Okay, so we got the screws over there. We just need it to put into one cage. And then maybe next stream we'll start going through the Infocon drive. Though we did that in the past after DEF CON 32 when I got back. Although I am also waiting to see Kernel Dump. He should have a repo for me of DEF CON 33 stuff. Okay. Problem with Guru Meditation on my Zorin OS Linux. With Guru Meditation? What? Oh, yeah, I forgot the screwdriver's magnetic. Yay! That makes my life easy. Now, something I've always done since my auto repair days, I like to, install via star pattern. Seems to work great for a lot of things. On your virtual machine? Well, what's your issue? Okay, let's get this drive screw installed. Nope, that cross-threaded. The hell? Why do you keep cross-threading? Ah. It's not that it's cross-threading, that the screwdriver ran out of juice. I'm gonna have to put that on the charger. But it's in. Let's get this plugged in to the charger. Don't know when I'll need that specific screwdriver again, but it's there. And where is my external enclosure? Here you are. Make sure it gets plopped into the right space. Yep, that's the right way. Now, the thing I like about this NAS is it will then see all the drives independently. I can hold up to 5 drives in here. Maybe next year I'll get the VX Underground drive. And buy the DEF CON 33 SSD they ship out. With all the stuff. Alright. Let's see. What are the instructions to light my ass on fire with this? Open lid halfway and remove the 2 packets. Okay. Pour boiling water up to the inner line. All right, I got a hot water here right around the corner, so I'm going to go Grab that. Probably helps if I turn the light on. Oh wait, there's a light right here. The line. Oh. We faint. Line. Bit more water. Okay. So we're officially cooking the ramen right now. Okay. So I have a water cooler out there that does instant hot water with my spring water. Okay, so let's stand for 4 minutes. God damn it, I forget that I tell Siri to not work until I open my phone, which is something you should do, but it's annoying right now. Set timer for 4 minutes. Set timer for 4 minutes. There we go. We'll give that 4 minutes. Then I gotta drain out all of the water for this ramen over here. Right now it would burn my mouth physically. But we want to wait until it burns my house with fire. Reminds me of the quote from the movie Airplane. Just want to tell you good luck. We're all counting on you. What's his name? The guy that played that. I forget his name. Great actor. Yeah. While we have that, let me go through some other content. So apparently, a free Chrome VPN with over 100,000 installations has been accused of snapping unauthorized screenshots of websites and spying on its users' location data. Yeah, like I've always been saying, if you are not paying for the product, you are the product. So that's why I always tell everyone to avoid free VPNs. Proton is kind of the exception of the rule. They just have a lower tier, and then you can pay for all the features and everything. Be that as it may, the accused Chrome extension is called FreeVPN.1. It's currently sat at 100,000 downloads on the Chrome Web Store, complete with a coveted featured badge that supposedly marks its compliance with recommended practices. After discovering the extension and taking a closer look at the code, Koi's researchers discovered that FreeVPN1 was silently capturing screenshots exactly 1.1 seconds after any page was loaded before sending them back to its home server with the page URL, tab ID, and unique user identifier. The VPN extension features a scan with AI threat detection tool, which its privacy policy states may upload screenshots of specific pages and URL to its secure servers. However, according to the team at Koi, FreeVPN1 was found to be busy taking screenshots of every page well before the tool was deployed, with its users being none the wiser. And apparently it gets worse. Koi claims that not only has the VPN been categorizing and phoning home geolocation and device data alongside the screenshots in recent months, but the latest version also introduces AES 256 GCM encryption with RSA key wrapping, which means the exfiltration of its findings back to its home server is now harder to detect. So essentially it's using a decent encryption cipher to send its stuff back. But still, they believe the behavior started in April of this year when a permission update enabled the extension to access every site a user visited. Jesus. Yeah, this is not great. And this is also why I am like so weary of any free VPN, especially like people that are like using Opera GX. I hate that browser. I have an entire video that's going to be coming out soon just crapping on that browser. I've done it on TikTok a lot. I'm making a YouTube video because it's just a horribly designed browser these days. Well, not designed, but the features behind it just aren't worth it. And the owners of the company, they're just there to extract profit. They keep claiming that they're GDPR compliant, but there's so many things it's calling back home to and sending to Chinese servers and everything. I'm not hating on because they're Chinese, but just basically these things shouldn't be happening, period, with your data. And you have to be, you know, weary of all these free VPN products and weary of any product that is a free product that is offering you the sun, the moon, and the stars, because you have to be asking, what is the price there? And the price is usually in terms of your data. Yeah. Oh, Leslie Nielsen. Okay. That was who the name was. Okay. Give me a second. I gotta pour out the water for the noodles here. All right. Yeah. I just gotta pour this water out before we set my mouth on fire. They're not gonna lie, the noodles themselves actually smell pretty good. Like, you could probably just eat that themselves, but... Okay. Okay. So, this is artificial spicy chicken flavor. The flakes. You know, I hate that when you rip the package open where it says to, and, like, it doesn't open. Hate that. Okay, so it looks like there's, some flavor packed, like, stuff in there, and a little bit of seaweed. Now, this kind of looks like, gochujang, which is like a, if I remember, Korean spicy... paste, basically. This is the 2X spicy. This packet is not wanting to open, like, no, you're gonna regret this! Probably will. But we gotta do this for the lulz. Okay, so, I'm gonna try just a... That's got a little bit of a kick with it. Now, in case this gets too hot, I have lime over here to cut it. Just gonna squeeze that on. So, from my understanding, there is actually a 3X spicy version of this. No milk? He needs some milk! Man, I could get milk. Honestly, if it gets that bad, I'm gonna run to the freezer. I have some Mexican helados paletas. You know, rico in Mexico. With real cream. That'll be what we can use. Gonna mix this up. Like it's gonna mix up my intestines, possibly. The lime, so citrus juices actually do neutralize a lot of heat and spice. So I'm Moroccan. I eat a lot of spicy things. It's my, you know, lives with me. He is Ethiopian. He makes a lot of spicy things. Sometimes we put a little bit too much cayenne, skug, or whatever else, and we have to cut it with lime. So that's a trick that we actually do in our cultures, is we put lime on it. Put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. You put the lime in the coconut and mix it all together. All right. That smells spicy. Now remember, for the spice tolerance here, for lunch, I had a Chipotle burrito with a light amount of their hot sauce that I added peach habanero hot sauce to. So I'm not a wimp by any means. I've actually, at work, we've done the Hot Ones Challenge, and I've gone through all 10 levels. Of course, after like 7, it tastes like crap, and you're just tasting it for the heat. You know what? One of these days, I'm going to order the entire Hot Ones Challenge. I'm going to get some brisket, and we going to do that. Might as well embrace the streamer life. Over the lips, down the tongue. Look out stomach. Here we come. So initially, not hot. Definitely getting a buildup. Capsaicin oil does not taste good. Oh, it does not. It's got a little bit of a heat to it. It's building up. Let's give it a second. What's my favorite dish? We often make a lot of dorowat, but I'm more a fan of lamb, so I get a lot of legowot. I go to Ethiopian places, and I love injera, so I usually get like legowot with like a little bit of cheese or something like that they have there. Yeah, I can eat Ethiopian food any day of the week. That and sushi. I'm probably gonna regret this, because I feel like it's gonna like hit me as soon as I say it. I was expecting this to be spicier. Do you keep kosher halal? Sort of. Like, I don't eat pork, but I'm not strict on it. I don't have a cheeseburger. I don't eat shellfish. Why not visit Ethiopia? Because of the money it costs to fly over. I may go over to Morocco maybe next year and visit my family. So for the understanding of why I was doing this, there's apparently a lawsuit against Bulldog. And they banned this in some places. So this exact ramen is banned in Denmark as of a year ago. This same thing. Like, look at this. This is the same ramen that I had just now. Authorities confiscated a large stash of ramen that had a street value. That's funny. Gotta love the logic here. This is too spicy for children, so adults aren't allowed to have it either. So there's apparently lawsuits in there. A Canadian creator apparently has a lawsuit. I need to find that. Oh, there we go. There's a Canadian creator that sold Bulldog ramen for $15 million. What the hell? Let me see if I can find a link to read. Now, I don't want to go off of a TikTok. But yeah, apparently there is a ban on this stuff because it's so spicy in some countries. And I'm sitting here like, it had a little bit of heat, don't get me wrong. I was expecting it to be more deathly. And I find it funny if they're saying in some countries this is too spicy for children. You don't know many Middle Eastern, African, and Caribbean families. We literally start our children with like jalapenos and spicy stuff to build up their tolerance. Nordic giants can't handle spice too far from the equator. Oh yeah, I remember when Yitz told me he was over in the Netherlands. He actually had to do a lot of tracking down to get like proper spices and hot sauce. Cause like he went to the grocery store and the spice section was like this. It wasn't that like big at all. So it is so hard to be a minority that creates flavorful and often spicy dishes. So fork number 2 over here. So I still can feel heat in my mouth. But I am not going like, oh, there's lava in my mouth. I'm not doing that. Like, I was expecting more from this. What the hell? I had the lime ready here. The lime was here. It was ready to take on the heat. I put the entire gochujang in here. It's not bad, but the problem is, it's definitely more spice than flavor. My family's from Germany, so not a lot of spicy food with me growing up, but I do enjoy it. Yeah. Y'all don't like having fire in your mouth, just in your camps. I can make that joke. Yeah, the water makes it a little bit hotter, but I'm not over here suffering. Okay, now I'm suffering a little bit. Ah. You know, I really shouldn't have water with this. Yeah, that cuts down on the heat. Doesn't alcohol actually make the heat worse? No, I think that's water. If you're not over here suffering, can you really call yourself Jewish? I'm half Filipino. My mother made loads of spicy food. Used to say, eat the spicy food or make your own food. I agree with that sentiment. Like, it's a little spicy. Like, I'm just curious over here. I'm curious how well lime goes with it as a flavor component. Not to cut down the heat. I just want to see. We're going to take the lime. So the lime cuts down the heat, and it makes it more flavorful. You know, I was expecting more. I'm feeling a little heat. My nose is definitely clear. Like, you know, I'm soaking up more of that free air. What you drinking? Vino Verde. Portuguese Vinho Verde. I wonder what wine pairs with ramen. Would that be soju? Sake? No, soju's more... Oh, this is Korean ramen. So yeah, it'd probably be soju. Or is it soju or shoju? Yeah, I was totally expecting this to be a lot spicier than it is. Like, I can feel heat on my tongue. Like, there's a creator suing for this. Dude, just admit that your white genes are weak. So, on the heat index, it's probably like, I'd say, a 6 out of 10. On the flavor index, though, I'd probably give it more of a... In terms of ramen, I'd give it a 6.5, maybe a 7. Now, I'm probably not going to eat this again. Because, to be honest, I'm not much of an instant ramen kind of person. 6 is hotter than I thought it would be for a ramen. Well, it's got a whole packet of this gochujang. Yeah, there's like nothing left here. I was like, is there anything I left out? So in terms of ramen, it's definitely on the spicier side. But I've had spicier ramen. Now, you have to go to a proper noodle shop and ask for spicy paste. There's definitely more heat than flavor. That's my main issue with this. The ramen isn't secure enough. It needs SE Linux enhanced flavoring. I'm definitely starting to do the jet intake hot thing. You know, like, okay, anyone who is Middle Eastern, Asian, Filipino, friends, you know, as your parents get older, they add more heat to it, and they start doing, like, this jet intake sound, like... So I'm definitely doing that, but it's not killing me. I'm Turkish, that's accurate. I'm Moroccan, so, look. We ain't that far apart. Add harissa. Ooh, I love me some good harissa. But we also do, in Morocco, or as in my Moroccan family, we have soug, which is a really spicy paste. They usually mess up the salt and heat of the food. Yeah. Come on. Don't be a pussy. Finish this. Too salty or too hot. Yeah, you gotta kind of make the harissa yourself. So I'm definitely getting like a little bit teary-eyed because this is definitely like spicy, but it's not killing me spicy. Like the hot sauce I had this afternoon was spicier. Now, the lingering effect of the spice here, that is definitely happening here. So when this is done, I'm probably going to grab an ice cream bar just to cleanse my palate. But overall, not the hottest thing I've had. Spicy enough to warrant a ban? For the white people, maybe. I've had spicier than this going to Ethiopian food. I've definitely had spicier Indian. And to think, I had this sitting for a month and I forgot about it. Oh, and somebody was asking me if it's halal, you know, about halal. This is halal. So, my Arab brethren, get in on this! Wine and spicy food cannot go well together. If you drink enough wine, everything goes with wine. I was expecting this to be a little bit more punch in your face spicy. Kind of a disappointment. Okay. I'm not doing that again, not because I was suffering. You saw me finish the whole thing without a complaint, really. It's just, I don't understand people that eat instant ramen all the time. I'm gonna throw this out, grab me an ice cream bar. I'm feeling it more on my lips than in my mouth. We are broken fucking time. Yeah, I totally get that. All right, so we got my Mexican ice cream bars over here. This is coconut flavored with actual coconut. Oh, of course, he asked about the anime question right when the ads start. We'll wait. Oh, I love coconut too. So I have like a box of 30 I bought from Costco. And you had mango, strawberry, and coconut. 10 of each. I like all of them, but mango, strawberry, coconut, strawberry, mango. And I love mango, do not get me wrong. Let me get the box, I'll show you. It's, helados. Oh. Here you go, chat. They had these at Costco. So that's the, brand. I keep these downstairs in the basement because I snack while I eat work. Yeah, these are great. So, I used to get them at the local grocery store, and they stopped carrying them. Then I started going to Mexican local grocery stores because they had a whole bunch of other stuff I wanted, and I ran into them again. Then I go to Costco, And they got boxes of them. And I think that entire box was like only $12. And you got actual coconut in here. Like, you can see, like, little bits are sticking out. This will focus. Cover my face. The light is not working, but, yeah. Now, I will be honest. There's a little bit of pain in my stomach from that ramen. That's strange, because I can have spicy food and not bother me. So, yeah. I got a small Mexican corner store where I do a lot of shopping. Best produce around with exotic fruits. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, like, what I often do is I'll get my plantains from there. I love plantains. So, I used to have a buddy. We lost track of each other, unfortunately. It's the way of life. But he's El Salvadorian. And he taught me how to make plantains the El Salvadorian way. So, what he used to do is cut these plantains up. You get, like, plantains where they're really ripe. Cut them up. You dip them in vanilla extract. They know. Yeah. You dip them in vanilla, then you dip them in cinnamon. I think it was what he had me do. I think it was cinnamon that I did. And then, no. Did he cover it in cinnamon first, then dip it? Either way. And then he'd lightly fry them in like avocado oil or something. That shit was tasty. But yeah, I find that ethnic stores usually have better produce. They just don't have great quality stuff in the American stores. But, oof. It's the ulcers. Costco's great. I bought 72 waffles for 10. Yeah, Costco is one of the secrets that I have to be able to afford groceries. Had the best radishes ever from H Mart. That's an interesting thing. I think the best radishes I had, I grew. I'm experiencing culture shock online right now. From what? My stream? I don't know anything about these. What? The ice cream bars? The spicy ass ramen? Yeah, I am definitely never doing that ramen again. Oh, the plantains. Plantains are life. If there is ever plantains in an option of a menu, I'm eating them. Oh, you got it right. I think there's no I in the beginning, so it's Plantains. And they're really healthy for you, too. Maybe not when you fry them, but you can regularly get them. What ramen? So I got that Bulldog 2X ramen, the spicy ramen, that apparently was banned in several countries, and there's a Canadian creator apparently suing them for like $15 million. I tried it to see what the hype was, and honestly, it was definitely more heat than flavor. It wasn't killing me in flavor. It did have a lingering of the spice. But I will tell you, there's definitely a little bit of stomach pain. Which is weird, because I can eat habaneros. I have habanero hot sauce all the day long. I've done the Hot Ones challenge. Gone through all 10 hot sauces. Had 0 stomach problems. Okay. So I know a bunch of you had also asked me to look at what was it? Watch Dogs, playing that video game. It's been asked of me for many months. I did buy it yesterday. We will be playing it in a little bit. But first, I want to finish up Halo Reach. Front end okay, back end problems. That's a good way to put it. They have a nice pan-fired one, but their spicy is a bit harsh. Well, pan-fired what? You talking about the ramen? Watch Dogs, is it the latest version? So we're gonna start with the original Watch Dog. I got all the expansion packs and everything. But like I said, the first thing we're gonna do, I've been wanting to finish my first playthrough of Halo Reach. So I think we're almost at the end of it, because we just picked up Cortana. And we'll go for Watch Dogs right after. This should be interesting. And then we'll continue doing Watch Dogs for however long it takes on multiple streams. So we can see my perspective. Because I've had it mentioned for, like, literally years. And I have no context for it. Didn't expect you to say stomach pain, especially all chill like that. I'm Jewish. I may not be Ashkenazi where all the stomach pain, you know, stereotypes come in. But it's part of that culture. I am the Sephardi. I'm a Sephardi Jew. We are the ones that can handle spice. But when a Sephardi Moroccan Jew tells you, okay, that spice was a little bit much for my stomach, that should tell you it's a little bit much. Heat-wise, no problem. Stomach-wise, I'm probably going to be regretting it and be dropping bombs as bad as what probably fell on Gaza in my bathroom. Maybe that was an inappropriate joke. You can call me on that, chat. It's the radiation that's nuking your stomach, bro. It's not the spices. Okay. So. Oi. Let's get into a little bit of gaming on Linux over here. So I'm going to change the titles over on the green and purple sites. And then we're going to switch over to, whatchamacallit? Watch Dogs. Try that out. What's with all the bots that come over to Kick? I've noticed that. They have a bot problem now. How doable is it to pursue a career in IT like data analytics? It's doable. You'll just have to put your nose to the grindstone, though. It's always going to take a little bit of effort. Oof. If I have no experience at all. So you're probably going to need to work your way up to build that experience. Home labbing, things like that. You're maybe going to have to work your way up through some not so great jobs. You know, pay your dues. And then it's totally doable. I got into this career without any certifications or really college experience for most of the stuff I do. Technically, I have a college degree, but as I've talked about in prior content, it is worthless. Because I went to a school that defrauded the U.S. government, and then I got my loans forgiven. So 2 years of my life wasted. about the experience. Yeah, the experience is definitely going to matter. People overemphasize the certifications and stuff aspects. Certifications will at most help you for getting through HR. Okay, so we had just okay, I'm hearing something in the distance. Gaming on Pop has been better than experience than I remember. In video, working out the box, Cosmic UI on point and polished. Oh, so you're playing the beta if you got Cosmic UI. Shit. Because I'm still on GNOME. But yeah, I've been loving the experience on Pop. I've been using it for gaming for years. Oh, my pleasure. But yeah, NVIDIA has been one of my go-to operating systems for a while. Is there better? Possibly. God damn it. Missed the sticky. God damn it, I missed when the battle rifle was a burst shot.
Spartan, do you copy? Heat up that gun. We've got multiple craft bearing down on us.
Shit. Missed that opening. There we go. Got him. Since you're Moroccan, you know the struggle to get remote jobs. Any advice for an African developer? Any suggestion to move to the USA for dev jobs? It's a little bit tough right now with the Trump admin, to be completely honest, to do remote stuff. Or really working anywhere as a foreigner because of that whole thing, and I think it's probably going to get harder to do H-1Bs and everything. Remote jobs in the USA are honestly dwindling because they're moving towards hybrid at the minimum because they want to justify their real estate spend. Oh God, fuel rod. Ooh, that was close. So my honest advice would be, if you're looking for USA jobs, you're probably more likely going to have to be in the States. Now, I don't know what the situation is being Moroccan. Being foreign, because I'm a first-generation born Moroccan-American. I was born as an American. I only have an American citizenship. I'm trying to reclaim my citizenships for a couple countries. That's a whole other process and situation. You're probably going to be best looking at places to actually move to if you're looking for a U.S. job. The honest truth I would tell you is avoid, like, Silicon Valley and places like that, because they are overwhelmingly too expensive.
Cruiser moving into position. I need it dead.
People may not like what I'm going to say, but you have, shit, what was it? So some countries that are actually really, states that are really good for, tech jobs, and people kind of overlook some of these. You've got Texas, specifically in Austin, although that can be hard with being a foreigner. Some parts of Texas aren't so bad, but I would definitely say There's also Virginia. Ohio is another one.
Fire now, Lieutenant. Hit her in the gut.
There we go. GNOME is okay. What would you recommend for someone new to Home Labs? Got an old desktop running Proxmox with OpenSense and some LXCs, limited resources and all. Get a bunch of Raspberry Pis to split up a bunch of different things if you have limited resources. Generally, I don't recommend running OpenSense and pfSense as a virtual machine, because I like to have them physically isolated. To each their own. I have it physically isolated. But yeah, single board computers will definitely make it a lot more cost effective for you to tinker Home Lab, because you can get Raspberry Pis really inexpensively. Now, as far as home labbing, it really depends on what you're trying to do. What do you think of the tech scene in Minnesota? I've been eyeing the state. I'm not too familiar with Minnesota, honestly. I hear good things. I just don't know much about it. I know from experience working in contracts in Virginia, California, Texas, Ohio, what the scenes are like out there, and I can tell you California's scene is overrated because the issue is you're not paid enough to live out there. I agree. Live exclusively used Mete and XFCE for decades. It come along pretty nice. Yeah, I used XFCE for most of my Linux life. I was using Ubuntu for a while with GNOME, and then they switched to that Unity interface in 1204, and then I moved away into Subuntu with XFCE because that was a little bit better. That Unity interface was too touchscreen optimized, and I don't know why they had that trend of, using touchscreens.
I think we both know the answer to that.
Good God, that ramen is killing my stomach. I don't regret it for the spice, I regret it for the indigestion. I am not looking forward to my poops later. I feel like they are gonna burn more on the way out than they came in. You gluten sensitive? No. I am shitty food sensitive. The meal you pray for after you eat, indeed. Oh, yeah. Raspberry Pi, not really an option from where I'm from. Can't find one locally. Okay. Do you have access to inexpensive secondhand computers? Or, there's another vendor, Pine64. You can order them direct from Hong Kong. I've used Pine64. No, I totally get where you're coming from. You gotta be a little creative when it comes to home labbing. Yeah, mini PCs are also great for tinkering, like Hans was saying. Where's my ammo meter on this? Do I just have infinite ammo? Can't be right. Oh, so I'm supposed to defend this area? Shit. Oh, so I guess this was my last hurrah. This is Halo Reach. I've never played it before. I kind of was expecting this eventually to happen because I read the books. And they talk about the last stand in Reach. See you later, Zero Crash. Thanks for hanging out. So I guess that's it.
It didn't take long for Reach to fall. Our enemy was ruthless, efficient, but they weren't nearly fast enough. For you had already passed the torch, and because of you, we found Halo, unlocked its secrets, shattered our enemy's resolve.
The Halo games are
Our
great.
victory, your victory, was so close.
I replay these games every couple of years.
But you belong to Reach.
And they work great on Linux in the Master Chief Collection.
Your armor, all burned and turned to glass. Everything. Except your courage. That you gave to us. And with it, we can rebuild.
Good game. The only thing that's upsetting is I think this doesn't have Halo 4 and 5. You have to buy a Linux license. If you buy the Windows version, are you covered? You just use the Windows version. There is no Linux version. This is actually the Windows version. I'm playing all this stuff through Steam. Okay. So we finished that. So now, let me switch over to Watch Dogs. Because I promised you all I would take a look at this. Because I have never played Watch Dogs. This will be my first experience ever with it. I hear good things. Okay, so we're going to go to Watch Dogs over here. And then Watch Dogs over here. Okay. Over that, over there. Okay. So, I don't think I've launched Watch Dogs yet. We'll just force the compatibility of a specific proton. Let's give it Glorious Egg Roll 10.8, because I think it runs a little bit better in my opinion. You don't need to do that, but we're going to see if it works. If anything, native Linux games tend to be more broken than Windows ones running through Proton. And the interesting thing is, there's also been a lot of people reporting that the Windows versions of games run better on Proton many times. Did you get the texture upgrade DLC? Let's see. I got the Season Pass, Conspiracy, the Access Granted pack, the Bad Blood. I bought the entire pack. I think this is everything. It might just be included, but yeah. Is there a different DLC I need to install, Hans? I'm not sure. Okay, so it's doing the Ubisoft Connect crap. I forgot this is Ubisoft. Ubi crap. Preparing to launch your game. We need to have a launcher. We need a launcher to launch your games. Makes no sense to me. When I was a young whippersnapper, we didn't need a launcher for our games. We just clicked the icon and it worked. Wait, it was saying it wasn't responsive, but Watch Dogs is loading right here. Okay. I don't need your stupid overlay. Okay. Gotta do the regular things. What the hell? Textures, ultra. MSAA should be fine. It's an older game, so it should be fine with that. We'll keep this to borderless, because for some reason, I noticed there's an issue. Okay. You can play your music or customize your playlist in the smartphone's media app. Look at those decade-old graphics. Seems like they included it in the Watch Dogs game, but they still have a free texture upgrade DLC for Watch Dogs 2 for some reason. Okay. Depending on how we see this game, we'll go, do Watch Dogs 2. But of course, we gotta finish this game, get through it. Oh god, this is so cheesy. I have hacker eyes. I can visualize everything. They probably grabbed this from 1995 Hackers movie.
Secrets and lies floating in a cloud of data. I just reach out, pluck it from the sky, and it's mine.
It's ours. Stay focused. You got a nasty security system. How much we got?
100 grand in 30 seconds. God bless the rich and famous. We are the modern day magicians, siphoning bank accounts out of thin air.
Can you hear yourself? What was that?
Hello. I think someone else is hacking in. Let's take a peek.
Let's not.
Stick to the plan, Damien.
Siphon the accounts and get out.
Adventure, my boy. Have faith in your mentor. Something triggered that alarm. Let's find it.
It's scanning the system.
I mean, I like the graphics and the effects, but this is just...
I'm shutting down now.
Don't use
As a cybersecurity professional, I have to scrutinize a lot of this.
What the hell is that? We need to abort.
We are not done. Help me.
Damien, it's over. I'm disconnected.
How's your hacker vision? I don't know, I just started this game.
You're on.
What's up, Dr. Clips?
Ran a search for the hackers in the Merlot job. You're assigned Aiden Pierce. Take him out. Hit the family if you need to. This guy's hacking days are done.
Hit the family?
Got a problem?
Nope. I'll scare him good. You'll never hear from him again.
Oh, my IRL. Oh, okay. My hacker vision is elite. L33T. Okay, 11 months later. Kind of an interesting start of build.
Who gave the order?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Hit the family? Not a problem. Nope. I'll scare him good. You'll never hear from him again.
Oh.
What do you think, Maurice?
Did you scare me? It was a job, man. I didn't know.
Who was on the other end of the call? Give me a name.
They never gave me a name.
I have a Steam library of over 500 games. Broadly, what franchises can run on Linux? The easiest thing to do, go to ProtonDB, connect your Steam library to it. It'll tell you what games can play, but most of them can. I got a library of about 300 or so.
It's alright, that wasn't supposed to happen.
I want you to think very carefully. Think.
Look, man. Even if I knew a name, you couldn't get me talking.
I think it's ProtonDB, protondb.com.
I heard stories, man, that like nothing you ever seen before. You gotta walk away from this, man.
Yeah, my pleasure, Jake.
Can't walk away
Please!
from
Please!
Who gave the order?
I spoke to them on the phone. They told me where to find you. That's all I know, man. That's all I know.
Give me a name.
I don't know. A name. Kill me, man. Just fucking kill me. Ah!
How's your memory now?
Ah!
Oh, yeah. You'll probably find a couple of games that don't work with Linux on Proton, mostly due to kernel-level anti-cheat. But the games themselves will work, other than a few that require really invasive kernel-level anti-cheat.
I bet he talked to you.
But as you see, I'm playing Watch Dogs just fine. I just played Halo Master Chief Collection right before this. Patch advice is needed to get Watch Dogs 2 to not flicker painfully. What patch do you need to do? Things with Battle Eye? Maybe. Not too familiar with it. But I also will make the argument of, if a game can't work on Linux in this day and age with the Steam Deck and everything, they're doing some really unethical BS crap to not allow the game to run. And that's a game I wouldn't want to play even if I were still playing on Windows. Make sense? Ooh, meds.
Yo, Maurice, Yo, what's shaking, motherfucker?
Where the hell you been?
What?
He's talking to me.
You
Leave you for 2 minutes.
Give me my bullets.
I tossed him. What? You said you'd kill him otherwise.
I told you to hold on.
know, it kind of always rubs me the wrong way. Like, hand me the bullets. No, those are rounds that happen to shoot bullets.
To make a call.
Like, it's not a clip, it's a magazine. You use a clip to reload a magazine.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Let's clean this mess up. Stop admiring your work.
Hey, that's
Nitpicky,
cute,
I know.
but I'm disappointed, Pierce. I mean, you failed to spot the nasty inter-gang drama I'm creating here.
I don't like loose ends. Let's get him out of here.
No, too late. Bottom of the 8th. Chicago's ahead. Game's almost over. We are out of time. Nice shot. Huh. Come on, you're not just a little interested in my phone call.
All right, fine. Tell me about your phone call.
Glad you asked. Okay, we got a bunch of...
The main character as a cosplay might be cool.
We need a distraction. I called the cops.
Does he, like, wear the same outfit or something?
So, cops arrive, and Maurice's little...
Forget the exact post on there, but I use these settings to get it not to flicker to me. ACO underscore debug equals force to weight depths.
Slip away undetected.
Interesting.
Appreciate the plan tomorrow.
Great. Punctual cops. I handle these guys.
I'll see if I can maybe pull it off.
Maurice, what do I look like, a chauffeur?
He's the shooter. I'm not through with him yet.
I was actually thinking one year I go to DEF CON, I'll pull off some kind of funny outfit.
Dick.
This would be funny to see if anyone points it out. But this is kind of a, heavy,
Said we're looking for gangbangers. Sweep the room. Careful, these shitbags don't play fair.
Wish they'd just play in their own backyard.
I got another corpse. Another viceroy. Victimless crime, then. Why'd they have to pick the biggest game of the season to pull this shit? Trying to ruin it for everybody?
Squad, we've got 2 bodies in the basement of May Stadium. Gangbangers.
Copy. We're sending forensics. Secure your position for now. We're sweeping each level of the stadium.
okay.
All right. Doesn't look right.
GF is good, big into cosplay.
Here, of all places.
I think it'd be interesting.
Wait, you think it's the vigilante? Does feel like his brand of justice, don't it? What I wouldn't give to get my hands on that piece of shit.
God damn it. He caught me at the corner. I didn't catch that spot on the right.
Anybody in here, identify yourselves. Chip said we're looking for gangbangers. Sweep the room. Careful, these shitbags don't play fair. Definitely a viceroy.
Wish they'd just play in their own backyard. I got another viceroy.
Victimless crime, then. Why'd they have to pick the biggest game of the season to pull this shit? Trying to ruin it for everybody?
Squad, we've got 2 bodies in the basement of May Stadium.
Copy. We're sending forensics. Secure your position for now. We're sweeping each level of the stadium.
Make new friends ways. You're kind of an icebreaker if they know the character. I think it'd also be funny to dress up as the stereotypical hacker they expect to have.
Feel like his brand of justice, don't it? What I wouldn't give to get my hands on that piece of shit.
Okay, so there's a map. Hold on. I'm going to change my camera so you can see. There we go. I realize there's a map at the bottom right. Move it, shitbag. I smell too much bacon. Kevin Bacon.
Probably nothing.
Okay, that's interesting. So you can just get something there.
We're watching an epic confrontation between two old rivals here today, and this game couldn't be any closer. Big base steals on this team with 27 steals this series, but Sonova's watching them like a hawk.
Okay, so we climb over. Christian, I'm going to check out the website on my PC. You're welcome, buddy.
Roger's not falling for that one. Both men, of course, experts at the mind game.
Tap Z to activate the profiler. This is data flow of objects. This is like so cheesy to me. Ooh, we can just hack it by pressing a button. So how do I escape this? Oh, you gotta hop the cameras. This is like so cheesy, the way this works. I'm just saying from a cybersecurity point of view.
Nope. Quiet here.
We've got a known viceroy in the VIP lounge. We're gonna check him out.
Okay, I'm coming up.
Slow down there, Speedy.
You're gonna be a good guy or bad game. There is a morality bar. I don't know. We'll see. Is there like a way to crouch or something? I don't think a AAA studio would implement a terribly realistic interactive gimmick for hacking.
He's not moving unless I give him a reason.
Well, of course not. Because if people actually learned what hacking actually entails... they wouldn't think it's so hot. Okay. Okay, so we gotta throw it there.
Take the bait.
I just rolled over boxes and they didn't hear me. Good God. I think this is the majority of how people see hacking. I think you're right. Because, like, this is a little bit cheesy. What the?
Hey, you, sir.
Oh, I was like, why is it not working? I was like hitting the door and then suddenly it worked.
We're just talking.
Look, I got my tickets right here.
No, keep your hands where I can see them.
This is bullshit. Jay didn't do nothing wrong.
Get back now. You're viceroys, aren't you?
That ain't illegal, right?
Don't get smart. How did you two afford VIP tickets?
Bet she makes more than you do.
Yeah? Hey, yo, Didi, calm down.
That was a little too easy.
Bad boy. The police are about to lock this whole place down. I'm stuck unless we create a major distraction. I want to cut the power and slip past them.
To the whole stadium? I thought you wanted to keep the vigilante out of the news. Everything's connected to the CTOS with a serious firewall.
Right now, I need to get out of the stadium. Can you find me the nearest access point?
In the next room. Well, you'll need to find someone with security clearance.
Security guard should have access. With all these cops, there's gotta be one around.
Okay, so...
Hey, you Alan? Yeah, I am. You got an evacuation plan, right? Of course we do. Good, we need to get moving on it. We're not gonna evacuate 40,000 people.
Contacted by the CIA.
You got an isolated incident in the basement. We can close the basement. I got no problem with that. This whole place is about to fill up with Chicago PD. That's gonna cause a panic. We need to shut the game down and get people out of here safely. Shut it down, I can't make that call. Well, then call somebody who can make that call, please. Okay, hang on.
Okay, so where am I supposed to go now? With the... What the hell? Oh. Blew up the stadium a little bit. Okay, so now what? What difficulty? I didn't select a difficulty, so whatever the default one is. Like, I'm cracking up at how easy this is and cheesy this is. Like, this would be kind of like if they made 1995 Hackers movie into a video game, more or less. Imagine if you could hack as efficiently as this guy. If you could hack as easily as this, we would all be screwed in our jobs.
Gone. I'm allergic to cops. So's Maurice. But don't worry, I left you a present. Friend of a friend deals in pre-owned cars. Got a real beauty waiting for you in the garage across the street. Take it or leave it. I don't care. Gotta go.
I think it's a little bit cheesy how you could just look at someone, find their income and everything like that. This is definitely highly fictionalized. Oh. We have cars in this game. So here's one thing you should know about me. I don't drive well with the keyboard. So, we're going to be mixing it up with a controller. There we go. Is this the kind of game where you just drive inconspicuously and you can, avoid the cops? Or is it just they're gonna be on site and know who you are? Mostly on site. See, that I find a little bit ridiculous because they don't know what I look like from my understanding. The hiding mechanic is a bit finicky at times. It was as well in Grand Theft Auto. I don't like the handling of the cars. It feels like driving was a little bit of a second, an afterthought.
I needed this bad. Finally got the goddamn trigger, man. Just need to break through. How? Push Marty's hard. Torture's not gonna work on this guy, so I need to get inside his head.
Okay, so where do I have to reach?
Guilt is eating him up. I'll give him a couple of days.
Okay, half a click that way.
I bet I'll start reaching out.
Hate the driving mechanic in this game. Oh, yeah. It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto, and Grand Theft Auto had a shit driving mechanic. I hated it. Like, I feel like the car's still going a little bit too slow. What's this? Oh, it's Y to escape the car. My mom says you're handsome. Send me a picture. We might hook up. But seriously, tell her thank you.
These guys, I heard stories, man, that like nothing I've ever seen before.
That's... She's married in 70. So... Not a MILF, but a G-MILF?
He's coming, right? Like last time. Jackson,
I'm kidding. I'm just being stupid.
Are you sure you called the right number? Honey, your uncle's a different kind of person. It doesn't mean he doesn't love us.
You've never heard that, Alchemist? If any of us could afford kids, maybe. You've never heard that? So the first time I heard of it was there was a TV show called Metalocalypse. Wait. There's food, there's a coffee cup.
Since we both win in this, we'll share what we have. That backdoor allows you some access to the CTOS network. I'm still working on something bigger. Give me time.
Oh, we got a skill tree. Oh, I've got 5 skill points. Hacker's Toolkit, Utilities. Adds an extra battery slot. Lockers. That may be useful. That may be useful. Is the newest DEFCON and Infocom yet? No, not yet. Oh, there's combat ones and everything too? Oh, I didn't know about that. So how do I open that skill tree again? Oh, okay. You hit the center button. Resting changes time of day, fills focus, and saves your game. It will reset your heat, not available during missions. Okay, I don't like how you can catch one criminal through crime detection. Requires steady aim. Focus. Okay. Back when swappable batteries were commonplace. Yeah, I miss the swappable battery. I have a chemical component. I have an unstable chemical component. I take it that there's crafting that can be done with this. The in-game year is 2013, so the technology might look out of date. You think? Like, what is this rack mount thing they have going on here? And then, like... That's like a Betamax player over there. This guy literally has a VHS over here. Like, what the hell? You're talking about dated? That was already dated in 2013. And he's got this stuff over here. And this just looks like all random stuff. Just to be like all hackery looking. Like, what is this? It's just a display of like random stuff. And that's like, it looks like an audio panel of some sort. And then look, we have another tape reader. How many tapes does this guy need to have? And then like, these are two of the same things over here, all right? I don't even see any radio equipment. It feels like whoever designed this game was just like, oh, this looks techy enough. You know, I'm pretty sure you could have found from some of your IT guys that were hanging around at Ubisoft and actually gotten some better notes. But no, they decided not to touch any of the geeks and be like, how does this look to you? No. I feel like I'm going to be ranting about this a lot. Oh, this is Watch Dogs. Focus, aka John Wick Simulator. So yeah, I had a lot of my audience asking me, is this Steam Deck? No, this is on my desktop.
Okay, you're the boss.
Yeah, I had a lot of my community ask me to play this game because, you know, I'm in cybersecurity. And they're like, can you play this game? I would so like to see you play this game and get your perspective. Yeah, I have a feeling, I've only started this game. It's going to be me bitching about this game and how unrealistic things are and cheesy. A wired phone line and a fax machine and a vault. This is a good game, even though it's not realistic. We'll see, I just started.
Sick of remembering her that way. It's never a dream of her tiny face pressing the window when she knows I was coming over. Or that little wobbly dance she did. It's always the same.
So what? That's his niece that got popped? Okay.
I need to get my mind off things.
Oh, goddamn.
Lucky for me, this city's full of distractions. And they can't hide from me.
That was a bit extreme there, from BDSM to looks up R word. downloads pirated media.
I'll have to thank CTOS one day. Simple breach of their facial recognition software, and I've got access to everyone's personal details.
Sorry.
So what, you just profile people? This is what Palantir's doing, though. It's aggregating all of your data.
I'm gonna get my things, man. I'm gonna get out of here.
I did not mean to do that.
It's never a dream of her tiny face pressing the window when she knows I was coming over. Or that little wobbly dance she did. It's always the same nightmare. I need to get my mind off things.
Yeah, this is my first time playing Watch Dogs. People have been bugging me to play this for like 2 years I've been streaming. So I'm like, what the hell? It was $20. So we'll try it out. Cybersecurity, professional,
Hey, asshole.
they just changed the whole, like, thing there.
I'll have to thank CTOS one day. Simple breach
Oh.
of facial recognition software.
Play it once a year or so.
Everyone's personal details. That guy's out of control. I'm not gonna let him hurt anyone today. Simple trace of his call and he's mine.
Okay, so you basically profile people for potential crimes. Do people really honestly think it's that easy to hack people?
All right, he's here somewhere. Just move carefully. Don't get spotted. Let the profile.
So there's 3 of these games? I only saw the 2.
Okay.
Third is called Legion. I heard Legion was not that great.
Close. I can feel it.
Move along!
Feeling okay, buddy? But
Damn, he spotted me. I can't exactly take him down over a threatening text. Now he'll wait to attack another day. I gotta be more careful next time.
Yeah, I saw the reviews on it were mixed, though.
I'm not sure. So you're saying you don't know where the money went? That's right. Because the file has you listed as the contact. It's your name on the paperwork.
Nikki, hey, I know, the party started.
It's almost over. Where are you?
I'm on my way.
You make me crazy. Jackson's really looking forward to it. Get over here. We miss you.
I miss you too. I'll be there. Sorry, Nick, I need to take this. I'll see you soon.
Good. You got out. Look, if you need some wheels, give me a call. I'll set you up.
Pre-owned cars?
You'd rather register yourself at a car dealer? Don't ask questions. This guy gets me any ride I want. And you, if you...
Oh, that's his sister and nephew? Okay.
How's Maurice doing?
Oh, he's all sunshine and buttercups. I'm gonna dump him at my little dumping place.
I need him alive, Jordy.
Yeah, alive. Whatever.
Goes against...
Tourist app allows you to check into the city hotspots.
But hey, you pay me right, I'll keep him alive as long as you want. I do work for a paycheck.
Car on demand to get vehicles delivered nearby. Okay. Oh, so you can get muscles, you can get sport, truck, budget cars, performance cars. Interesting.
Ask, and ye shall receive.
It's a little bit different. The guy you're playing as now is a legend in the like a legend in the other games. What other games?
Douchebag. What, the show on TV? Yes. All right. I've already won $5,000, but I need you to help me answer this question. All right? Are you ready? Yeah, I guess so.
Watchdog 2s and Legion. Okay.
Una sola palabra que saliera de eso. Somebody tried to break into my house last night. Climate change is real. It is here in Chicago.
All right. So I guess we're going for the remote profiling. What am I doing here? Oh. You gotta go in and then start the contract. Okay.
I'll draw out the cops and act as a decoy. Sounds like a clean job.
I love how, like, the pedestrians, the NPCs are always the same in every game. So... where the hell am I supposed to go? Oh, I have to acquire the vehicle. Alright, so... not sure why we have to acquire it. This is like a Citroen. Interesting. It's kind of interesting because they're like trying to make this like an American game, but the car styles you can see that we have are definitely more European in some of these that we don't have in the US. Like, the developer doesn't know the market. Oh, so more or less, I'm just doing a timed, a time attack. Oh no! Can you activate the handbrake in this car? Like, I don't know how I can do a power slide in this thing. Oh yeah, like there's always gonna be a perfectly set up ramp there. Okay, so you don't have to hit the mark exactly. Car is this? Looks like some kind of Citroen. This car definitely doesn't handle. The handling in this game for cars is crap. Made by French developers, so it's European-like in many aspects. Yeah, the problem is you give Europeans and try to make something American, they don't consult with Americans that will tell you, like, this is how it would actually be, down to guns and things like that. But also, like I said, they didn't even consult with their own IT department to find out what geeky shit would actually look like. Oh, it's made by Ubisoft Canada? That makes it even worse. They should have a better idea of what cars are in the USA and are not. Because the USA doesn't really do well with these kind of hatchback-styled cars. Eat me! Uh-oh. I thought that was just like an absolutely... Alright, I gotta ditch these pigs. That was not what I wanted to do. Ubisoft is a French company, but they do have remote offices in other countries. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out. Okay, so there is a holster button. There used to be an office near me, but they closed it recently. The second game does better at the geeky stuff, but it has a big tone shift from the first.
Need to find this guy.
Ain't nobody talking to you, son.
Oh, god damn it. I got a little too close. See, I'm so used to, like, sneaking around in other games, whereas this is like, you gotta use the tech. So what am I supposed to be doing right now? Legion is just futuristic. Yeah, I heard there was like really mixed reviews on that. You can play as anyone in the game Legion. Oh. Yeah, I heard there were like really mixed reviews on that game though.
Ride's ready for pickup.
How do you get it delivered right there?
Hey, watch it. I didn't do nothing to you. Somebody tried to break into my house last night. I rolled up like
They need to crack down. Hey, watch where you're going next time.
Am I really running faster than this dude?
try and be more careful. Slow down.
Am I allowed to punch him? Oh, that's interesting. There we go. That's just so weird to get used to. The mechanics in this game are just so weird.
How's it going?
Need something?
Interesting that a pawn shop just has, like, components.
I'm like the president. We both want change.
Somebody tried to break into my house last night. I rolled up like
Okay, so I guess we're just messing around at this point.
that was rude.
The stuff the NPC says is funny. Oh, yeah.
You're all set. Have fun.
They say the most outlandish stuff. Yeah, it seems like they actually do a little bit more than, Grand Theft Auto. Oh,
It's been a full year of CTOS operation.
I don't think I can play the radio because of copyright issues.
It's been largely positive. We're on the street to hear what some of you have to say.
It's cool. I can pay my transit with my phone, and I always know if the L is on time, so yeah.
I like, that it tracks where I am and tells me in
Yeah, I turned it off. Okay, so start a fixer contract.
Abandoned getaway car. Cops will be running a search for it. I should ride back alleys and shortcuts.
Okay, what kind of car are we taking? Ooh. Birdie.
We've got a patrol car in pursuit of suspect.
Well, you shouldn't been in my way. That was pretty easy with this kind of speed.
CTOS can't authorize. Initializing search for suspect now.
Oh, so I have to be in these areas and... I see. How the hell did I get stuck in this way?
Copy that. A high-powered patrol unit is en route to the suspect.
Stop your vehicle now.
Shit. I do not like the driving in this game. It is so janky. How about you stop your vehicle? Okay, so it's the right button does the power sliding. I think one of my tires is out. God damn it. I messed up so badly on that because I'm still new. Alright, let's try that again.
A patrol car's been dispatched after the suspect.
Hit the barrier. God damn, the handling in this is horrible. Oh, so those are hot spots, I guess, that are tracking my location. Okay. Gotcha. So basically just stay out of them. That's why I got popped last time. I was wondering how they found me. So that's an interesting element they add to it that Grand Theft Auto didn't have. Oh god, got popped. No, the fuck you ain't. I rammed you. Ha ha. Shit. What, they didn't put down spike strips? That's what I was afraid of. Ah! What the hell? God damn, the handling in this is just horrible. I suck at this, and, like, I know I'm not the best driver in video games, but my god, it's like... I do not have unlocked skills for this mission. Is that why I'm doing so bad? Yeah, let's, is there any way I can escape the mission? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So where do I have to go for the story missions, then? I only like using the controller when I'm driving. Oh, the yellow hexagons? Okay.
It's flu season again. Time to get your flu shot.
She's ready when you are.
Or Smart City CTOS can make it easier for you. Simply sign on or have easy access to medical records. One button press allows you to view your records from your smart device and locate the closest clinic.
Oh, of course. I gotta go all the way around, probably, don't I? You're just playing Watch Dogs 2? Yeah, I've never played Watch Dogs before. And a bunch of my community was asking me to play it since I do cybersecurity. And we've been kind of making fun of some of the... God damn it. we've been kind of making fun of some of the choices they've made in this game.
South Club were arrested following the police.
What the hell, NPC?
No names have been released, but the raid is already being criticized by watchdog groups for ignoring the organization's reputed leader, entrepreneur Dermot Lucky Quinn.
Okay, so Big Brother.
I haven't been to Nikki's since the funeral. Am I ready? Jack's last birthday. Lena sang off key. Happy birthday. Full throttle, no holds barred. Now,
Okay.
I'm afraid of the silence.
I'll pay for that.
They're probably in the backyard.
Okay, so that is one nice thing they seem to have in the game is they seem to flip back and forth between the keyboard and mouse, as well as joystick based on what you'd last touched.
No, I think you're 9. 10. 9. 10. 9. 10. Well, in that case, you deserve 10 birthday tickles. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10. Stay here for a second.
So that's his sister?
So, an entire year and...
Late. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nick. Really.
Come here.
Hasn't seen his sister in a year.
Look at you. You look older.
Oh, nice. Thanks for that.
It's his first birthday without Lena.
He's 10 years old, having a birthday party. Where's all his friends?
Yolanda says it's his way of maintaining some sort of control.
Yolanda.
His therapist. She's helping him. It's good. Just slow.
God damn it, I had some spice in my finger and now my eye hurts.
Jax.
Ah!
Hey.
Now I'm finally feeling the burn from that ramen.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, mother.
Do I get a hug? Wow. You are big. So, hey, what do you got there? Wow, the healer. Cool. You brought him a real toy, huh?
Why don't you bring up your toys? I'm going to speak with your uncle.
Yeah, I'll be up there in a sec.
God damn, that hurt my eye.
This matters. You being here. I just need to make sure that things are different.
Things are different.
Are they? So how much does she know about her brother and his life?
Most important people in my life. I'm not gonna stop watching out for you.
Always the big brother, huh?
last time I was back here, it was Lena's birthday. Jackson adored her.
That's an old washing machine.
You missed all the fun. The kids were playing vigilante, imitating that guy they keep talking about on TV.
Let me guess. Jax was the vigilante.
No, they were all the vigilantes, and I was the only villain, but I make a mean bad guy. I gave him hell.
I should have come earlier. I could have warned them. Don't mess with my sister.
Remember when you and Mom were both sick as dogs, but Dad insisted his boy was gonna have his birthday cake? That thing was an abomination. All burnt and lopsided. That was Dad in a nutshell. He did a lot of ugly things, but it was always about family. Listen to me, rambling.
What the hell?
Oh, really? No, don't let me interrupt you. Who is this? You think blogging caller ID will hide you? Listen, the police can trace this call.
I know where you live. How are the locks on those doors?
Who is this? Why are you calling?
Do you feel safe, Nikki?
Who was that?
Doesn't matter, just some stupid crank. It happens. Do you think this is strong enough?
Look, did you know his voice?
Oh, Jesus, Aiden, just leave it. It's fine.
It's fine. He thinks he can get inside.
How do you know what he thinks?
You're checking the locks.
Look, I can handle this on my own. We do not need your help.
Well, I mean, it's not the locks that I'd be worried about because, like,
God, you have not changed.
I'd bust. You have a window right there. You can easily pick the lock. You can break the, you know, the little decorative glass thing right there because that bar ain't that solid.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Basically, this ain't a house I'd worry about with security. I mean, I would worry about with security. It looks like it's a little dated, too. Little marks on the walls, things like that.
Grown man making crank calls. Let's see how safe you feel when I trace your call. There you are. Damn it. He's on the move.
I keep hitting that button on accident.
Threats to my family. Again.
No, please.
I think I'm probably gonna mess this mission up because I didn't get in the car soon enough. I didn't know that you... Yeah. I didn't know that you had to take the car right there. Oh, look, it changed color.
See how safe you feel when I trace your call. There you are.
A trace does not happen that quickly.
Damn it. He's on the move. I'm afraid of this. Threats to my family. Again.
God, the handling is so bad in this game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I overreacted. You just make me so crazy sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Come on back, okay? I promise I won't freak out on you. Aiden? You're going after that creep, aren't you?
Well...
You're doing it right now.
It's not like that.
Stop being a
What? Yeah, the call's breaking up. I can't hear you.
No, you can hear me perfectly. You need to stop right now.
Yeah. Hello? You still there? Can't hear you. Okay, gotta go.
Closing in on you. 9 meters. 8 meters.
So we have a deal? Shit, yeah.
There we go. Got his phone.
Just to make a crank call. Nikki Pierce, right? I'll mention the locks like you said. And her kid. This feels wrong. That's the point.
Someone paid this asshole to harass Nikki. Who would pay for something like that? Hey, did you get anywhere with DedSec? Any of those CTOS hacks?
Yeah, I'm still trying. They're kicking you out. Give me time.
Okay, well, I need your help then. Can you trace a phone call?
How can I refuse my best?
Okay. So we knocked that dude down. So in a way, I can feel like this is a little bit better than Grand Theft Auto, because Grand Theft Auto you can't interact with so much and different things. But Grand Theft Auto's just got a dated approach to a lot of things.
I should be able to pinpoint the source of that call.
Let's do that. Bloom's building a new CTOS center in the loop. It's perfect.
DedSec tried to attack that center last month. We failed, and they just added more armed guards. So it won't be easy. Be careful.
You sound like my sister. Relax. Make sure I'm armed and dangerous.
Ooh, I got a skill point. Automatically disables vehicle alarms and unlocks doors. Nice.
Bloom hires private contractors to guard their CTOS centers. These guys will be geared up and wired for action. But I'll be ready.
What are these check marks here?
I think that's the vigilante the police are looking for.
Oh. Okay, so they're little city hotspots.
Your ride's ready. Gassed up, wheels balanced, fluids checked, the works. You're welcome.
Why is it like never right in front of me?
Give me a break. What a fucking joke.
Okay.
Don't see that every day.
I don't know why we have to check in for things, but okay. And what's with the running mechanics in every game that you play these days? I don't know. GTA idea of never letting you see the car spawn in is kind of dumb, especially when the car spawns several blocks away. Oh, yeah.
Is it a drug? Is it hypnosis? What is this craze? Whatever it is, it's sweet.
Like, have it just, like, appear with a flatbed or something and then just drop it in front of you.
Legal and safe. It alters perceptions of the world and can affect mood.
Gotta hold trigger to run. Oh. Well, I'm using the keyboard and mouse, so I'm a little bit,
Everyone's experience is different. I was in a giant spider.
It makes me super alert. I use it when I'm studying for an exam. I haven't had any weird trips like some others have had.
Yeah, the controls and, like, some of the design in this game, like, really wonky.
It helped me stop smoking. There's no scientific evidence that it's harmful, but it's too early to tell what the side effects of this new pseudo-drug craze might be. No? Come on. Have you heard of a placebo? Or maybe people are using this app along with some other real drug. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know my driving's crap in this game. I think everyone's driving is crap. Yeah, this is my first time ever playing. Oh, so...
If CTOS doubles...
Have a frickin' cannon outside?
Welcome.
Over the past few weeks, CTOS centers throughout Chicago have increased security due to several attacks from activist hackers.
I'd like to get a sniper rifle eventually.
Security changes. Bloom spokeswoman Charlotte Gardner was decisive.
Chicago's safety is paramount, so we've hired private...
Why do I have a Tommy gun equipped?
These highly skilled peacekeepers have trained in the most dangerous regions of the world.
In fact, Ms. Gardner, these peacekeepers you refer to are military mercenaries, many with criminal records. Isn't that true?
Indeed, they've served time in the military, but we should hardly reject our brave soldiers for proudly serving their country, should we? Our CTOS network is well protected, and that gives Chicago citizens the comfort...
Did I just scare people in a gun store by pulling a gun out? Are you freaking kidding me? Like, come on, Ubisoft. I was expecting, like, oh crap, I pulled out the gun. Now I'm just gonna get offed out and you know, like, no. I just chased everyone out of a gun store that had a freaking arsenal behind me by accidentally pulling my gun out. What the... And then, like, what? I can't run around and, like, steal all the guns? No, can't do that. I can scare them all out of this gun store, apparently, by just pulling a pistol out when he's got freaking full auto and everything in there. What the... I'm sorry, but that's freaking hilarious to me. That is freaking hilarious.
My fault.
I am probably gonna handle the regret this. Let's try a motorcycle. Insert European mind joke here. Absolutely. Like, what if I pulled my gun out to, like, dry fire and test? You know, that happens. Just don't point it at anyone. I had it pointed at the ground, but no.
What?
I am doing just fine. Oh, you can shoot from a bike.
This new security is no joke. I need access. Gotta find out who's targeting my family. I want that voice behind the phone call.
Looks all right.
So wait, what am I supposed to do? Hacker vision?
No access. Beat it.
What is it? How do I do hacker vision again? Trying to remember the button. Why does he have a gun if he's on probation? Okay, so what am I supposed to do with this?
I'm investigating. On, let's go. Where the hell did he go? Watch it, man. Watch it. Nothing here. Moving on.
What is hacker mode in this? Because I'm trying to remember what the hell the controls were. Okay, hack, focus is control, interact is E. Smartphone focus, profiler. Oh, so I'm supposed to... Gotcha. Let's try this again. I still gotta get used to this game, although... Okay, so... where the hell am I supposed to go?
What's going on here?
That can't be normal.
God damn it. How did I just off an entire security team with barely any effort? So wait, what am I supposed to do here? What the? What? These are just puzzles? The hard difficulty makes death practically required to not die in missions. Ah. So I guess I can pick my difficulty, in the settings.
Already? I'm looking at the network as we speak. You got your access, and I've got mine. Profiler system's online. Everybody's nasty little secrets at the click of a
This is so cheesy in the way they do, like, hacking and stuff like that.
I can take advantage of some of this.
Keep an eye out for online traffic. Could be fixers in the network.
Like, this must be what the average person thinks hacking is. Oh, you know, you have a GUI for it. No, it's staring at a terminal and figuring out the right exploit, and half the time you don't get to see things. The best you get to see other people's cameras is Shodan.
Hey, I need you to...
I'm curious. Oh, so the difficulty's at normal. So there is a hard level. Wait, there's one more? Realistic? What is that? One shot, one kill?
No.
But here's the thing. I come in this morning, find Maurice trying to dig his way out of the guest room. So I need to move him. Now I could pass this problem on to you since Maurice is really your problem. But that's not my style. I always finish what I start, and all I'm asking of you...
All right, fine. I'll handle it.
Well, no, don't let me put you out.
I said I'd handle it. What's the job? Exactly.
It's a delivery job. Gotta move some guy. I mean, how hard is that? Just keep in mind my reputation's on the line here.
One of those things where it's cheesy but grows on you. I can see it. Oh wait, isn't my motorcycle on the other side? Did they despawn my motorcycle? I'm in America. Everyone has a gun.
Your chariot awaits.
Oh, see, now it's close enough.
Stay out of his way.
He's gonna kill somebody.
I am riding slowly, and you're gonna be like, I'm gonna kill somebody. Freaking Karens. So what's over here? With the little triangle.
Here we go. He's gotta be close.
That's a third nipple.
You got something you want to say? Oh God, don't shoot! Oh my God.
Okay. Interesting. Steady aim. Acquired skill point for 1. Okay. Focus. Wait, do I not have skill points? Oh. It's the progression wheel. I gotcha. Okay, so the triangle is potential crime stuff. Gotcha. Why is it in every game the motorbikes are always easier to ride and handle? I never understood that. Right as I smacked into a car.
Hey, wake up!
What is this? What the hell, a fixer? I made too much noise in the loop. This guy's found me.
You are being invaded.
Better find him. Jordy's job will have to wait.
I am turning around, Karen.
Watch where you're going. Look at this asshole. Look out.
What Linux distro would the character use? Parrot OS. The skids only use Kali. The fixer is accepted an online hacking contract to steal information from you. Find the fixer hacking you.
Shit, he's trying to hack in. Maybe if I trace his signal back, I'll find him before he breaches my phone. Okay, narrow the search area. Come on, Aiden. Find him quick.
Yeah, I suck hard with the keyboard and mouse. Hold on.
Shit, he's trying to hack in. Maybe if I trace his signal back, I'll find him before he breaches my phone.
Oh. That was spam. That was held by the mod. Okay, so... we know they're not in the parking garage.
There you are. You're mine now.
God damn it. So I'm supposed to kill them. Okay.
Shit, he's trying to hack in. Maybe if I trace his signal back, I'll find him before he breaches...
See, this game is just so counterintuitive to what we think about in cybersecurity in terms of business.
There you are. You're mine now.
It's a gun.
Got him. That's one fixer down. Now, how many more are out there?
911, please state your emergency.
He's shooting. Hurry. Please hurry. Squad all units initiating CTOS scan for suspect.
Well, someone's taken an interest in me. Fixers are mercenaries. They work for a paycheck. Someone's issued a contract on me. That's bad fucking news.
CTOS scan successful. Suspect located
If
and
I
marked.
remember right, these guys communicate through the
Be
grid.
advised, units are en route to the suspect's location.
Oh, shit.
Hey, man, I'll tell you some stuff.
Yeah, squad, some backup might be a good idea here.
Hey, be careful, buddy.
Careful, patrol. He's headed right for you. We gotta take this guy out. I'm going into his side. Watch out.
This car was not a good choice. Okay. Too late. My life is already horrible.
How the hell did he get a license?
We are back in pursuit.
Okay, come on. God damn it. Good. I evaded them. Yay, I got a skill point. I'm a good boy. What am I looking for? Here, just... It's like the online contracts app. Okay, there we go. So what am I supposed to do with this? What am I trying to do? This is weird. Oh, select online hacking and select a target.
Oh, my grid connection's down. I'd love to take on one of these guys. I'll have to wait.
Okay. Servers apparently made me want to do the online thing.
I can deal with Jordy's job. Some kind of driving contract. Delivering a guy somewhere. This won't be a typical taxi service. The trick with these jobs is avoiding the cops.
Dot. What's this? There's supposed to be like Easter eggs in the artwork and stuff. Oh, I got performance cars now.
Okay, it's ready for you. Hey, how's that for fast?
Oh, really? Gonna put it down there? I think eventually I should go back to playing Cyberpunk 2077. Okay, so let's get to the next story mission. Oop. I was doing so well until I smacked into that car. Okay, so backseat driver, what do I do in this one?
Yeah. Where the fuck you been? It's gone to shit. Fuck, man, it's all gone to shit.
I'm on my way.
Hurry, man, the cops are gonna find me. Hurry.
You know, I always wonder why I have to use the car they tell me to.
Chicago police managed to interrupt a nighttime invasion on a manufacturing.
Oh, we're in Chicago?
Died at the scene, while one remains at large.
We're in Chicago. Like, they definitely didn't do the research if we're in Chicago and able to buy all these guns with high-capacity magazines. Scan. Avoid the yellow CTOS. Chase. Lose police by breaking their line of sight. Search. Or hide until the timer runs out.
Shit.
CTOS can't authorize initializing search for suspect now. Squad, we got a green light on CTOS search. Scanning for suspect now.
This is definitely a different mechanic to have police involved. Because Grand Theft Auto, you're kind of just...
Green light on CTOS search. Scanning for suspect now. This is squad, we got a green light on CTOS search. Scanning for suspect now. Squad to all units, CTOS scan initiated.
Alright. Oh, jeez.
Scan for suspect.
There we go. Okay, so we're in...
Hope you have an invitation or you're dead.
A body was.
I'm the driver.
Fuck, man, what took you so long? You got a car, this thing's shot to hell.
No. My rule's your car. That's the job.
All right, well, come on, man, let's go.
Hey, what the shit? Eddie's dead. I left him back there. Oh, man, the cops came out of nowhere. This is bad. Just follow the route and keep an eye out. The cops are still searching.
No route's gonna get us killed. Sit back and keep quiet.
Just stick to the plan. I know what I'm doing.
That how your buddy wound up dead? Keep your head down.
Squad, we're gonna work the alleys and see if we can flush them out.
Copy that. All surrounding bridges are still up except the wells. You've got support inbound on the wells.
See if I can get around those cops. Over there. But we got a chopper. I'm gonna get spotted in a sec.
Come on, what's the plan? Talk to me.
You need to calm down. You got the island locked up. Just stick to the back alleys, garages, keep out of sight. If you see me kill the engine and cut the lights, you keep quiet. Just be an old parked car. Understand?
Yeah. Okay. Shit, my hands will start shaking. You ever seen a guy shot in the guts before?
Okay, we're gonna get spotted.
Mayor Rushmore has pledged to crack down on
Nope. Chopper flew over.
Freaking out here. Maybe Eddie's alive. He took one to the belly. I heard that's the best place to get shot. Is that true?
A wound like that can go either way. The bullet doesn't go right through. You're looking at a lot more collateral damage. Listen, the cops are gonna want answers, which means your friend will get an escort to the hospital.
You said you've seen a lot of gunshots. Oh, fuck, man. They said you were good. You did it.
Alright. I thought I was gonna get spotted, but guess I got lucky on that one. Looking for an off-ramp. That'll work. How realistic is Mr. Robot compared to this game? Oh, Mr. Robot, the first season, actually relatively realistic. Like, I give it a A-, B+ on the realism, because they're actually showing real tools. This, definitely not realistic. You have to suspend a lot of belief.
We're here. We did it. There's some guys.
If hacking were this easy, the world would be boned. It's the same thing as Grand Theft Auto. They make crime and all that look really easy, but it's not.
He's not meeting us. He's meeting you.
It's entertaining for sure, but I have to suspend a lot of belief knowing what I know about cybersecurity in order to appreciate this game.
I swear, I don't know what happened. There wasn't supposed to be anybody.
He gonna kill him.
I turn around, the alarm's going off. The cops got there so fast.
Shh. Quiet now. It's all over, son.
I got it, at least, right? That's what matters.
It is indeed what matters most. Here's how the world turns. Not much room for fuck-ups.
Oh, I get that, Mr. Quinn. I do. It wasn't my fuck-up, though. It wasn't.
No, calm now. It's all right. Calm. Get a chance to talk to your mama? Call your friends? Your girl?
No, sir. I was in a hurry.
That's good. Very good.
I knew it. They're gonna pop him.
You can tell your employer I'll call again. If ever I need another delivery.
I have a feeling we're gonna square off with those guys later on in the story.
runs the Chicago South Club. These assholes have been preying on
Hey.
when I was born. I could have done the city a
Wait,
huge favor.
why did it not
in
trigger?
his eyes.
Think of the sub there, Radish Prince. I do not know why it didn't trigger. Appreciate it, buddy. Happy hacking.
That can't happen again.
Hey, how'd it go? You finished that job yet?
You thought I'd be okay working for the fucking club?
A paycheck is a paycheck. You gotta start separating the morals from the moolah. Relax. Listen, I can hook you up with my guy. He'll find you better driving gigs if you want.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if he'll take them.
I was in the middle of ads. Thank you for the sub there, the Radish Prince. Appreciate you. I'm sorry the alerts didn't trigger. I need to move my alerts to a different system. I think I'm going to probably move them local. Okay. Now...
I've got something for you. We need to meet.
Meet? What, face to face? Should I look for a guy in a mask?
No mask. Just follow my signal.
I thought you never wanted to meet.
I don't. But we need to meet.
Okay, so we got to go to the next storyline. Yay, I got a new vehicle available now. This car's handling is horrible. All these cars have horrible handling. Okay, so what's this mission do?
I've hired Bad Boy before, and he's always protected his identity. That's how DedSec works. Now he
Other DedSec.
That's unusual. Alright, I'm gonna try and shake him off his game. Let's see what he's up to.
Why couldn't it just cut to the scene instead of walk down? That makes no sense.
What? Bad Boy, 17. What the fuck, man? Bad Boy, 17?
Clara.
Clara.
Really going for the stereotypical hacker girl vibes, ain't ya? I swear, they ripped this entire motif from Hackers, the 1995 movie, then tried to modernize it.
Now you're being paranoid.
This is like, they're playing way too much into the stereotypes of hacker culture, I swear.
Same moment, the mysterious Bad Boy wants to meet me, and he is a she. He is a lie. Listen, I need to trust you, Clara.
I wouldn't trust me if I were you. But here's a reason to listen. The text message you sent me, I know where to find.
Cheese on cheese, pretty much. It's like, it's all the hacker stereotypes
We needed a face-to-face.
that they're trying to like push in.
You wanted DedSec's Max.
You got me in.
You should be nicer to me. I'm about to open your world.
Yeah. Well, you're not the first woman to promise me that.
They do all their nasty work through this. And they don't know I have access.
No, you stole it.
This is powerful. Just don't be stupid. You screw around and you get people hurt. Worst.
Well, I don't think you trust me.
Give me a reason to trust you.
All right. The guy sent the text. How do we find him?
We work together.
Like, there's like little hacker stereotypes I noticed as well. His sleeves, he has the thumb hole. Like, there's just all these stupid stereotypes. Like, we're gonna make him more hackery. We're gonna have the, you know, women look like the stereotype hacker lady we would have from the 1995 movie Hackers. Make it Angelina Jolie, but modernize her. That's essentially what I got from that entire interaction there. Okay, so we got hacking skills, driving skills, off-road driver improves off-road handling, precision driver, escape artist, defensive driver. Okay. Crafted items. Focus boost, frag grenade, jam comms. That seems like it'd be useful. Okay. And then see about combat. Improved focus. Quick switch. Improves the reload speed of all weapons. Increases the rate of fire, damage. Okay. Do that. There we go.
Am I talking to Bad Boy or Clara?
Let's make it easy. Voila. So we need to track your caller. But he's sneaky. He's bounced his address through a CTOS office tower. Client services, employees, and executives, things like that.
An office tower.
We need to find a way into the system. You get me in, I get you his location.
I can get into the building where they're most vulnerable.
Okay, so we got to get into this building over there. Also got myself a new bike.
In the tunnel.
I'll start there. Hey, I'm sorry I was rough before.
I know what you were doing, trying to intimidate me. Very textbook. Stepping into my personal space, the stare, physical contact. You're trying to look for cracks. So did you find any?
Wouldn't you love to know?
Okay, all right, you piece of junk. I got my eyes on you.
I just want to see if I can do this stealthily.
You can't be here.
Guess not. What do you mean it wasn't part of the contract? You're a security guard with a gun. You're expected to freaking shoot your gun. Now pop your head out and let me go kill ya. I got a new gun. Woo! Oh, I gotta... Why would you not open up the profiler sooner? Find and hack CTOS boxes. Oh. Some of these things in the games are not as intuitive as they should be.
I'm in the building. You see what's ahead?
Okay, I'm in the building.
Wide open indoor plaza.
More guards, no doubt.
Oh, those hacks I uploaded to your phone? It's perfect distraction. You can disrupt the equipment of any guard in there.
Equipment like what?
Anything. Hack their phones, earpieces, explosives. Everything runs off computer chips these days.
Okay, I'll try it. You scan me the offices? Find me someone with an unsecured laptop.
Got one. Bradley Coughlin. Oh no. He's a security director.
Of course he is. Once I hack in, you move fast. Track or call and get out. Won't take long for security to spot the intrusion.
Don't worry about me.
I got the job. Which means yours truly has a parking spot outside of Bloom's X-Labs. Billions of dollars, that's science. Okay, maybe just regular science, but still, man.
Okay. Turning that way. Okay.
You're out of luck.
Come on, pop the corner. That's what I was waiting for. Shit. They can call for reinforcements? Did not realize that.
All right, keep it together.
What, you gonna...
Here. Cover me.
can't all be dead.
I think I'm just gonna go in guns blazing on a lot of this stuff. Okay, so... These puzzles are so stupid. Why do I have to solve these stupid things? So that needs to go there, that needs to go there. Then this needs to go there.
I'm telling you, it's not just an ad. It blocks my entire view. Just one enormous... Oh, shit. Someone's hacked in. Oh, fuck me. Lock down the building. Find him now.
You really think you need physical access to do that?
Searching now. Carlos, the police are coming. They've got high-tech scans that are hard to shake. You need to get out of there.
Damn.
Okay, I got you in. Can you track the caller?
Searching now. Carlos, the police are coming. They've got high-tech scans that are hard to shake. You need to get out of there.
Okay, come on. You really expect me to believe we're in Chicago and everyone has machine guns? You know, I once took a bullet to the knee.
Cops are scanning me. I can't get clear fast enough. Does DedSec know a way to jam their scans?
Wait, I think we do. Here it is. I'm sending it to you.
Jam comms and press the, And everybody in the USA have automatic machine guns? Not really. Those are so hard to get in the USA. You probably need about 15 grand to get it working. Hooray! Bikes make it easier. I got skills, son. Single-use CTOS scan to detect and not tag non-player enemies. Interesting.
How are we looking? You find my caller? Tired of this cat and mouse.
I got your mouse. This call was made from an apartment in the Loop.
Finally.
Just be careful, Aiden.
Why was the NPC just gasping?
Well, I certainly don't want to disappoint him.
Okay, let's start this mission. Thanks for the tip.
So this guy threatens my family and wants to meet. He knew exactly how to get my attention. Fine, I'll take the bait.
What's the common type of rifle in the USA? AR-15, is definitely a common one. You can also get, a Marlin. Lots of, definitely AKs, but yeah. AR-15 is probably one of the more common ones. I have one. A lot of people I know have one.
The data flows are split. There must be 2 CTOS boxes.
Can you not get in a lift? Wait, I'm supposed to activate this? Well, how do I activate it? Oh, interesting. Follow the wire. Oh, I'm supposed to follow the wire? I really don't understand how they thought, oh yeah, we're gonna have hacking like this in 2013. This is how hacksaws work. This is nothing like it. It shocks me how many people are like dealing with getting into tech and get their minds blown. How boring actual cyber is. Compared to what they thought it'd be, at least. Let's see. These little puzzles are annoying.
Bellwether.
I knew you'd find me. You always were one for a mystery.
What, y'all don't do connect the lines puzzles to hack? No. No, we do not.
Wanted to see if you'd lost your edge. We need to talk. And, you'll want to be quick. Breaking in like you did tripped an alarm. This isn't what I had planned for us. But we're about to be interrupted. Come find me. I'll pick someplace nice.
Why would he harass my sister? We haven't spoken since the Merlot.
Hey, is there people live here who are in the cyber field? Yes. That would be me. Okay. Get close. Bro, you ran right into that. Yeah, you can turn caps lock off on your comments. Yeah, I've been in the field for cybersecurity for about 10 years. We're kind of just... This is my first time playing Watch Dogs because my entire community kept asking me to, like, play this because they were interested to see what a cybersecurity guy thinks of it, and it's kind of cheesy. In not a horrible way, but yeah. Nice to meet you, Julie. Yeah, I was at DEF CON a few weeks ago, on my third time to DEF CON. But yeah, I have a CISSP. I don't have a degree in this, but I've been in the field for a few years. Oh, you're new to the field? Well, happy hacking, bud.
All right, Damien. Let's talk.
Yeah, most of what I do is cybersecurity content, as well as I have an entire Discord and Matrix server dedicated to cybersecurity content. I have a YouTube. We mess around on Twitch Live and things like that. Shotty! It's a D12. It's a dirty dozen. Just collecting all their crap. Alright, we got half a click to go. So I guess we need to get out of the alleyway here. You know, it's really annoying that it doesn't, like, keep my motorcycle spawn that I came in here with. I do like the fact that you can call a car. It's kind of annoying that you can't, message you. I know my user seems a bit spammy, but it's not. Message me where? TikTok? Yeah, I don't really, so the thing is, because of how large I am as a creator, like close to 400,000 followers, my TikTok messages are flooded. That's why I tell people it's not the best. I always tell people Mastodon, Blue Sky, Discord, Matrix. Discord's the easiest. If you hop into my server, I'm usually active on there. Yeah, I do have email, but I generally keep that for business. But yeah, Discord generally tends to be the easiest. I'm pretty active in my community there. Yeah. No, don't. It's no problem. I actually create, I've been trying to create an entire community because there's a lot of people out there that I found during COVID and stuff that, don't really have much of a community or any peers or anything. So that's why I've been creating my community for a while. There's a little over 1,000 people in there. Good amount of active people in there. And we're all pretty chill. Linux, gaming on Linux, radio, so you got a lot of ham radio people in there, Meshtastic. Cybersecurity is a general profession for a lot of people, IT, networking, cyber, you know, a whole slew and cacophony of different people there. I think you'll like it. But yeah, I got back from DEF CON a couple of weeks ago, if you're not familiar with that. That is the world's largest cybersecurity and hacking conference. Spent a week in Vegas with a bunch of buddies there. It's a great place to hang out, tinker, and hack random shit. Yeah, a couple of years ago, I got into lockpicking out there.
A clever boy. Picks on me. Damien. Tell me you miss me.
It's Chicago. We don't have, we have, open container laws.
You're always so grim, mate.
Super new to cyber. I'm doing a master's at Warwick University. Nice. Yeah, there's plenty of newbies over in my, community. Some veteran people. I'm working on my CCSP right now. I have my CISSP last year. And then next year, I'm hoping to tackle OSCP. I just got my general class amateur radio license. So I've got reciprocity to travel most of the world and operate radio. But yeah. You think people in your community would be open to do a survey for it's my dissertation and it's... Yeah, I think many people would be. On gamifying cybersecurity concepts, oh yeah. We're very into gamification, especially when it comes to training, because it incentivizes people to actually do that. But yeah, I think there would be, people would be open to it. Just make sure to tag me on the Discord. That way I make sure the mods know not to, you know, interfere if there's links or stuff like that. I'm scared of... Don't be scared of it.
There was a second hacker.
Don't be scared of it. Look, everyone sucks in the beginning. Okay? Everyone sucks when we start. So, don't be scared of starting. You're going to learn more from all your failure and mistakes and coding and all that. Trust me, I have done some really bad F-ups. My moderators will never let me forget the time that I spammed my Mastodon server with hundreds of posts because I did an API call wrong and didn't do error handling properly. But I'm bad at maths. Like, does that matter? Yes and no. It depends on what you're trying to do is where math really applies. I just started my Networking Plus course. Linux is after. It's intimidating. Honestly, I'd say networking is probably harder to wrap your head around than Linux. Linux, I know it's like very broad and things like that, but Linux you can at least get your hands on, get elbow deep, and didn't know you can make a game in Linux. Pretty powerful stuff. Well, we're running the game right now on Proton. So this is a Windows native game that's running in Linux. And I only do gaming on Linux. Earlier we played Halo. But yeah, good luck on the Networking Plus course. Linux is relatively easy, and if you're not already part of the Discord that I have, you definitely should consider being, because we got a ton of Linux people in there, and a ton of them do gaming on Linux and stuff like that, so we're pretty comfortable. I've been a Linux user for, God, I'm old, 15 years. My time using Linux is almost old enough to vote. There's a lot of good Linux versions out there, depending on what you're trying to do. Yeah, like I have a, I'm using Pop! OS for most of my stuff. Would you say Linux is better than Windows? Hell yeah. The only issues people have with Linux is down to certain application compatibilities. I forgot that happened. It wasn't your fault. It was Twitter pulling the API. Yeah, but you like cracked up at me because I didn't put error handling in on the Mastodon thing, because when Twitter failed the API, it kept looping. It was funny nonetheless. That was a very valuable lesson into this is why we do error handling.
Okay, it's ready for you. Hey, how's that for fast?
We used to have a computer that had dual boot with Windows and Linux on it. Yeah, I used to dual boot, but, you know, the honest truth is, once you start using Linux and living in it, you generally don't use Windows because you realize just how bad of a user experience and user interface it is. Why the hell is my window not loading here? 1 second.
Fine, whatever. Hate this kind of shit.
You have a BS in cybersecurity? No. I don't have any degree in cybersecurity. Yeah, Linux is very easy to install. Almost hit that. Yeah, Linux is better like the control. Yeah, totally. It's great that way because the other thing is Windows actually slows down over time, whereas Linux actually will get faster over time. What I mean by that isn't like, oh, you just install and do nothing. But if you install patches on Windows, you'll notice over time it gets bloated, it gets slower. Whereas in Linux, there's actually a lot of people checking all the code for code improvements and performance improvements of all sorts. Where the hell? So you'll actually notice, you'll have a better experience with Linux over time. Do you know anything about compilers like GCC and Clang LLVM? Very little. I don't do a lot of that stuff personally. I know people who do, but I do not, unfortunately. It's not letting you what? Oh. Hold on. Not getting a text. Hold on. I can fix that. One second, we're checking. I take this as you, Jedi? You should have it now. Okay. Hey, Vampire, just so you know. No, you're good. You ever have a sour monkey? What the hell's a sour monkey? I feel like there's a joke here I'm missing. Oh, it's a UK number? Oh. Hey, Vampire, we're gonna have to probably think about, how we can, that could be why. What was I into in 2005 to 2006? I was into high school in 2005 and 2006. Well, I fixed, I think you were, Jedi, if I'm not mistaken, on there. Hold up. Was that you? Or, hold on. No, I was just, like, wondering what happened there. Welcome, wagon. Funny. Hold up. I think I messed that up. Yeah, give me your username. I can fix it. Hey, Vampire, if you're around, though, she's gonna put her username... Oh, you're on the Twitch side. Never mind, I can handle it. That is 0 or a 7. Let me see. Hold on. Discord, I know, could be annoying. Okay. So. Okay. Message requests. Find. Goddamn. How do I do this? Okay. I sent you a request. No, you're good. All right. So... Okay, so I sent the invite for that. And then if you go in there, I should be able to find your username now in the moderation stuff. The moderation's been kind of iffy lately for some reason. Got to check the logs. And then Julie, add role. There we go. Now we should be working. Your resources rate limited. That's interesting. I wonder if there's a bug due to... There you go. Server should be working and you should be verified now. I wonder if there's a bug with UK numbers. I'm gonna have to try getting a, Yeah, I got your hello message. God damn it. Jesus. Oh, you're welcome. That's why I have this community. I want newbies to be welcomed and, have a place they can grow and learn. Am I taking a motorcycle on the subway? Yes. Yes, I am. Is Renegade the main chat? So there's a general chat, under the text channels. And then we also have a feed for CVE, Cybersecurity News. Whenever I post, you can subscribe to, know when, my stuff is, going on. The idea of when I made the server was actually so if anyone else ever was a content creator, they could actually join in on the fun and have people, That's kind of interesting. You got a subway in this game. Although you can definitely tell someone did not ever study the, Chicago rail system. Is it laggy on Linux? Any stutter? No. Yeah, in the big chat, the general is fine. My name? You can call me Chief Geeked, Chief Geek 3D, or Moshe. When I'm at DEF CON, everyone just calls me Chief. You don't need to apologize so much. You're one of the gang now. Welcome to our clan. Our little hacker family. This is Watch Dogs. This is the game HBX that everyone has been bothering me to play because they're curious. What, I would, think about this. Oh, there's fast travel. Interesting. That's an interesting concept that you can fast travel across the city. I wish the GTA had that. Yeah, Watch Dogs from Ubisoft, exactly. Yeah, so I had so many people ask me if I could play this because they were so curious to see me play it. Because, I actually work in cybersecurity, and this is like going around hacking. It feels like a cheesy game version of, what you call it? The Hackers movie. It's not bad so far. It's just...
CTOS station and 1 year of citywide operations. When planning for CTOS, Bloom insisted its innovative network would save Chicagoans over $800 per household.
Okay, there's gotta be a way to get out of here.
The numbers are in. Over the past 12 months,
So there is a parking lot here. Then how do the cars get in?
Bloom points out that
This map really doesn't make sense.
still reflects a savings for all families thanks to CTOS.
This really makes no sense here. Like, look at this. You had a parking lot over there, right? Where's the railroad crossing? Like, really, Ubisoft? You dropped the ball there. How, like, am I just a moron? Or what?
It's all good. Hey, watch it.
Your message might seem so cheesy. Oh, what did you do? I'll check it on my burner account over here. Oh, Vampire? The survey in there? That's okay. I approved it. Here. Just to make it very clear. Confessed. You mean her love? Okay. Well, I just wanted to let the other mods know as well. Oh, you won't get hate in that server. You're fine. You're gonna learn the cybersecurity community is one of the most open and accepting communities. Not to say that there aren't dickheads out there. But in my server, we allow everyone, every background. Like, okay, my advice to you would be, since you're new, look up local cybersecurity events. Like, there's a event that usually happens in many different cities across the world. It's called B-Sides. Letter B, Sides. They have events that happen very often. I have one that's locally going to happen. I was in Vegas for another one. I know some buddies that are at the Colombian one, the Sao Paulo one, that they're usually very inexpensive. I would be surprised if there wasn't one, to be honest. Like I said, they're, you know, global. You can look on there's a website called infosecmap.com. If you go there, you can actually find a whole bunch of local cybersecurity events and stuff like that around the world. Do not go to... Why are you trying to get her to click on furry stuff, Red Fang? I swear, you let one furry in your community, and they try to turn everyone into a furry. No. You're gonna learn... You're gonna learn that our community is just fun. We goof around a lot. You have nothing to worry about. But if anyone happens to give you a hard time, you can let me or the mods know. We usually will be pretty quick to take care of it.
This is about letting go.
I know.
We've all suffered a horrible nightmare, but you have to stop trying to fix it.
I'm not trying to fix it.
But yeah, feel comfortable. You're gonna, learn a lot
Chasing after the people that
on your journey, not just from my server.
put us all in danger again.
You are not in danger.
Yeah, Red Fang teases me a lot. Don't worry. Oh,
Do you hear yourself?
will you get trolled? Absolutely. But are we doing it maliciously? Absolutely not.
I need to know.
You're gonna learn that cybersecurity and hackery, folks, we're curious, we're fun, we're playful, we like to enjoy ourselves.
Promise.
As I tell people all the time, when you're at DEF CON, you can let your freak flag fly.
Lena.
I killed her.
Your freak flag fly.
No, you didn't. I don't blame you.
And that is, by the way, eventually an event. I know you're in the UK, but put that on your bucket list as you progress in your career. Make it out to Las Vegas for DEF CON. It happens once a year. It's the world's largest cybersecurity and ethical hacking conference. There's like 35,000 people that go there. It is an amazing event. And then I also go to B-Sides before there. I spend a week in Vegas. I meet all sorts of new people, tinker, and these often are friends that you get to know for years and possibly for life. Did you enjoy the new badges at DEF CON? You mean the ones that exploded and they had to make zip tie village? Because, like, they didn't think about, hey, maybe we should rivet both ends of the screw.
Survivor from the stadium. That guy talks, he'll ID you.
Survivor.
Shall I tell you a crazy about story about someone who's basically was a crazy dude? Oh, we have all of our own crazy stories out here. Lay it on me, girl. Linux distro of choice for desktop. I generally recommend Pop! OS, which is what I'm using right now. However, there are many other options. Just remember, what I like may not be your ideal choice, so there's many options out there. I know some people like Nix OS, there's Bazite, some people like straight Ubuntu, but I like Pop! OS for my daily driving needs. Now, Parrot OS is what I use for the ethical hacking distribution. Cubes OS is what I use for the reasonably secure operating system. I use Debian 13 on my little mini laptop, and I'm a big Debian guy. Like, because I'm also new to cyber, he was mad. Why was he mad? Oh, it was mad. But he was just unbelievably weird, like, ew. Like, we talking, like, bigoted remarks? We don't like that. Because, as my entire community will tell you, I believe cyber and tech is for everyone. In fact, my mentor, one of my mentors, she was a DEF CON speaker. She is an expert in cryptography. And if you can't tell, she was a woman. Is still a woman. If you have any of your old badges, you should show them off. Oh, I have all of my badges from DEF CON 31. I have the Aerospace Village from 31 and 32. In fact, here you go. Aerospace Village badge from last year with Charlie attached this year for the airband capabilities. That's over here right now. I also have, I think it's DC 704's Angel badge. No, it was the Chakra badge. Sorry, got that name wrong. I've got, of course, I've got my Femboy Kitty one that was last year. The badge they had that was a Game Boy. Oh, you want to see all the badges? Here, I can show you. 1 second. Well, I don't have all my badges here. Some are actually upstairs, I think. So, at DEF CON, we're known for the badges. This is most of them. The DEF CON badge from this year is not down here. I need to find where I put it. But hold on. Okay, so this is the chakra badge that I mentioned. I think this was from DC 704. It's a very delicate badge. I think I need to charge it, though. 1 second. Because it's not been on in a minute. Okay, and then there's a switch. So this is the chakra badge. So you touch, like, the bangles, you can control it. Gotta remember how I did this. It is a very sensitive badge. There we go. So you can... let's do, like, eye demo. Wait, that was... yeah. Hold on. But yeah, there's, like, features in this. It's all shiny and blinky. How do you feel about the Flipper Zero versus cheap alternative, like how do you feel about Flipper versus cheap ESP alternatives like the Bruce firmware? I mean, if it works, it works. They all basically do the same goal. Blinking lights. So that's one of the badges. This... what was this one? Oh, that's part of the Tor badge. So we have the Tor lie detector badge over here. So this is from the Tor Foundation. They made a lie detector badge. So basically, you can plug in a couple of leads over here, put it to your fingers, and then it's a lie detector. A fun little one. You can also, how do I navigate this? The D-pad. You can, like, do all sorts of things with the LED there. And then, of course, you have your shitty add-ons. Wonder how many relationships that badge has destroyed. I don't know, but they sold it again this year. Honestly, the badge game that I was seeing at DEF CON 33 was not as great as last year. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that, well, the tariffs are killing a lot of this stuff. There we go. And you have your shitty add-on. Bright as hell. They call them SAOs. They officially go by simple add-on, but I like to call them shitty add-ons, as do many other people. It's just kind of this funny running joke. So basically, you can expand your thing. The photochromic plastic this year was... well, they do a non-electronic badge every other year. So, and then they follow it up with an electronic badge because it is very demanding to design them, and you only have a year of runtime. Now, I will say, every time they have a non-electronic badge, it's always a letdown. It is. Like, DEF CON 31, the badge was not that great. It was that little key shard plastic thing. The photo color one was at least a little bit better. This was my DC shoot badge, the DEF CON shoot. Last year it was a rubber band gun. So this year's was a Tic Tac. This is the Aerospace Village badge. This one was interesting. I need new batteries for this. But it has an ESP32 that powers it. It produces Wi-Fi. They're like CTFs in here. So you had to solve a couple of puzzles around here. Like there was a base 64 string. And then the first moonwalk date as IPv4 was, you know, the way that you logged into it. You have... Oh, yeah. This was last year's badge minus the embedded systems village key that I added there. I did that because I wanted my blinkies. But the switch is a little too tight for me to flick it. But you get the idea. It lights up. It does the thing. Now I gotta press that in. Oh, no, the battery's just dead. Okay. So, yeah. That plastic shard was the badge that we had in 31. The reason why there's no lanyard is I've actually been using that for something else I needed for my keys and stuff. And here is last year's DEF CON badge. So this was the actual badge. Like, so like the shard you saw before, this was your actual badge you were given at DEF CON. And this is a Raspberry 2040 controller. But the cool thing was, it was like a Game Boy game with the map of the entire conference. And a list of some of the events, and it was an interactive game. So they designed this whole, like, game for you to just... Here we go. Game Boy game. And this was the badge you had to wear around your neck in order to get into DEF CON 32. This was your entry badge. Oh, you're fine, vampire. But yeah, so it turns into a little Game Boy game here. And as you can see, it will sync. You can choose what color you are. But yeah, it's a full-on Game Boy game. There's Easter eggs in here for while you are at the con. There were some fun things in there. I can remember where the power button is. There we go. So it's breaking into DEF CON with fake badges cooked now. So yeah. They usually give paper badges out, so I could see there's a way to do that, but honestly, you got a lot of, Oh, so what he means by Matrix? Matrix is a decentralized chatting protocol. This is the Blacks in Cyber Village badge from last year. Black Panther. See, we celebrate our diversity in the hacker culture. And I swore there was other badges in here. Oh, yeah. That's my B-Sides badge from last year with the Sky Talk token. I would love that one because I like old games. Well, you should have told me. Because I would have told you, you may still be able to find them on shop.defcon.org. They had a whole bunch that they didn't sell last year, and they were selling them on the website for, like, really steeply discounted prices. My buddy Parrot Assassin, he wanted one so bad, and he didn't make it to the con. He just Venmo'd me the money, and I picked one up for him and then shipped it out when I got home. So, yeah, those are some of my DEF CON badges. I got a few more from this year. I got to find where I put them. And then, of course, we've got my lovely bag of stickers. We got stickers from this year. There were CTF challenges in my Caesar Cipher. I have the coin at work right now because I was showing somebody. I forgot to bring it back. But, yeah, lots of fun things. Next year, electronics might be difficult. Yeah, I was talking about that because I noticed at DEF CON 33, there was not nearly as many electronic badges, and a lot of the electronic badges were smaller SAOs or repeats of last year. Like Aerospace Village didn't design a big badge. They just did Charlie, which was the airband one. Embedded Systems Village had the same badge from last year, which was like a little Target thing. Some good ideas out there, but they were in very low quantities. So, yeah. How bad is it out there? Like, should I leave my phone at home and bring a plain bird? No, you're fine. Just the common sense the common wisdom I would tell people is don't do anything you wouldn't be willing to do in a public Wi-Fi network. So if you're that paranoid, don't connect to the Wi-Fi network. But they do have a secured Wi-Fi network that they have a sock and a knock monitoring everything. You just have to install a cert on your machine. If you bring a laptop, it's not a bad idea to bring a laptop that you can wipe when you're done. I have my personal and burner laptop. Wall of Sheep. I was working on the Wall of Sheep. And I was talking to a few of my friends. Do you know how hard it is to get on the Wall of Sheep these days? Although, I will tell you this. I did see a bunch of you you were definitely on, let's just say, I saw your traffic. There was quite a few people at the convention center connecting to it. So paranoid with Bluetooth or Rogue Wi-Fi's. I was using Bluetooth for my, Meshtastic device to connect to my phone. Well, one of my phones. And I didn't really have a problem. There were some BLE spam going on. I mean, kind of expect that. Have I played Watch Dogs 2? No, this is my first time playing Watch Dogs, period. That's why my community wanted me to get into it, because they were like, hey, we would be curious to see what you as a cybersecurity person think about Watch Dogs. But Rogue Wi-Fi's, yeah, you'll find a bunch of those. The majority of the Rogue Wi-Fi's were us trolling people. So next year we're going to try to actually have a mini hotspot in my backpack. And I'm going to broadcast a few open networks and see if anyone connects. And what I'm probably going to do is locally host a video on there of Rick Astley. I'm going to Rickroll people as soon as they connect to my Wi-Fi.
Where is he?
Well, let me finish Watch Dogs 1 first. Any good Laura decide you prefer? So I was using my LilyGo T-Deck while I was out there. I have a T-Echo over here. I have a SenseCap T1000. But DEF CON had their own Meshtastic firmware for DEF CON 33 that was optimized, as well as had the channels pre-configured. So, yeah. Yes, welcome to the Linux streaming. Cybersecurity, tech, gaming on Linux. That's what we do. So Wi-Fi pineapple with a hotspot and Rickroll module. You don't even need a pineapple for that. Just a simple AP with a Raspberry Pi connected. So like a Pi Zero or something. Why the hell did I just do that? Don't mind me getting more people in the Matrix cult. Well, yeah. They should be. I remember when I was at the DEF CON and they literally had a guy use an exploit to just start spitting money on the stage. That was a funny one. Yeah, the ATM jackpot. Purchased a telescope. Increased complaint calls to the city. Some of these are funny. Okay, so how the hell am I supposed to get up there? So it was that type of club.
Come on, really?
Am I running Proton? Yeah. I'm running Proton Glorious Egg Roll. This is Watch Dogs, the first one. My community really wanted me to try it out for so many years while streaming. So I promised I would eventually do it, and finally I bit the bullet. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Okay, if it's a good game, then where the hell am I supposed to go for that building? Oh. Nope. See, that's not intuitive to me. If you like Linux, probably watch child content on it. No. But with comments like that, we know you are probably still a child in school and don't know much about the world.
So people like this feel nice and secure living way up here. I mean, these people just had a simple chain lock on their door. I guess they want to have a good look at the pizza guy before they open it all the way.
All right, fine, sure. So about this problem.
Well, that's why I brought the bolt cutters. He opens the door this much, there's a chain right there, I slip him in and snip, and guess what? It's not the pizza guy.
Jordy, the problem, let's deal with it.
We are dealing with it. We're in the
I just got curb stomped in Helldivers. I haven't played Helldivers in a minute. How's the player base still over there? Is there a lot of people still playing it? Because I know it dived off after the Sony BS. What is your advice to get into cybersecurity? Home lab, tinker, be curious. Don't be afraid to break things while you're on your educational journey. Experience is going to matter more than certs. But yeah, as far as getting into cybersecurity, most people are going to want to see 1 to 3 years of actual tech experience before they'll accept you for a cybersecurity role. Not saying that it's impossible, but improbable. Xbox players are getting on there, going to be on soon in a few more days. That's interesting that Sony made that move.
gun thing? Poor Maurice pissed himself after your last show.
Don't worry about my methods. You know how to use that thing?
Just get your ass down there, I got you covered. And don't kill the boss.
And they are adding Halo skin, I heard too. Interesting.
Let's make this quick, okay? My balcony hosts are moaning, and that stuff gives me migraines. I get a migraine, Pierce. I am useless.
Yeah, find something you like and keep going. That's a good idea. Would a degree be worth it? So I always tell people when it comes to degrees in tech, the honest question you have to ask yourself is how much does the degree cost? Because if you're in the, United States where you have to pay for a degree, it can be a hindrance and a big, driver of debt. But I don't have a degree. The only cert I have is CISSP.
The F word. You're too sentimental, Pierce. That's a weakness. Somebody's gonna play that against you someday. I'll cover you where I can, but I can't see everybody. All right,
Yeah.
let's do this.
You don't need a degree to get into tech or cybersecurity. You can work your way up. Honestly, you go to college for 4 years. In those 4 years, you could probably have landed a tech job, worked your way up, the ranks and everything, and been making money and experience. Because the experience is going to matter more than anything. The reality is, a lot of what you're going to learn in school is base concepts that don't really apply. Like, we have a guy at work, he has a degree, in computer science and cybersecurity. He is so green that he still is not grasping quite a few of the concepts and everything. And yeah. I went from sysadmin to GRC management to sales. So what type of experience should I get in certs? Field experience. I would generally recommend people take a look at what's called an MSP, a managed service provider. And then from there, you get a lot of experience in all different sorts of things in many different hats. Start with help desk maybe. And as far as certs, I mean, some people are saying like A+, to start with. I didn't have any certs to start out with. Certs mostly just help you get through the door with HR and stuff. I started with Geek Squad to an MSP to corporate IT. Okay, similar path what I took, Staples Easy Tech. To MSP to corporate IT. And cyber. Try a hack the box or build a home lab. I definitely recommend that. Home labbing will probably be more useful overall. In my personal experience, that's how I learned a lot of my skills. But I hear good things about Hack the Box. There's also Parrot CTFs. My buddy runs that. But yeah, there's a lot of things to do in cyber, so my advice, play around until you find something you like and keep at it. Should I make a Matrix account on their system or try to host it with the Raspberry Pi? Dealer's choice.
I can't see my targets. You're gonna have to do that little thing that you do.
Just know that if you make your own Matrix account and host it on your own Raspberry Pi, and you run your own channels off of it, that is going to require a little bit more processing power. Any other website besides Hack the Box that cost money? They all cost money at some point. I mean, you have to understand, Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, and Parrot CTFs, they all function in similar ways where they're building labs on AWS resources, and it costs them money to run it. Oh, I see the Discord. Coming to Xbox on August 22nd, 26th.
You have no idea who he is.
Well, guess not. I'm taking him out.
Should Did I get a BS in cybersecurity and information assurance from WGU? Is it worth it? You're asking a guy that doesn't have a degree. So, I've been in the field for 10 years. I have a CISSP certification. That's also my only certification that I have. I say, personally, the experience matters more than the pieces of paper. I only did the CISSP because I thought it'd be fun for me and a coworker to do. Are you going to be on Helldiver in 2 days? Maybe. In 2 days? Probably Wednesday. Is your job hiring for an entry level or internship? No, they are not. A lot of the internships, honestly, really happen around summertime. So you need to apply around summertime to get into a lot of those. Well, you need to... Actually, let me correct that. A lot of them are looking for internships around this time, and then the internships are in the summer.
Hold on. Stop. Who's assigned to the prison?
If you want to work for a hospital, then go get the degree. It's not necessary to get a job. Yeah. But I'm at the point now where, now that I have a CISSP, they don't really even need the college degree. It is definitely a bit of a grind to do it the way I did, but I'm thankful for it because I barely have any student loan debt, and the only student loan debt I have is related to my years being an electrician, my electrician studies, which being an electrician helped me understand a lot about networking and stuff. Same with my amateur radio education that I got into a year ago or so. Computer science or cybersecurity? Yeah, comp sci is definitely better, well-rounded. The problem with a cybersecurity degree is it unfortunately makes people tricked into the fact that you're going to be ready for a cybersecurity job when you're going to run into the issue of, oh, that's great, you got a cybersecurity degree. What experience do you have in tech? They're going to care that you have at least 1 to 3 years of experience in general tech in most cybersecurity positions.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
Wake up, Pierce. More fixtures incoming.
How bad?
Remember Kinderhook?
Shit.
You know what bugs me about the fact that they just have, like, several assault rifles? I know for a fact all of these guns they have, they use different type of ammo. Don't you need experience or certs or even basic level jobs for, like, help desk and any others? Not help desk. The help desk is the most entry level to begin with. At most, you may want to get an A+, but no, it's not really necessary. I didn't have any degree whatsoever when I, or certs when I did, my MSP work. Okay, they all got SMGs. So I gotta conserve my ammo. Oh, I can't tuck and roll? God damn. Shit! There's a guy that flanked me.
Wake up, Pierce. More fixtures incoming.
How bad?
Oh, I got full ammo now? That's weird. I don't know if I like that. What companies offer help desk or IT support entry levels? Almost all of them. Okay, he's trying to flank me out there. Pop yo ass up. Shit, I'm getting flanked. Okay, explode them.
You know me.
I know you need to get moving. I'll finish up here.
MSP, managed service provider. Basically, companies, instead of hiring full-on IT staff, they hire a company to do it at a much more reasonable cost. Smaller companies tend to do that. So you'll tend to be in smaller to medium-sized environments, but you are expected to have many different hats in most of them, because a lot of these MSPs are generally small outfits. Like the one I worked at was about 5 or 6 people. Oh yeah. Yeah, and a lot of the larger MSPs are a pain in the ass. God damn it. It's a CYA for management, yeah. Any other jobs that would be more advanced?
Wake up, Pierce. More fixtures incoming.
Yeah, there's quite a few more jobs that'd be advanced. Mouse got stuck. God damn it.
Wake up, Pierce. More fixtures incoming.
How bad?
Remember kindergarten?
Shit, I got him.
That ain't good. I'm near a propane tank. Okay, the numbers are getting more manageable. Come on. That all of them? Okay. I think that depends. A lot use LinkedIn. Indeed, LinkedIn. I would look into contracting companies. Yeah. Well, the job I found, actually, when I was doing my MSP stuff, I just, Googled a bunch of different MSPs in my area, and I applied to all of them.
Hold up! That's the vigilante!
Well, it's not GTA, it's Watch Dogs. You think AI is going to overtake cybersecurity? No. AI, if anything, is one of the issues when it comes to cybersecurity. A lot of companies don't want to adopt it, and they actually see it as a threat to accidentally leak PII. Okay, that helicopter's just circling. So I think I can escape now. Unless it spots me. If I stay under this bridge, they shouldn't be able to find me. There we go. Cool.
Hey, you never called me back. Did you find the guy we traced?
Yeah, some bad history there. Listen, I need to find someone else. This time I have a name, Helena Tucci. She's related to a guy I'm after.
Does she live in Chicago?
Yeah, I need a location right now.
Got her.
It's so weird what their depiction of Chicago is. How did that make it down here and make that kind of a turn?
All right, I'll call you when I'm there. May need more help.
Don't make as much friends as my Palo Alto. Yeah, Fortinet, they did have some issues, though, with their firewalls for a while.
Saying that the CTOS network detected potential fire hazards in a transformer station. Officials say without the CTOS network, damage could have been quite severe.
Oh, this is Watch Dogs. This is Watch Dogs, the first one. Apparently, you're like some sort of hacker. It's like GTA combined with hackers from 1995. It's really cheesy how they do a lot of the cybersecurity stuff in this. Like, no wonder a lot of people have like misguided beliefs on how cybersecurity works, because you have like games like this.
Okay, I'm at the Willis Tower. What do you got on Helena?
Looking through his status updates. She likes selfies. Here she is making a duck.
I like Debian. Debian's a pretty nice distribution.
She loves her cats too. Why are you...
Well, I think they were bad enough that the DoD was actually yanking them out. I was hearing that from several people that I know.
Okay, here's something.
You ever work on Linux servers? Of course. I'm the main Linux guy at my job. And I've been the main Linux guy at every job I've been at.
I'll keep digging.
I'm the only Linux guy at my current job. In my team. Every server is Linux. Not really.
girl.
What's that?
I've got her medical records. She had an abortion last year. That might explain the therapist she's seeing.
Why are we prying this deep? I don't need a history, Clara. I need a location.
Yeah, there was a vulnerability. That was a big deal. Can't talk about it, though. But we were all talking about it at DEF CON! Sorry, not trying to make fun of you, just...
Inside Connolly Square. It's a glass structure. Should be right near you.
I got it. Nice work, Clara. Now delete those files.
I'm dead sick, Aiden. We believe information.
You know what's interesting is this game came out around the same time as, Grand Theft Auto. And yet, this seems to have a better mechanic for a lot of things.
Okay, Elena. You're up.
Hello?
Miss Tucci? I'm Dr. Hyatt with the Chicago General Hospital. We received your Uncle Angelo.
Get your Security Plus if you're just starting out. Yeah, it's fair enough for them.
Okay.
A decent education. I'm currently enrolled at my local college for IT systems. I mean, I worked my way through home labs and field experience. No college degree.
No, listen. I got a weird call. I think the cops are looking for you.
What? Damn it, you calling me just gave them a trace. Hang up now.
Gotcha. Where are you?
Yeah, home labs are really great. You could do like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, and things like that. But the reality is, a lot of those, nobody wants to hire me without a degree, even though I know my stuff. Do you have a portfolio that you've built?
Somebody wants my name. Well, good luck with that.
Because I built a GitHub portfolio, made a blog at the time to document a lot of my journey and stuff like that. You gotta put yourself out there as well. Go to networking events, meet people. Because the honest truth is, you can apply to 50 million jobs, but you're gonna have better luck when you actually meet people and get referrals. Get your own sim set up. Yep. I need to rebuild mine. About the tech industry in Eastern Canada versus the US. I don't really know Canada. How the hell did I survive that? But I do know from my friends that are in Canada, they say we get better paid in the US. But there's also a higher cost of living, so do with that what you will.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so it sounds like you've made a few enemies. Well, maybe.
Let's restart that. I need an actual car. I feel like that collision was my fault. No.
This guy's leading the prison transfer for my witness.
Can you shoot out a car?
Somebody wants my name. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, network user groups, things like that. Local B-sides, OWASP, local DEF CON, meetups, Oh, I know what we can do. Oh, I see. That was the GPS for where he's trying to head to. So if we end up cutting him off at the pass... If he's trying to steal a car and failing. Oh, yeah. Alright, so... If we set up a roadblock... Yeah, I think we can set up a roadblock. God damn. I swear to God, I'm a better driver. I also swear to drunk I'm not God. Oh, did not expect them to be in the armored car.
Angelo Tucci. This guy's leading the prison transfer for my witness. Somebody's paying Tucci for the vigilante's identity. He wants my name. Well, good luck with that.
I'm getting a little nervous here, Pierce. You find him?
I'm tracking his GPS. Cut him off before he reaches the prison.
Nice.
Come on. You know, I feel like these bikes could actually go faster. And no, I'm a Florida driver, if anything. I'm crazy and erratic, and I'm wrecking into things and still keep going. That's Florida driving, man.
What the fuck?
God damn, I got killed from the side. And I forgot about the explosives, yeah.
Angelo Tucci. This guy's leading the prison transfer for my witness. Somebody's paying Tucci for the vigilante's identity. Somebody wants my name. Well, good luck with that.
I'm getting a little nervous here, Pierce. You find him?
I'm tracking his GPS. Cut him off before he reaches the prison.
Nice.
Where are the explosives? Well, I know that nothing's holding me back. I just suck at this game. That's holding me back. Oh, you have to buy them? Don't know if there's a gun shop on the way.
Help! People are shooting! Come quick!
You got a sec?
Let's hear it.
Okay, so it sounds like you've made a few enemies. Well, maybe more than a few. Expect some bad shit headed your way.
Great.
Shit. Too many civilians around. God damn. American schools.
Angela Tucci. This guy's leading the prison transfer from my witness.
So I got pretty close to that. Okay, so if I neutralize the car, that might be something.
Getting a little nervous here, Pierce. You find him?
I'm tracking his GPS. Cut him off before he reaches the prison.
Nice.
Split the lanes.
Pierce? You got a sec?
Let's hear it.
Okay, so it sounds like you've made a few enemies. Well, maybe more than a few. Expect some bad shit headed your way.
Great.
Okay, cool. Let's see if I can set up a trap for them. Where would be a good place to set up for this bout? Okay. Vehicle takedown. We can do that. This might be good. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Okay. Come on. I know you're out here, boys. Headshot. One more. Another headshot.
It's done. No more prison transfer. Now, I need to find a way inside that prison. Go face to face with my witness.
See, I'm slowly getting the hang of this. It's just a totally different, like, paradigm than, like, Grand Theft Auto.
You still have contacts in the prison?
I already asked if they could make our guys slip in the shower. They're dirty, but they're not that dirty.
I'm gonna get arrested.
Of course you are. Why the hell are you doing that?
This witness we're after, he's a nobody. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He wasn't looking for me. I don't want to kill him. I just want him to understand I can reach him anywhere, anytime.
That is a terrible plan. I love it. I'll find a map of the joint. Talk you through it once you're inside. Anything you need?
My phone?
Jesus, you have a problem. You need to unplug.
Jordy, I need my phone. They'll confiscate it the second I'm in.
Yeah, I know. I'm fucking with you. I got you the guy. He's begging to settle his debt. Just get your phone.
All right. I've been streaming for about 8.5 hours. It's been a pretty good day. So yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night right here. Thank you all for joining me. If you haven't already, make sure to follow me on all of my socials, the YouTube, the Blue Sky, the Mastodon, the Pixel Fed, and then also make sure to join the Discord as well as Matrix servers. Links are in a bio if you don't see them over in the chat. Thank you all for joining me. There should be another stream tomorrow. Probably a little bit more Watch Dogs, but we'll be reacting to different content and everything like that. We got some videos picked out for all of you to videos, articles, and all sorts of things so that we can take a look at it. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I will see you all tomorrow. Stay safe. I love you all, and happy hacking. Stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch.
We'll be right back.